lies in the Lavender, written by Zia Bellamy, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1.
Marmalade's observations, in which the humans complicate perfectly simple carriage rides and someone fails to appear for proper breakfast duties. The estate visits had been tolerable since Clara established proper protocols, my travelling basket lined with her second-best shawl, and the kitchen staff trained to provide adequate tribute upon arrival. Today, however, the sharp-voiced servant with the superior fish selection had failed to appear at her customary post. Rose, I believe Clara called her. The girl possessed impeccable standards. She alone understood that day-old kippers were beneath my dignity and always procured the freshest sardines from the kitchen stores. Unlike the simpering housemaids who offered stale scraps, Rose commanded respect. Even the cook deferred to her when she swept into the kitchen with her brisk demands. Fresh fish for Miss Wetherly's cat, if you please. And none of yesterday's offerings. Her absence was most inconvenient. Who would ensure the kitchen maintained proper standards in my honour? The other servants scattered like startled sparrows when she approached, but Rose had always paused to scratch behind my ears with the precise pressure I required. "There's a sensible creature," she'd murmur, her stern expression softening slightly. "At least someone in this household has proper priorities." Clara had mentioned Rose's recent visits to the shop, something about delicate matters and herbal remedies. Rose had spoken to Clara with unusual deference, quite different from her commanding tone with the household staff. Clara busied herself among her plants, muttering about concerning symptoms and unusual behaviour patterns. Humans always assume their little dramas are terribly important. I followed her toward the Lavender, inferior to proper catnip but acceptable for rolling, when an unfamiliar scent stopped me short. The efficient kipper provider would not be maintaining breakfast standards today, or ever again. How utterly inconvenient.
"What in the bloody Christ are you doing, Miss Wetherly?" Clara looked up from where she knelt beside Rose Fletcher's still form in the lavender garden, her dark skirts spread carefully to avoid disturbing the fragrant purple blooms. Inspector Graham Redgrave stood at the edge of the stone path, his greatcoat billowing behind him and his expression thunderous enough to curdle milk. "Inspector," Clara began, but her explanation was interrupted by a blur of orange fur as Marmalade discovered the particular delights of rolling among the silver-green lavender plants. The large tabby cat flopped onto his side with evident satisfaction and began working his way through the herb bed with the sort of blissful abandon that suggested he'd found his personal paradise. Redgrave's hazel eyes flashed with irritation. "Her Grace is beside herself waiting for answers, and I find you tampering with evidence while your cat destroys my crime scene." Clara rose to her feet with as much dignity as she could muster, brushing lavender from her skirts. "Marmalade isn't destroying anything, he's simply being a cat. And I haven't tampered with anything, Inspector. I've been observing." "Observing," Redgrave repeated, his voice flat with disbelief. Behind him, a nervous-looking constable struggled to keep pace as the inspector strode closer to where Rose lay among the flowers. "Miss Wetherly, this is a police matter. You should be nowhere near this scene." "Then perhaps," Clara replied with a sort of crisp politeness that could have frosted windows, "someone should have cordoned it off properly before, leaving a body unattended for the better part of an hour." Redgrave's jaw tightened, but he couldn't argue the point. When Clara arrived, there had been no police presence, no protection of evidence, just half the household staff milling about in various states of distress, until the butler restored a semblance of order. He motioned to the constable trailing him, a thin young man with a notebook and an expression caught between nausea and curiosity. "Lockwood, mark the perimeter and keep the others back." Off to the side, 2 more constables had already begun sketching the layout and gathering statements from the house staff, their hushed voices barely audible above the rustling lavender. The air held that taut, uneasy silence that always hovered around sudden death. Clara watched him a moment, measured, guarded. The official response had arrived, but barely in time. She could feel the shift, that brittle edge of order taking hold. Redgrave scowled as Marmalade flopped into the lavender bed, tail flicking with satisfaction. "For heaven's sake, can you remove your cat?" "I could try," Clara said mildly, "but he doesn't respond well to authority. Clearly he takes after his mistress." "Flatterer," she muttered, crouching to scoop Marmalade up. He slipped from her grasp with practised ease and burrowed deeper among the stems. Redgrave scowled. "What have you observed?" he asked, the question emerging through gritted teeth. Clara gestured toward Rose's position among the lavender. "She appears quite peaceful for someone who died in distress. Her dress is barely wrinkled, her hair ribbon remains perfectly tied." She paused, noting Rose's feet. "And her shoes have slipped part way off, which seems unusual." Redgrave crouched beside the body, his trained eye taking in the details Clara had mentioned. "People do strange things when they're dying." "What else?" "The teacup." Clara indicated the delicate porcelain sitting upright on the stone garden table. "It's positioned very precisely on the saucer. And there's something about the scent." She moved closer to the cup, careful not to disturb anything. "Inspector, look at these tea leaves. They tell quite the story." Redgrave's expression shifted to one of barely controlled exasperation. "Miss Wetherly, I hardly think this is the time for fortune-telling. We have a real investigation to conduct." Clara's voice could have cut glass. "I'm not reading fortunes, Inspector. I'm reading evidence." She gestured toward the dregs in the bottom of the cup. "These aren't the fine, uniform leaves of a proper tea blend. They're coarsely chopped fresh herbs. See the jagged edges, the oily residue? This was prepared by someone with botanical knowledge, not purchased from a tea merchant." She leaned closer, studying the mixture more carefully. "There's black tea here as well. See these darker, processed leaves mixed in? And sugar crystals still undissolved at the bottom. Someone took considerable care to make this palatable." Redgrave leaned closer, studying the contents of the cup. The scent that rose from it was indeed unusual, sharp and medicinal rather than the gentle aroma of standard tea blends. "What kind of herb?" he asked. Clara breathed in the distinctive scent once more, her mind automatically cataloguing the characteristics. The sharp mint aroma triggered an unwelcome memory. Just 3 days ago, Rose Fletcher had sat across from her preparation table in the Bloomsbury shop, speaking carefully about women's troubles. "I believe it's pennyroyal," Clara said quietly. "But there's more. I saw Rose a few days ago. She came to my shop. For what purpose? Not for pennyroyal. Quite the opposite. I gave her red raspberry leaf tea, a blend used to strengthen pregnancy, not end it. She accepted it gratefully, asked questions about maintaining a healthy pregnancy." She studied Rose's face more intently, noting details that troubled her. "Look at her lips and fingernails." Redgrave followed her gaze. Rose's lips held a distinctly blue tinge, and the fingernail beds showed the same discoloration. "That's curious," Clara murmured. "If this was simple pennyroyal poisoning, I would expect different symptoms entirely. This suggests..." "Suggests what, Miss Wetherly?" "Cardiac failure, Inspector. But pennyroyal typically causes liver toxicity over several days, not immediate heart problems." She looked back at the teacup with growing concern. Someone disguised what was really in this tea. Black tea leaves for familiarity, sugar to mask bitterness, pennyroyal for the obvious assumption everyone would make. But Rose wanted that child, Inspector. Redgrave stared at her, silent for a moment. Then he stood, expression unreadable. "Then someone wanted it to look like she didn't." He glanced again at the carefully placed teacup, the serene posture, the sugary cover. "If we tell the household this was murder, Clara, the killer will vanish behind mourning veils and alibis." Clara's eyes narrowed. "So, you intend to lie?" "I intend to observe. If what you say is true, someone here knows something. Clara folded her arms. "No, Inspector. Someone here is a murderer." From the direction of the house came the sound of hurried footsteps on gravel, and the Duchess of Thornfield appeared at the garden's edge, her silver hair immaculately arranged despite the early hour, and her face drawn with grief and worry. Beside her walked a thin woman with greying hair pinned severely back. Miss Evelyn Hartwell, the Duchess's paid companion, her face pale with shock. "Inspector Redgrave," the Duchess called, her voice carrying the sort of authority that came from generations of breeding. "Have you discovered what happened to my poor Rose?" Redgrave straightened his shoulders, and Clara noticed how his posture shifted subtly in the presence of aristocracy, not quite deferential but acknowledging. "Your Grace," he said with a slight bow, "I've only just arrived. The circumstances are concerning." As if summoned by the growing commotion, another figure appeared on the path, a woman in a crisp dark dress with the bearing of someone accustomed to command. Margaret Pritchard, the head housemaid, approached with brisk efficiency, her hands already folded in the manner of someone taking charge of a crisis. "Your Grace," Margaret said, addressing the Duchess while casting a worried glance toward Rose's still form. "I've sent word to Dr. Pemberton and ensured the other servants remain in the house as instructed. Is there anything else you require?" "No, my dear, thank you." Clara watched with interest as Margaret's gaze swept the scene, taking in every detail with the sharp attention of someone who missed nothing. For just a moment, Margaret's eyes lingered on the teacup before moving away. "What sort of concerns, Inspector?" the Duchess asked, her voice trembling slightly. Clara watched as Redgrave chose his words with evident discomfort. "It appears Miss Fletcher may have consumed something harmful. These situations sometimes occur when young women find themselves facing difficult circumstances." The colour drained from the Duchess's face, and Miss Hartwell moved closer to support her employer's arm. "You're suggesting Rose harmed herself deliberately?" "That's impossible, Inspector. Rose was devoted to her duties to this household. She was a sensible, capable young woman." "Indeed," Miss Hartwell added softly, her voice carrying genuine distress. "Rose was always so careful, so proper in everything she did. I cannot imagine her taking such a desperate action." Margaret nodded gravely. "Poor Miss Rose did seem rather troubled these past weeks, Your Grace. Perhaps more than any of us realised." "Your Grace," Redgrave said gently, "I understand that this is distressing, but sometimes people make choices we don't expect, particularly when they're facing circumstances that seem overwhelming. Rose was not the sort to make such choices," the Duchess said firmly. "If she was in trouble of any kind, she would have come to me for help. I treated her like family." Clara found herself studying the faces around her. The grief and shock seemed genuine from everyone present. The weight of losing someone who had been part of the household's daily routine was clearly affecting them all. "Nevertheless," Redgrave continued, "the evidence suggests Miss Fletcher consumed pennyroyal, an herb known for its particular uses among women in delicate situations." Miss Hartwell's lips parted, just slightly, as if something truer hovered there, waiting. But the Duchess's hand settled on her arm, a gentle weight with sharp intent. Whatever Hartwell meant to say vanished. She offered only, "Pennyroyal," her voice barely above a whisper. "How dreadful! Such a tragedy," Margaret murmured, shaking her head. "To think she was so desperate she would resort to such measures." "I still cannot believe it," the Duchess said, her voice growing stronger with conviction. "Rose would never... There must be some other explanation." The small group stood in uncomfortable silence for a moment, the weight of tragedy settling over them. The back of Clara's neck prickled. Not one of them had asked whether Rose was truly with child. Not one had seemed surprised. Clara's jaw tightened. Not the Duchess, not Evelyn, not Margaret. The presence of pennyroyal had spoken louder than the woman herself. No one questioned it, and yet no one had seemed surprised either. "Inspector," the Duchess said finally, "I trust you'll conduct a thorough investigation. Rose deserves that much." "Of course, Your Grace. I'll need to examine the scene more carefully and speak with the household staff." Redgrave glanced around the group. "I must ask that the area be kept clear until we've completed our work." "Naturally," the Duchess straightened her shoulders. "Miss Hartwell, perhaps you could help me return to the house. This has been quite overwhelming." "Of course, Your Grace. I'll need to examine the scene more carefully and speak with the household staff." Redgrave glanced around the group. "I must ask that the area be kept clear until we've completed our work." Margaret stepped forward with practised efficiency. "I'll ensure the household remains organised during this difficult time, Your Grace. There are arrangements to be made, and the other servants will need guidance." Marmalade chose that moment to emerge from his lavender paradise, his orange fur dusted with purple petals. He sat down near Rose's body and began washing his paws with casual indifference to the human drama that had unfolded around him. "Poor Rose was quite fond of that cat," the Duchess called back softly before disappearing around the garden's edge. "She always saved him the best bits from her breakfast kippers." As the three women made their way back toward the house, the Duchess was shaking her head and patting Mrs. Hartwell's hand, and Margaret glanced back, her expression unreadable. As the three women departed along the gravel path, the Duchess murmured reassurances while patting Miss Hartwell's hand. Margaret followed a few steps behind, but paused just long enough to glance back, her expression unreadable. Behind them, the low murmur of constables continued, boots crunching on gravel, pencils scratching across paper, as the formal machinery of investigation clicked into motion. Clara turned to Redgrave. "Inspector, there's something else I must tell you about the pennyroyal." "What is that, Clara?" She hesitated, then looked him directly in the eye. "I'm fairly certain it's mine." A hush settled over the garden. Even the lavender seemed to hold its breath. From the far side of the path, Marmalade rose from his place in the sun-warmed soil. He padded over on silent paws, nosed the delicate porcelain cup, and gave it one decisive sniff. Then, without ceremony, he turned his back on it and sat down, his tail curled like a question mark against the stone. Chapter 2. "Would you care to explain what you mean by 'the pennyroyal is yours,' Miss Wetherly?" Redgrave ran his hand through his dark hair, disturbing the careful part he'd maintained since Clara had known him. The gesture made him look younger somehow, less like the unflappable inspector and more like a man confronting something that defied his understanding of proper criminal behaviour. "I believe it came from my poison garden," Clara said, surprised by his reaction. "Your what?" Redgrave's voice rose slightly, and Clara caught the faintest hint of his aristocratic accent slipping through his carefully neutral tone. "Please tell me you are not serious about maintaining an actual poison garden." "Of course I am," Clara replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Inspector, I can hardly understand antidotes without studying the poisons themselves. Knowledge of dangerous plants is essential to my work. How else would I know how to counteract them?" Redgrave's expression suggested he was still processing the concept of a woman casually maintaining a collection of deadly plants. "And where exactly do you keep this collection?" "Here, on the estate grounds." Clara gestured toward the greenhouse complex visible beyond the lavender beds. "The more dangerous specimens require special handling, so I keep them separate and properly secured." "Here!" Redgrave's eyebrows rose. "On the Duchess's property. Where else would I keep them? I need access for my work, but they must be secured away from the household." Clara paused, noting his expression. The Duchess was quite understanding about the arrangement. "I'm sure she was." Redgrave's tone was dry enough to preserve specimens. "And who has access to this garden?" Clara felt heat rise in her cheeks as she considered the security implications. "Well, myself, naturally. Though I suppose we should verify whether it's actually my pennyroyal that was used. We'll need to examine the garden to see if there's been any disturbance." "Indeed we will." Redgrave's tone suggested he had several pointed questions about her security arrangements. "Lead the way, Miss Wetherly." They made their way along the gravel paths toward the greenhouse complex, Marmalade padding behind them with the air of a cat who had appointed himself official supervisor of the investigation. The morning mist was lifting, revealing the full scope of the estate's gardens in the pale autumn light. "You know," Redgrave said conversationally as they walked, "most people would consider it unusual for a young woman to cultivate deadly plants as a professional necessity. And most young women would consider it unusual for an inspector to appreciate botanical evidence," Clara replied crisply. "Yet here we are, Inspector." "Touché, Miss Wetherly." As they approached the main greenhouse, a figure emerged from behind the potting benches. A tall, broad-shouldered man in his middle years, his dark hair streaked with silver and his strong hands stained with soil. Silas Whitmore, the head gardener, looked up at their approach with an expression of barely contained distress. "Miss Wetherly," he said, his voice gruff with emotion. "Terrible business about Miss Rose. Just terrible." "Indeed it is, Mr. Whitmore," Clara replied gently. "Inspector, may I present Mr. Silas Whitmore, the head gardener. Silas, this is Inspector Redgrave from Scotland Yard." Silas nodded to Redgrave with the sort of respectful wariness working men showed to authority figures. "Inspector, glad to see someone's taking this seriously." "Mr. Whitmore," Redgrave said, his tone professional but not unkind, "I'll need to ask you a few questions. Where were you last evening and early this morning?" "Here, sir." "Same as always. Was checking the greenhouse temperatures before dawn. The weather's been turning, and we can't afford to lose the tender specimens." Silas's hands, Clara noticed, were trembling slightly as he spoke. "And did you see or hear anything unusual? Anyone who shouldn't have been on the grounds?" Silas shifted his weight uncomfortably, his eyes darting away from Redgrave's direct gaze. "Well, sir, can't say I noticed anything particular." Clara frowned. That wasn't quite the same as saying he'd seen nothing at all. Redgrave's attention sharpened. "That's an interesting way to phrase it, Mr. Whitmore. Did you see someone on the grounds who perhaps should have been there? Silas fidgeted with his cap, clearly uncomfortable. "Well, sir, people have their business about the estate. Not my place to question who's where." "But you did see someone," Redgrave pressed. "Who was it, Mr. Whitmore?" Silas's face reddened, but he seemed to realise he had little choice but to answer directly. "Saw Miss Hartwell taking her evening walk, sir. Around the garden paths, same as she does most nights. But that's just her usual constitutional. Nothing unusual about it." Clara watched this exchange with growing interest. Silas was clearly uncomfortable discussing Miss Hartwell's presence, though his distress when speaking of Rose's death seemed genuine. "How well did you know Miss Rose?" she asked gently. "Well enough, miss. She was particular about things, always wanting the flower arrangements just so, always checking that the garden deliveries to the house were perfect." Silas's voice carried years of mild frustration. Not saying she deserved what happened, mind you, just that Rose had high standards for everyone. "Did she seem troubled lately?" Redgrave asked. Silas hesitated. "These past few days, yes. Asking questions around the estate, seemed worried about something, even asked about your schedule, Miss Wetherly, when you'd be visiting next, how long you usually stayed." Clara felt a chill run through her. "When was this?" "Just yesterday afternoon, miss. She seemed urgent about it, said she needed to speak with you about something important." "Did she say what?" Redgrave asked. "No, sir." But she seemed proper worried. "More than I'd ever seen her." Silas's brow furrowed with concern. "Do you suppose Miss Rose was feeling ill? Maybe that's why she wanted to speak with you, Miss Wetherly." "I'm unsure, Silas, but I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it," Clara replied gently. She exchanged a glance with Redgrave. If Rose had wanted to consult her about something urgent and then died that very night. They made their way into the greenhouse where Clara's work area occupied a corner near the windows. Her small wooden desk and preparation table looked exactly as she'd left them, except for one crucial detail that made her breath catch in her throat. "Oh," Clara breathed, staring at the splintered wood around her desk drawer's lock. "Someone broke into my drawer." Redgrave crouched beside the desk, examining the damage with professional interest. "These are tool marks. Someone pried this lock open with considerable force." He looked up at her. "What was kept in this drawer?" Clara's hands shook slightly as she pulled the damaged drawer open, careful not to disturb any evidence. Garden tools, plant markers, my preparation notebook. Nothing of value to anyone except... She trailed off, staring at the empty spot where her poisoned garden key should have been. "The key," Redgrave observed grimly. "They came specifically for the key to your poison garden." "But that means..." Clara felt the implications settling over her like cold fog. "Someone knew exactly where I kept it. Someone who's observed my routines closely enough to know my security arrangements." Silas's eyes widened in alarm. "Someone broke into your drawer and stole your key, Miss Wetherly? That's terrible. Who would do such a thing?" He looked genuinely shaken. "Miss Wetherly, if I may, I do have a spare key to your garden. Made one when you first set it up, figured it was better safe than sorry in case of emergencies." "You never mentioned a spare key," Clara said. "Didn't want to worry you about it, miss." "Keep it locked in my tool chest. No one else knows about it." He gestured toward the weathered wooden shed behind the greenhouse. Clara filed that away. Convenient, perhaps, or too convenient. Although she couldn't imagine Silas murdering Rose, what reason would have had to do so? "Thank you, Mr. Whitmore." "Please fetch it," Redgrave said. "Then I'll need you to return to your regular duties. Stay available. I may have more questions for you later." Silas's face showed obvious relief. "Of course, Inspector. Whatever I can do to help." After Silas retrieved the key and departed, Clara and Redgrave made their way to the poison garden alone. Clara's painted warning signs were clearly visible, and the lock hung securely in place on the gate. She fit the key into the latch and turned it with a quiet click. The gate creaked open and Marmalade slipped through ahead of them, nose twitching as he prowled the edges of the beds. Inside the garden, Clara moved among her plants, with growing dismay. "The pennyroyal patch has been harvested," she said, kneeling beside the depleted area. "See how cleanly the stems were cut? This was done by someone who knew exactly what they were doing." She moved to another section where dark purple flowers drooped on damaged stalks. "And here, monkshood roots have been taken." "Inspector, this changes everything." "How so?" "The blue lips we saw on Rose's body, that's not from pennyroyal poisoning. That's cardiac failure from aconite." Clara's voice grew urgent. "Inspector, I need to examine that teacup and the remaining tea leaves much more carefully. If someone combined pennyroyal with aconite, what would that accomplish?" "It would create the perfect cover story. Everyone would assume Rose died trying to bring on her courses, a tragic accident that no one would investigate closely. But the aconite would ensure rapid death. Together they'd mimic the appearance of a tragic mistake," she added. "A desperate young woman, a miscalculation of dosage. No one would question it because no one would want to." Clara stood, brushing soil from her skirts. Whoever did this underestimated how closely the evidence would be examined. Redgrave studied her face. "You're certain about this connection?" "The professional harvesting, the specific plants chosen, the sophisticated preparation we saw in the teacup. It's all the work of someone with considerable botanical expertise. Someone who knew my routines well enough to break into my drawer and steal my key. Clara paused, the full implication hitting her. Inspector, that means it's someone in the Duchess's household. The realization stung more than she expected. Not just that her trust had been violated, but that her knowledge had been twisted into a weapon. Redgrave's expression darkened, and he let out a long, weary breath. Miss Wetherly, you do realise what you're suggesting? An investigation within an aristocratic household means politics and complications, yes, but it also means our killer is still here, still has access to my stolen key, and is living under the same roof as the Duchess. Clara's voice grew more determined. We can't ignore the evidence simply because it's inconvenient. As they prepared to leave the garden, Marmalade had positioned himself squarely in front of a patch of plants Clara hadn't yet examined, his amber eyes fixed on her with unusual intensity. He sat perfectly still, tail wrapped around his paws, as if guarding something of particular importance. Come along, Marmalade, Clara called, but the cat didn't budge. She took a few steps toward the gate, but Marmalade remained rooted to the spot like an orange sentinel, his gaze fixed, not on her, but on the soil beneath the monk's hood. What is it? She nearly asked aloud. Only when she reached the gate and placed her hand on the latch did he finally rise and pad after them, tail flicking once in quiet protest. Clara frowned. She'd have to come back. Whatever Marmalade had been watching, it wasn't nothing. We need to secure this garden immediately, Redgrave said grimly as they locked the gate behind them. I'll have the locks changed today. And, Miss Wetherly, you'll be the only one with access from now on. Clara nodded, but her mind was already racing ahead to what she might discover when she re-examined the tea leaves, and to the uncomfortable reality that somewhere within the Duchess's household a killer walked freely among them. By late afternoon, Redgrave had taken statements from the household, though Clara suspected most had offered little more than pleasantries and omissions. No one had seen Rose slip away. No one heard a cry, or a teacup shatter, or the distinct sound of grief edging into fear. The poison garden had been secured. The new key was entrusted to her care. And yet Clara couldn't shake the feeling that she'd overlooked something important, something Marmalade had noticed. She left Thornfield Hall with a vial of the remaining tea leaves in her coat pocket, the weight of it heavier than it ought to be. She needed her shop, her tinctures, her tools. But more than anything, she needed answers, and someone in Bloomsbury always knew more than they let on. At least they did when asked the right way. Chapter 3. The familiar brass bell above her shop door gave its cheerful chime as Clara stepped inside Hawthorne and Wetherly, but the sound felt oddly muted this afternoon. She closed the door behind her with deliberate care and set the small glass vial of remaining tea leaves on her preparation counter, handling it as if it contained all the secrets of the world, which, she reflected grimly, it very well might. The afternoon light slanted through her shop windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in lazy spirals above her shelves of labelled jars. She moved without conscious thought, straightening herb bundles that were already perfectly arranged, checking tincture bottles she'd examined just that morning. Anything to keep her hands busy while her mind wrestled with the morning's discoveries. A pointed meow from the direction of the stairs reminded her she had other responsibilities. Marmalade sat at the foot of the steps leading to her apartment, his orange bulk radiating an indignation that could have curdled milk. "I know," she said, moving toward the small alcove where she kept his food. Both breakfast and lunch were scandalously delayed. Marmalade's response was a look of such withering disdain that Clara almost smiled despite herself. She opened a tin of the good salmon, an apology really, and watched as he approached his bowl with regal dignity. The familiar ritual settled something in her chest. Here, at least, was one small corner of the world that remained unchanged by the morning's revelations. But even as she watched Marmalade eat, her eyes drifted to the shelf where her grandmother's tarot deck sat tucked between a volume on British flora and her accounts ledger. The worn leather case seemed to draw her attention like a lodestone, though she'd told herself repeatedly over the past 3 years that such things were mere superstition. Still, her fingers found their way to the cards. They felt warm in her hands, as they always did, and she shuffled them with the particular care Genevieve had taught her, not too brisk, not too gentle, allowing the deck to fall naturally into new patterns. Her fingers separated the deck and turned over the top card, almost without conscious decision. The moon. The illustrated card stared back at her, its silver light casting shadows across a landscape of hidden paths and uncertain terrain. Deception, her grandmother had always said. Illusions. Things are not as they appear. Hidden truths struggling to emerge from darkness. A shiver ran down her spine that had nothing to do with the autumn chill. Marmalade had finished eating and now sat perfectly still, watching her with those unsettling amber eyes that seemed to see far too much. "Don't look at me like that," she murmured, slipping the card back into the deck. The unease remained, but before she could dwell on it further, the bell above her door chimed again. She looked up to see a small parade of familiar faces entering her shop. Mrs. Penfield leading the way with her usual air of barely contained excitement, followed by Miss Harriet Collins, Mrs. Turner, Mrs. Winters, and Mrs. Bloom. "Oh, Clara!" Mrs. Penfield burst out before the door had even shut. "We heard about the tragedy at the Duchess's estate." That poor girl. "News travels quickly," Clara said, noting how each woman carried a small notebook. "Indeed it does." Mrs. Winters settled her burgundy skirts with practised elegance. "When word spreads that both you and Inspector Redgrave were called to the scene—" "I could hardly say I was called. I was merely tending the greenhouse. We couldn't help but wonder," Miss Collins interrupted, adjusting her wire-rimmed spectacles, "if there might be more to investigate than a simple accident." Clara smiled. The ladies had proven themselves capable allies, and in recent months their success with the Fairfax case had led to solving several smaller neighbourhood mysteries. "The household is saying Rose Fletcher took too much pennyroyal," Mrs. Turner said carefully. "Is it true? Was the poor girl with child?" Clara chose her words with care. "I believe so. I saw her just a few days ago." Mrs. Penfield's eyes sharpened. "Is that the same young lady who visited your shop? The one in her uniform?" "Yes," Clara said sadly. "She came for red raspberry leaf tea." Mrs. Turner, as a physician's widow, immediately understood the significance. Red raspberry. If she came to you for that, why would she then drink pennyroyal to— She paused delicately. "That," Clara said, "it is exactly what I mean to find out." Miss Collins leaned forward, consulting her notebook. "According to the penny dreadfuls, in cases like this, it's always the husband or the lover, if someone didn't want the child." "Does anyone know who the father was?" Mrs. Bloom asked quietly. "We don't yet know," Clara said carefully. "That's where you ladies might help. Listen for any hints of gossip. Was Rose meeting with someone? A gentleman caller? Someone on the staff? Has anyone seen her about town with a particular person?" The ladies exchanged meaningful glances, their investigative instincts clearly engaged. "Has anyone heard any gossip coming out of the Duchess's household lately?" Clara asked. "Any changes, tensions, or unusual activity?" "Now that you mention it," Mrs. Winters said thoughtfully, "there have been some interesting developments. Young Charles Thornfield's engagement to Lady Victoria Ashford, for instance. She's been coming for fittings, and there's been quite a bit of excitement about the match." "A good alliance," Mrs. Turner agreed. "And," Mrs. Bloom added, "there's been talk about the Duchess herself. Poor lady has seemed rather forgetful lately." Mrs. Turner nodded. "I've noticed it myself during my afternoon visits. Her companion, Miss Hartwell, mentioned that the Duchess is sharp as a tack in the mornings, but by the time I arrive." She shrugged delicately. "Forgetful, how?" Clara asked. "Oh, the usual things," Mrs. Winters said. "Losing track of conversations, misplacing items." She mentioned it to her companion just last week. Said her mind goes quite woolly some afternoons. That is what the housemaid reported to Lady Darlington's cook. The household staff knows everything. "Always at the same time?" Clara asked. "Yes, alert as ever in the mornings, but come mid-afternoon." Mrs. Winters shrugged. "I suppose we all feel a bit drowsy as the day progresses." "Indeed," Clara murmured, filing the information away. The specific timing was curious, though perhaps that was simply the natural ebb and flow of energy in someone her age. Though something about it bothered Clara, even though she couldn't quite place what it was. "Has anyone consulted a physician about this fatigue?" "Dr. Pemberton sees her regularly," Mrs. Turner replied. "But at her age, such afternoon lapses are hardly unusual. Many elderly people find their energy flags as the day progresses." Clara frowned slightly. "Elderly? The Duchess is hardly that. She's past her middling years certainly, but not yet 60, surely." "Well, no," Mrs. Turner admitted. "But you know how it is. Once ladies reach a certain age, physicians tend to attribute everything to the natural decline of years. When I tend my plants at the estate, the Duchess has always struck me as remarkably sharp and energetic, full of wit and quite commanding." Clara paused, considering. "Though I suppose I am always there in the early morning hours. If her energy flags by afternoon, I wouldn't have witnessed it." Mrs. Penfield leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Clara, dear, do you truly think someone killed that poor girl? What does our handsome inspector think?" "The evidence is complex. Inspector Redgrave is keeping an open mind, as am I. But yes, there are questions that need answering. Questions about the circumstances of her death, among other things." Clara chose her words carefully. "Which is why any information you can gather would be valuable. Listen for household gossip, staff relationships, recent changes, but please, be extremely careful not to alert anyone to our interest." Mrs. Penfield's eyes gleamed with excitement. "We're merely concerned neighbours after all." Miss Collins was already making notes. "I can speak with the other physicians' wives," Mrs. Turner offered. "See if anyone else has noticed changes in the Duchess's health." Mrs. Bloom and Mrs. Penfield exchanged glances. "We'll handle the servant network," Mrs. Penfield announced. "Between the market gossip and delivery boys, we'll learn everything there is to know about that household." "And I have fittings scheduled with several ladies who move in the Duchess's circle," Mrs. Winters added. "If there are secrets to be uncovered, they'll emerge eventually." Marmalade, who had been observing this exchange with interest, hopped onto the counter and settled himself next to Clara's notebook. His amber eyes fixed on the assembled ladies with what appeared to be approval. "Very well," Clara said, "but we share everything we learn, and we take no unnecessary risks." As the ladies began discussing their investigative assignments, Clara's gaze drifted to the glass vial on her counter. The real work, the botanical analysis that might prove or disprove her suspicions, would have to wait until this evening. Outside, the afternoon light was beginning to fade, but inside Hawthorne and Wetherly, the ladies of Bloomsbury had just quietly declared war on deception, and Clara suspected that Rose Fletcher's killer had no idea what careful observers were now watching from the shadows. Chapter 4. The bell above Clara's shop door had barely stopped chiming after the ladies' departure, when Clara turned her attention to the small glass vial sitting on her preparation counter. The remaining tea leaves mocked her with their innocent appearance, yet she knew they held the key to understanding Rose Fletcher's death. She lit the oil lamp and adjusted the wick, casting a steady golden light across her workspace. From beneath the counter she retrieved her magnifying glass. the same one her grandmother had used to examine the finest details of dried herbs and pressed flowers. The tea leaves scattered across the white porcelain dish told their story in fragments. The coarse, jagged edges of pennyroyal were immediately recognisable, their distinctive mint scent still detectable even after they dried. But as Clara leaned closer, studying each particle with methodical precision, she found what she'd feared she would. Aconite root fragments, small, innocuous-looking pieces that spoke of sophisticated preparation and deadly intent. Monkshood, she whispered to the empty shop, her breath misting in the lamplight. Not just pennyroyal for an attempt to bring on her courses gone wrong, but aconite deliberately added to ensure death. Someone with considerable botanical expertise had crafted this killing dose. She carefully returned the evidence to its vial and sealed it with wax. The realization struck her with sudden clarity. Both plants had come from her poison garden. Whoever had stolen her key was their killer. They needed to find that key. Clara extinguished the lamp and made her way upstairs to her apartment, Marmalade following at his usual dignified pace. As she prepared for bed, her mind churned with questions. Who in the Duchess's household possessed such botanical expertise? Who had stolen the key to her poison garden? And what could possibly drive someone to murder a lady's maid with such calculated precision? Sleep, when it finally came, was restless and filled with dreams of lavender gardens and shadowed figures moving through moonlit paths. Clara woke to the familiar sounds of Bloomsbury stirring to life below. She dressed quickly and made her way downstairs to prepare for the day, but stopped short at the sight that greeted her in the shop. 2 teacups sat on the small table near the window, arranged with perfect precision on matching saucers. The delicate porcelain bore a pattern of pink roses that had been her grandmother's favourite, and the cups were positioned as if waiting for guests who had been expected. "Good morning, Marmalade." The large orange cat sat washing his paws near the counter with the sort of focused attention that suggested more important matters were afoot. "Unless you've developed opposable thumbs overnight, I'd say Grandmother is up to something." Marmalade paused in his grooming to give her a look that clearly indicated such domestic arrangements were beneath his dignity, though his amber eyes fixed meaningfully on the small pitcher of cream that sat beside the mysterious tea service. Clara moved closer to examine the cups. They were clean, properly warmed, and positioned with the sort of care that spoke of long-practiced hospitality. A faint scent of lavender water hung in the air, the same fragrance her grandmother had favoured. "I suppose the inspector is visiting this morning," she murmured, running her finger along the rim of one cup. This had happened before, several times now, actually, when Redgrave was expected or about to arrive. She glanced around the shop, half expecting to catch a glimpse of silver hair or hear the soft humming that had once filled these rooms. As if summoned by her thoughts, the bell above the door chimed, and Inspector Redgrave stepped inside. His greatcoat was damp with morning mist, and his expression carried the sort of grim determination that spoke of a man preparing for an unpleasant duty. "Miss Wetherly," he said, removing his hat carefully, "I hope I'm not calling too early." "Not at all, Inspector. I was just preparing tea." Clara gestured toward the mysteriously arranged cups with a slight smile. "Perfect timing, as always." Redgrave's gaze lingered on the tea service for a moment, and Clara found herself noting how the morning light caught the silver threading through his dark hair at the temples. There was something almost vulnerable about the way he held his hat, turning it slowly in his hands as if weighing his words. "You look as though you didn't sleep well," she observed, busying herself with the kettle. "Neither did I, if it's any comfort." "The case?" "Among other things." Clara poured the steaming water, watching the leaves unfurl in the amber liquid. "I've examined the evidence. My observations were correct." Redgrave accepted the cup she offered, his fingers brushing hers briefly as he took it. Clara noticed his hands were steadier than his expression suggested. Murder, then. Without question. Clara settled into the chair across from him, noting how he sat with his back straight, as if still maintaining some invisible barrier. The tea contained both pennyroyal and aconite, monkshood root to be precise. Someone with considerable botanical knowledge prepared that mixture. At the word aconite, something shifted in Redgrave's posture. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, and his free hand moved unconsciously to his waistcoat pocket, touching something there, a watch chain, perhaps. Before he seemed to catch himself, "Inspector!" Clara leaned forward slightly. "Are you quite all right?" "Perfectly fine." His response came too quickly, too controlled. He took a deliberate sip of tea, then set the cup down with careful precision. "Tell me about this botanical knowledge. How specialised would it need to be?" Clara studied his face, noting the tension around his eyes. Something about the poison evidence had affected him more than professional interest would account for, but he was clearly not ready to discuss it. "Considerable," she said, allowing him his deflection. "Both plants require specific preparation methods. Aconite root must be processed carefully. Too little and it won't be effective, too much and the bitter taste would be overwhelming even with the sugar and black tea used to mask it. And the timing of the pennyroyal harvest, the way it was cut. This was done by someone who understands plants intimately. Could they have learned such things from books? Some of it, perhaps. But the practical knowledge, how the plants behave, how they smell when properly prepared, the precise measurements needed, that comes from experience." Clara set down her cup thoughtfully. "Inspector, since both plants came from my poison garden, whoever has my stolen key is our killer." Redgrave nodded slowly. "That narrows our field considerably, though we must consider Silas Whitmore. He had a spare key, and his botanical knowledge is extensive." Clara felt a flicker of discomfort at the suggestion. "Silas has been nothing but helpful. He's worked for the Duchess for 20 years, and I didn't see anything but genuine grief from him about Rose's death. Personal impressions can be deceiving in murder cases." "Perhaps," Clara said carefully, but what would be his motive? Silas seemed more frustrated with Rose's demanding nature than truly angry, and he's the one who told us about her urgent desire to speak with me. Which could be misdirection. Clara found herself reluctant to accept the possibility, though she recognised the logic. "But one thing doesn't make sense, Inspector. Silas had no reason to steal my key. He had his own all along. And why would he offer it up to us so readily if he knew we would discover that plants from the garden killed Rose? He couldn't have known we'd make that connection." Redgrave was quiet for a moment, considering her point. "You're right," he admitted. "That is peculiar logic for a guilty man. If we can find that key, we find our murderer." Redgrave's expression grew more focused, and Clara saw some of the tension leave his shoulders as he focused on the investigative logic. From his position near the counter, Marmalade had been watching their conversation with the sort of keen attention usually reserved for particularly interesting birds. Now, however, his focus had shifted entirely to the cream pitcher, and he was employing what Clara recognised as his most pathetic expression, wide amber eyes and a plaintive meow that suggested he hadn't been fed in days rather than merely hours. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Clara muttered, rising to address the feline crisis. "You'd think I starved you regularly." "Does he always insert himself into conversations this way?" Redgrave asked, and Clara was relieved to hear a note of genuine amusement in his voice. "Only when there's cream involved. Or salmon. Or really any food at all." Clara poured a small amount of cream into Marmalade's bowl, earning herself a look of royal approval. "He's rather particular about his standards." "Aren't we all?" Redgrave murmured, then seemed to catch himself making what might have been a personal observation. He cleared his throat. About the investigation. I agree we need to return to the estate, but I confess... He paused, his fingers drumming once against his thigh. Cases like this, in households like that, they can be complicated. There was something in his tone that suggested more than professional concern about aristocratic politics. Clara waited, sensing he was struggling with something he couldn't or wouldn't share. The Duchess will need to be told, she said gently, though perhaps not everything at once. No. Redgrave's response was sharp, almost harsh. Then, more quietly, no, we'll present it as a final examination to confirm the suicide theory, ensuring we can close the case properly. Give us access to search without alerting anyone that we're actually looking for a killer. His jaw tightened. The Yard would prefer this wrapped up quickly as suicide, one less complicated investigation. You sound as though you've encountered situations where authorities were too quick to accept such conclusions. For a moment something flickered across Redgrave's face. Pain, perhaps, or old anger. Then the professional mask slipped back into place. Sometimes too quick, yes. Clara sensed there was more to that statement, but before she could pursue it, Marmalade had finished his cream and was now investigating whether Redgrave might be persuaded to share his remaining biscuit. The inspector looked down at the expectant orange face with something approaching wonder. He's rather persistent, isn't he? Relentlessly so, though he's warmed to you considerably since our last case. Clara smiled as Marmalade wound himself around Redgrave's chair legs with obvious approval. I believe it was the fish you shared with him that won his loyalty. He has a very practical approach to friendship. High praise indeed, Redgrave said dryly, though Clara noticed he carefully broke off a small piece of biscuit for the cat. Very well, Miss Wetherly. If we're going to do this properly, we'll need a strategy. The estate is large, and if Rose didn't die where we found her, we'll need to search systematically. Look for signs of disturbance, anything that suggests a struggle or hasty clean-up. Clara refilled their cups, thinking through the logistics. And we'll need to observe the household carefully. Whoever moved Rose's body had to know the grounds well enough to navigate them in darkness, which suggests someone familiar with the estate. Redgrave nodded grimly. Someone with regular access to both the grounds and the house itself. And someone strong enough to carry Rose's body from wherever she actually died to the Lavender garden. Clara added sugar to her tea, stirring thoughtfully. That's not inconsiderable distance, depending on the location. Unless they had help. Redgrave's expression grew more troubled. We could be looking at more than one person involved in this. The possibility hung between them, adding another layer of complexity to an already challenging investigation. Clara found herself studying Redgrave's profile as he gazed out the window, noting the precise line of his jaw and the way morning light revealed the faint scar along his left temple that she'd never noticed before. There was something almost austere about his features, but also a quality of careful control that suggested deeper currents beneath the surface. "Inspector," she said carefully, "when we returned to the estate, you seem concerned about more than just the investigation itself." Redgrave's attention snapped back to her, and for just a moment she saw something unguarded in his expression. Then it was gone, replaced by professional courtesy. "Aristocratic households can be challenging environments for police work," he said finally. "Social complications tend to interfere with the pursuit of truth." It wasn't the whole answer, Clara realised, but it was all she was going to get for now. She nodded as if accepting his explanation, filing away her observations for future consideration. "Then we'd best be prepared for complications," she said practically. "Can you be ready within the hour? If we're going to find where Rose really died, we need to do it before whoever moved her body realises we know the truth." Redgrave stood, reaching for his hat. "I'll have a carriage waiting." He paused at the door, looking back at her with an expression that seemed to carry more weight than the simple logistics of their investigation warranted. "Miss Wetherly, Clara, be careful today. Whoever did this used your poison garden, your stolen key. They may be trying to frame you for Rose's death." After he departed, Clara found herself staring at the door long after the sound of his footsteps had faded. The way he'd said her name, the genuine concern in his voice, there had been something almost protective about it that sent an unexpected warmth through her chest. Marmalade, having finished investigating the biscuit crumbs, hopped onto the table and began grooming his whiskers with the satisfied air of a cat who had successfully managed both cream acquisition and human manipulation in a single morning. "Don't look so pleased with yourself," Clara murmured, though she couldn't quite suppress a smile. "Some of us have actual work to do." But as she gathered her things for the return to Thornfield House, she found her thoughts lingering on silver-touched hair and carefully controlled expressions, and the growing certainty that Inspector Graham Redgrave was far more complicated and far more interesting than she'd initially realised. Chapter 5. The carriage wheels clattered over the cobblestones as Clara and Inspector Redgrave made their way through the morning fog toward the Duchess's Bloomsbury townhouse. Clara had been quiet for most of the journey, her hands folded carefully in her lap. But as they turned onto the familiar street, she felt compelled to share what had been troubling her since the ladies' visit. "Inspector," she said, watching his profile as he gazed out at the passing buildings, "there's something Mrs. Turner mentioned yesterday that I've been considering." "What's that?" "She said the Duchess becomes rather woolly-minded in the afternoons. Sharp as ever in the mornings, but by the time Mrs. Turner arrives for her visits, usually around 3 o'clock, the Duchess seems confused, forgetful." Clara paused, studying Redgrave's reaction. "That doesn't align with my own observations. When I tend my plants there, always in the early morning hours, she's remarkably astute." Redgrave frowned, his attention shifting from the window to Clara. "That's curious. The Duchess I've known has always been formidable, hardly the sort to suffer from afternoon fatigue severe enough to cause confusion." "You've known her long?" "Our families—" Redgrave paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "Our paths crossed in the past." "She's not aged or infirm, Miss Wetherly. If what Mrs. Turner observed is accurate, something else may be affecting her faculties." Clara noted the careful way he spoke about his connection to the Duchess, filing away the information for later consideration. As the carriage slowed before the elegant townhouse, she gathered her reticule and prepared to alight. "Remember," Redgrave said as they prepared to alight, "we're here to conduct a final examination before closing this as suicide. Let them believe we're simply being thorough." Clara nodded, though something cold twisted in her stomach at the word suicide. As they walked through the garden paths toward the main entrance, Clara spotted a familiar figure tending to the flower beds near the greenhouse. Silas Whitmore looked up at their approach, his weathered face creased with concern, and his cap clutched in his soil-stained hands. "Miss Wetherly, Inspector," Silas said with a respectful nod, rising from where he'd been working among the late autumn roses. "Terrible business about Miss Rose. Just terrible." "Indeed it is, Mr. Whitmore," Clara replied gently. "How are you managing?" "Well enough, miss, though it's hard to concentrate on the work." Silas fidgeted with his cap, his eyes darting nervously between Clara and Redgrave. "I was wondering, that is, I wanted to ask about the funeral arrangements. Should I prepare flowers from the garden? Miss Rose was always partial to the white roses near the greenhouse." "I'm sure the Duchess would appreciate that gesture," Clara said. Redgrave's attention sharpened as he observed the gardener's obvious discomfort. "Mr. Whitmore, I'll need to speak with you again before we conclude our investigation. There are a few additional questions that have arisen." Silas shifted his weight uncomfortably, his eyes avoiding Redgrave's direct gaze. "Of course, Inspector." I'll be here in the gardens if you need me. Always am, this time of day." Clara noted the man's obvious nervousness, though she attributed it to natural unease around authority. Silas had always been somewhat shy around visitors to the estate. "We'll find you later," Redgrave said, making a mental note of the gardener's reaction. "Carry on with your work." As they continued toward the house, Clara glanced back to see Silas returning to his roses with movements that seemed more agitated than purposeful. "Inspector," Clara said quietly, "surely you don't suspect Silas?" "I've known him for years. He's one of the gentlest souls I've ever met. I cannot imagine him harming anyone, least of all Rose." Redgrave's expression remained thoughtful. "Miss Wetherly, someone had to move Rose's body to that garden table. That would require considerable physical strength." Clara felt a chill at his words, the implications settling over her like cold fog. "And let us not forget," Redgrave continued quietly, "Mr. Whitmore also had a spare key to your poison garden. No one is above suspicion, Miss Wetherly, not even those we trust." The Duchess received them in her morning room, an elegantly appointed space done in shades of lavender and cream that seemed to echo the gardens where Rose had been found. The Duchess herself sat in the place of honour near the fireplace, wearing a dress of deep purple silk that complemented her silver hair, with a small mourning brooch pinned to her bodice in Rose's memory. While there were shadows beneath her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights, her bearing remained regal. Beside her sat a thin woman with greying hair pinned severely back, Miss Evelyn Hartwell, the Duchess's paid companion, her face pale with the sort of drawn exhaustion that suggested she'd spent the night comforting her employer. Near the window, a young woman with golden hair arranged in elaborate curls occupied a chair with graceful elegance. Her grey silk dress was appropriately subdued for paying respects, and the emeralds at her throat suggested considerable wealth. Two other ladies sat nearby, one a striking brunette with an air of practised charm, the other a quieter blonde who seemed content to observe rather than participate. "Inspector Redgrave, Miss Wetherly," the Duchess said, rising to greet them with the sort of gracious warmth that made Clara understand why Rose had been devoted to her. "May I present Lady Victoria Ashford, my nephew's fiancée, and her companions, Lady Celia Hartwell and Miss Penelope Ashworth. Ladies, Inspector Redgrave is conducting the inquiry into poor Rose's death." Clara studied Lady Victoria with interest as they exchanged greetings. She was perhaps 25, with a complexion that spoke of careful protection from sun and worry alike. This, then, was Charles's fiancée. "How thoughtful of you all to call during this difficult time," Redgrave said with a polite bow. "We came as soon as we heard," Lady Victoria replied softly. "Such a shock to lose someone from the household so suddenly." "Indeed," Miss Hartwell added with quiet distress, "poor Rose was such a capable, devoted young woman. Her loss is deeply felt by everyone who knew her." "Thank you for coming," the Duchess continued as they all settled into chairs. "I confess I've been quite beside myself since yesterday's tragedy. Having dear friends nearby has been a great comfort." "Your Grace," Redgrave said, settling into the chair she indicated, "I want to assure you that we're conducting a thorough final examination of yesterday's events. We want to ensure our conclusions are complete before the matter is officially closed." The Duchess's hands tightened in her lap. "You still believe Rose took her own life?" "The evidence suggests that to be the case," Redgrave said carefully, "or perhaps a dreadful miscalculation of dosage." "Rose was not the sort to lose hope so completely," the Duchess said with quiet conviction. "If she had troubles, she would have come to me. I've always told my household they could approach me with any difficulty." "Indeed," Miss Hartwell agreed, leaning forward slightly. "Rose confided in her Grace about many matters. If she was in distress of any kind, I'm certain she would have sought guidance rather than resorting to such desperate measures. Lady Celia turned her attention to Redgrave with a smile that seemed too warm for the circumstances. Inspector, how fascinating that Scotland Yard involves itself so thoroughly in such matters. Your dedication must require considerable personal sacrifice. Clara felt an unexpected flutter of irritation at the woman's tone. Lady Celia was addressing Redgrave as if he were a curiosity rather than a professional conducting serious business. The Metropolitan Police takes all deaths seriously, Lady Celia, Redgrave replied with polite neutrality. Of course, Lady Celia murmured, leaning forward slightly, though surely you could benefit from local insight. I'm certain any of us would be delighted to assist with statements or perhaps discuss the matter over dinner. My family maintains an excellent cellar. Inspector, Clara interjected with rather more sharpness than she'd intended, we should speak with the household staff while they're available. Lady Celia's gaze shifted to Clara with cool assessment, taking in her practical dress and forthright manner with barely concealed disdain. Before anyone could respond, the door opened to admit Margaret Pritchard, who entered with a tea service arranged on a silver tray. She wore a black dress that was finer than what Clara had seen her in before, presumably Rose's former attire, adjusted to fit her smaller frame, with a black armband around her left sleeve. "Your Grace," Margaret said softly, "I've brought tea as requested." "Thank you, my dear," the Duchess replied warmly. "Margaret has been such a comfort to me during this difficult time," she continued, addressing her guests, "stepping into Rose's duties without hesitation, despite her grief. She and Rose were quite close, you know." Clara watched Margaret move among the guests with practised grace, noting how the woman carried herself with newfound confidence. Something about the situation struck her as noteworthy, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what. "Margaret, dear," the Duchess said as her new lady's maid poured, "Inspector Redgrave and Miss Wetherly will need to examine Rose's quarters as part of their investigation. Could you show them the way when they're ready?" "Of course, Your Grace." Margaret's voice carried just the right note of helpful cooperation. "I should mention that we'll be packing Miss Rose's belongings this afternoon to send to her family. Poor souls have been through enough without delay." "Very thoughtful," the Duchess murmured. "And you'll be moving your things into those rooms soon, I expect. As lady's maid, you'll need to be close at hand." Margaret nodded respectfully. "As you wish, Your Grace." "I confess, it feels strange to benefit from such tragic circumstances, but I'll do my best to serve you as Rose did." Clara accepted her teacup, noting how Margaret had continued to handle the tea service, despite her elevation in position. Most new ladies' maids would delegate such tasks to lower servants, but Margaret seemed to want to keep some of her former duties, it seemed. Lady Celia had been observing this domestic tableau with interest and now turned back to Redgrave with renewed attention. "Inspector, surely your work must be terribly isolating, always dealing with such grim matters, constantly suspicious of everyone you meet. Don't you find yourself longing for lighter company occasionally?" The woman's persistence was beginning to grate on Clara's nerves. "The inspector's professional responsibilities require complete focus," she said crisply. "I'm sure he hasn't time for social distractions." "Oh, but surely everyone needs respite from their duties," Lady Celia replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'd be delighted to provide recommendations for more pleasant entertainment when this unpleasant business is concluded." Clara felt her jaw tighten and was surprised by the intensity of her reaction. There was no logical reason for Lady Celia's flirtation to affect her so strongly, yet she found herself fighting the urge to make several pointed observations about the inappropriateness of such behaviour during an investigation into a young woman's death. Redgrave seemed oblivious to the undercurrents of the conversation. "That's very kind, Lady Celia." Miss Ashworth spoke up for the first time, her voice carrying gentle curiosity. "Your Grace, I hope Charles is managing well during this difficult time. Such upheavals can be quite distressing for sensitive natures." The Duchess's expression softened with maternal concern. "He's been deeply affected, the poor dear. I've given him some estate correspondence to organise, thank you letters for recent condolences, household accounts that need attention. I find keeping busy helps during times of grief, and we've rather fallen behind with the disruption." "How thoughtful of you," Lady Victoria said with genuine warmth. "Charles does feel things so deeply. The engagement preparations have already been such a strain, and now this tragedy—" "Estate business?" Redgrave asked with professional interest. "Oh, nothing urgent," the Duchess replied. "Correspondence that's accumulated, documents that need filing, that sort of thing. The usual administrative tasks that keep a household running smoothly. I thought it might give him something productive to focus on." Clara found herself puzzling over the Duchess's words. Why would Charles be so deeply affected by Rose's death? It seemed an unusually strong reaction to the loss of a servant, however valued. She glanced at Lady Victoria, who showed no sign of finding her fiancé's grief peculiar, though surely she would know Charles's temperament better than anyone. The conversation continued around them, touching on funeral arrangements, neighbourhood concerns, and the sorts of social matters that filled the drawing rooms of wealthy households. Clara found herself dividing her attention between the various threads of discussion and her growing questions about the household dynamics. "Your Grace," Redgrave said eventually, setting down his empty teacup, "if we might examine Miss Rose's quarters now. We want to ensure we haven't overlooked anything in our investigation." "Of course, Inspector. Margaret will show you the way." The Duchess's expression grew sad. "I confess I haven't been able to bring myself to enter those rooms since yesterday. Too many memories." Margaret rose immediately, setting aside the tea service with practised efficiency. "If you'll follow me, Inspector, Miss Wetherly. Miss Rose's quarters are just upstairs, adjacent to her Grace's own rooms." As they prepared to leave the drawing room, Lady Celia made one final attempt to capture Redgrave's attention. "Inspector, do promise you'll consider my offer. Such serious work deserves proper relaxation afterward." "You're very kind," Redgrave replied with diplomatic neutrality, though Clara caught him glancing toward the door with what might have been relief. They followed Margaret through the house, climbing the main staircase toward the family quarters. As they walked, Clara found herself observing the woman's confident navigation of spaces that should still feel new to her in her elevated position. "Margaret," Clara said conversationally as they reached the upper landing, "you seem to have adapted to your new responsibilities quite smoothly. It must be difficult stepping into Rose's position under such tragic circumstances." "It is, miss," Margaret replied with appropriate solemnity, "but Her Grace needs someone reliable during this difficult time. Rose trained me well in the duties, and I feel it's the least I can do to honour her memory by maintaining her standards." They paused outside a door that Margaret indicated was Rose's former quarters. The rooms would be small but comfortable, appropriate for an upper servant's needs, while remaining close enough to the Duchess's chambers for easy access day and night. "Rose was quite devoted to Her Grace," Margaret continued as she reached for the door handle, always ensuring everything was perfect, always anticipating needs before they were expressed. "I can only hope to serve half so well." Clara noted the woman's careful choice of words, painting herself as the humble successor to a paragon, rather than someone who might have resented Rose's position or coveted her proximity to the Duchess. "I'm sure you'll—" Clara began, but stopped abruptly as Margaret opened the door to reveal the scene within. A young man knelt beside Rose's narrow bed, surrounded by scattered papers and personal effects. His dark hair fell across his forehead and his cravat was askew. His face was flushed with emotion. Whether grief, guilt, or panic, Clara couldn't determine. and his hands shook as he rifled through what appeared to be Rose's private correspondence. In his right hand, glinting in the afternoon light streaming through the small window, was a small brass key that Clara recognised immediately. "Mr. Thornfield," Redgrave said sharply, "what are you doing here?" The young man startled violently, dropping several papers as he scrambled to his feet. His face went pale, then flushed red again as he tried to gather his composure. "Inspector," he stammered, still clutching the key. "I was just, I thought I might... the estate papers." Clara stared at the key in his trembling hand, her heart racing with recognition and disbelief. Margaret stood quietly in the doorway behind them, her expression appropriately shocked at finding the young gentleman in such compromising circumstances. "That's my key," Clara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Chapter 6. "Your key?" Charles repeated, his voice thick with bewilderment. He stared down at the brass object in his palm, then back at Clara, clearly trying to make sense of her claim. "But I found it here, with Rose's things. I thought it was hers." "Mr. Thornfield," Redgrave stepped forward urgently, "that key was stolen from Miss Wetherly's desk. Where exactly did you find it?" Charles gestured toward a small wooden chest on Rose's dressing table, his confusion evident. "In there, with her jewellery and personal things. But I don't understand. Why would anyone steal a key? What does it open?" Clara felt her heart racing. "It's the key to my poison garden, Charles. The secure area where I keep dangerous medicinal plants." "Poison garden?" Charles stared at her blankly. I've never heard of such a thing." "The plants that killed Rose came from that garden," Redgrave said grimly. "Someone used your key, Miss Wetherly, to harvest the herbs that murdered Miss Fletcher." The brass key slipped from Charles's nerveless fingers, clattering to the floor. "Murdered? Rose was murdered?" "I'm afraid so," Clara said gently. Charles sank onto the edge of the bed, his face white with shock. "But why would anyone want to kill Rose?" "That's what we intend to find out," Redgrave said. "But first, I need to know where you were the night Miss Fletcher died." "The night Rose died?" Charles looked up, his eyes still dazed. "I was here. At the estate, working late on some ledger entries in my aunt's study." Redgrave's expression sharpened. "You were here that night?" "Yes, I often work late when I visit." Charles seemed oblivious to how damaging this admission was. "Did you see Miss Fletcher that evening?" Charles's face flushed. "Briefly, yes. She came to speak with me in the study around 9:30. "What time did she leave?" "Just before 10 o'clock. We had words." Charles's voice grew strained. "She was upset when she left." "And what did you do after that?" I needed air. I went for a walk in the gardens to clear my head. I was quite disturbed by our conversation." Charles rubbed his face wearily. "I came back inside around 10 o'clock, perhaps a bit after." "Anyone else see you? Can anyone confirm you were in the study or the gardens?" Charles paused, thinking. "Well, no. Only Rose came to see me in the study." He brightened slightly, his brow furrowing. "But I did see Miss Hartwell that night. She was going out for her evening constitutional when I was coming back inside from the gardens. Around 10 o'clock, perhaps a few minutes after." Redgrave made a note. "And after you came back inside? What time did you leave the estate?" Charles's flush deepened. "Not until quite late, or rather quite early Wednesday morning. Be specific, Mr. Thornfield." "Around 3 o'clock in the morning. I was drinking in the study, rather heavily, I'm afraid. After what Rose told me, I needed time to think." Graham's eyes sharpened. "You remained at the estate for 5 more hours after your quarrel with Miss Fletcher." "Yes, I know how that must look, but I swear to you I never left the study after I returned from my walk. I just sat there with a bottle of my uncle's brandy, trying to make sense of everything. Clara felt a chill. 5 hours was more than enough time to commit murder, and being drunk wouldn't absolve him. It might even make him more likely to act rashly. "Margaret," Redgrave said, turning to the woman who had been silently observing from the doorway, "thank you for showing us the way. That will be all." Margaret curtsied respectfully. Of course, Inspector. I'll be downstairs if you need anything further." Clara watched the woman withdraw, noting how her footsteps faded quickly down the corridor. Once they were alone, Redgrave's attention returned to Charles. "Why did Miss Fletcher come to see you in the study at 9:30? Charles's face flushed again. "She was concerned about my aunt." His voice grew troubled. "Rose thought my aunt was losing things too frequently to be simple forgetfulness. She was concerned someone might be taking advantage." Redgrave's eyes sharpened. "What made Miss Fletcher so certain?" "She said the pattern was too deliberate, too convenient." Charles shifted uncomfortably on the narrow bed, the wooden frame creaking under his weight. "Rose felt she owed it to my aunt to investigate." "And that's all you discussed?" Charles looked away, his jaw tightening. "No, there were personal matters as well." "That is odd," Clara admitted. The cramped quarters made every word feel more intimate, more dangerous. Redgrave's tone grew grave. "Mr. Thornfield, you do realise how this appears? You were present the night Miss Fletcher died. You met with her privately, you quarrelled with her, and you remained at the estate until 3 a.m. Plus, you're currently in possession of the key used to access the poison that killed her." Charles went white. "You can't think I killed Rose. Inspector, why would I do such a thing?" "But none of this explains what you're doing here," Redgrave said sharply, rummaging through Miss Fletcher's personal effects. Charles's composure finally crumbled completely. "I was looking for letters. My letters to Rose." Clara felt the pieces clicking into place as she noticed scattered papers on the bed and a crumpled note clutched in Charles's other hand. "You were having an affair with Miss Fletcher," Redgrave stated. It wasn't a question, but Charles nodded miserably. "It wasn't meant to happen. I'm engaged to Lady Victoria, but Rose was... she was different, intelligent, spirited." Clara watched his protective grip on the crumpled paper, the desperate love in his eyes. Just as voices echoed from the corridor outside, multiple feminine voices growing louder as they approached, she voiced her suspicion. "And she was carrying your child." "Charles?" The Duchess's voice carried clearly through the door. "Charles, what is the meaning of this commotion? Margaret said the police were questioning you." The door opened without ceremony just as Charles's face told the story, shock, guilt and desperate love all warring in his expression. The Duchess swept in, followed by Lady Victoria and Miss Hartwell. The modest servants' quarters suddenly felt impossibly crowded with aristocratic skirts and shocked gasps. Margaret hovered behind them, her expression perfectly composed. "Your Grace," Redgrave began, but the Duchess's attention was fixed on her nephew. "Charles, dear boy, you look dreadful. What has happened?" Her gaze fell on the scattered love letters, and her face went pale. "What are these papers?" Lady Victoria pushed forward, her eyes scanning the intimate correspondence spread across Rose's bed. Clara watched the young woman's face crumple as understanding dawned. The silence stretched taut as expensive silk rustled against simple wooden furniture. In the silence that followed, Clara's suspicion crystallized. "You're the baby's father, aren't you, Charles?" "Charles!" Lady Victoria's voice was barely a whisper. "Is that true?" Charles nodded miserably, his hand still clutching the crumpled paper. "Please, Victoria, I can explain," he began, but Lady Victoria had already turned and fled the room, her sobs echoing down the corridor. "Charles," the Duchess said, her voice heavy with disappointment, "how could you? Rose was under my protection, part of my household, and your engagement to Victoria." I loved her, Aunt, Charles said desperately. I know it was wrong, but I loved Rose. I would never have hurt her. Never. Of course you wouldn't, dear boy, the Duchess said firmly. I refuse to believe you could harm anyone, let alone poor Rose. But someone did, Clara said quietly, her gaze moving between the assembled faces. Someone murdered Rose, and we intend to find out who. The room erupted in shocked exclamations. Murdered! The Duchess gasped. But I thought the pennyroyal, surely it was a tragic accident. No, Your Grace, Redgrave said gravely. Miss Fletcher was deliberately poisoned, and I'm afraid the evidence points in a concerning direction. As chaos erupted around them, the Duchess's protests, the other ladies' shocked murmurs, Clara found herself studying Charles's stricken face. He looked genuinely devastated by Rose's death, but the evidence was damning. Found with the stolen key, present at the estate the night of the murder, having a secret affair with a pregnant woman whose very existence threatened his engagement. And now they knew he'd quarrelled with her, taken an agitated walk, and remained at the estate drinking until 3 in the morning. The circumstances certainly pointed toward Charles as the killer, but something about his complete bewilderment when he'd first seen the key still nagged at her. Had he truly not known what it unlocked, or was he simply a very good actor? Chapter 7. The silence that followed Redgrave's declaration stretched like a taut wire through Rose's cramped quarters. The Duchess was the first to break it, her voice sharp with aristocratic authority. Inspector, what exactly do you mean by concerning direction? Are you suggesting my nephew is involved in this dreadful business? Clara watched Redgrave's shoulders tense slightly, and she could almost see him regretting his earlier diplomatic phrasing. The evidence spread before them. The scattered letters, Charles still pale from shock, left little room for retreat. Your Grace, he said carefully, Mr. Thornfield was present at the estate the night Miss Fletcher died. He met with her privately, and the murder weapon key was found in his possession. These circumstances require thorough investigation. The Duchess drew herself up to her full height, every inch the aristocrat confronting an unwelcome challenge to her family's honour. Inspector, you cannot simply go about making accusations against peers without evidence, clear, irrefutable evidence. Charles is the nephew of a duke. Such implications require more than circumstantial findings. Redgrave's jaw tightened, and Clara caught a flicker of something, frustration, perhaps even recognition, cross his features. He knew these rules as well as anyone, having once lived by them himself. Your Grace, I'm conducting a thorough investigation. No formal accusations have been made. I'm simply following where the evidence leads. Evidence that points toward my nephew committing murder. The Duchess's voice rose slightly, though she maintained her composure. But, Inspector, why would Charles harm Rose if he truly loved her, as he claims? Redgrave met her gaze steadily. Your Grace, men have killed for less compelling reasons. To salvage an engagement, eliminate scandal, avoid financial ruin from a breach of promise suit. Any of these could drive someone to desperate measures. That's monstrous! Charles burst out, his face flushed with indignation. I would never. I loved Rose. I was trying to find a way to do right by her. You see, the Duchess gestured toward her nephew with vindicated authority. Charles is incapable of such calculating cruelty. Love and desperation make people capable of things they never imagined, Your Grace, Redgrave replied. The tension in the small room had grown suffocating. Clara could see the impasse forming, aristocratic privilege pushing against professional duty, family loyalty clashing with cold logic. Something needed to break the deadlock before positions hardened beyond repair. Your Grace, Inspector, Clara interjected, her voice cutting smoothly through the charged atmosphere. Why don't we speak with the rest of the household staff? Perhaps someone saw something that could point us toward the real killer. The Duchess seized upon Clara's words with visible relief. Oh, Clara, dear, surely you will see reason and find out who really did this. You understand things that... She glanced meaningfully at Redgrave. That others might miss. Clara felt the weight of expectation settle on her shoulders, along with something else, a growing certainty that despite the damning evidence, Charles Thornfield was not the man they sought. I believe a thorough investigation will serve everyone's interests, Clara said diplomatically. The truth has a way of revealing itself to those patient enough to look for it. Redgrave studied her face for a moment, then nodded curtly. Very well, we'll speak with the remaining household members before drawing any conclusions. The Duchess's relief was palpable. Yes, exactly what I hoped to hear. Clara, I have complete faith in your judgment. As they prepared to leave Rose's quarters, Clara caught Redgrave's questioning look. She had just positioned herself as mediator between aristocratic expectation and police procedure, a precarious place that could easily leave her satisfying neither side. But watching Charles's desperate gratitude and the Duchess's renewed hope, Clara knew she had chosen correctly. Someone in this household was a killer, but her instincts told her it wasn't the obvious suspect everyone seemed determined to blame. We shall conduct our remaining inquiries in the morning room, Redgrave announced with professional formality. It will provide a more suitable setting for proper interviews. As they made their way down the main staircase, the sound of voices in the entrance hall drew their attention. Silas Whitmore, the head gardener, stood in the foyer speaking earnestly with one of the housemaids about funeral arrangements. White roses from the greenhouse and perhaps some of the late chrysanthemums, he was saying, his cap twisted between his soil-stained hands. Her Grace mentioned Miss Fletcher was partial to the white roses. At that moment, Miss Hartwell appeared in the doorway to the morning room, carrying what appeared to be correspondence for the Duchess. Clara watched with interest as both Silas and Miss Hartwell seemed to notice each other simultaneously, Silas's words faltering slightly, Miss Hartwell's step hesitating for just a moment. The head gardener's eyes flickered toward Miss Hartwell, then quickly away, his hands stilling on his cap. Miss Hartwell, for her part, grew quite still, her composed expression never changing, but her shoulders drawing back almost imperceptibly. Neither spoke to the other, though they were clearly aware of each other's presence. Clara found the careful way they avoided direct eye contact rather telling, though she couldn't determine what it might signify. "Mr. Whitmore?" Redgrave acknowledged with a brief nod. "Inspector," Silas responded, ducking his head respectfully. He gathered himself to depart toward the servants' quarters, but not before casting one final, almost furtive glance in Miss Hartwell's direction. Clara noticed that Miss Hartwell's shoulders relaxed slightly once Silas had departed, though her expression remained perfectly controlled. "Miss Hartwell," Redgrave said, "I believe you and I should have a discussion. If you would join us in the morning room." Miss Hartwell inclined her head with composed dignity. "Of course, Inspector. I am entirely at your disposal." "Oh, and Miss Hartwell," Redgrave added, his tone almost casual. "I have been informed you were walking in the gardens Tuesday evening. You were seen there that night." The Duchess immediately stepped forward, her voice sharp with protective authority. "Inspector, Evelyn walks every evening like clockwork. I hardly see how that signifies anything suspicious." "Your Grace," Redgrave said diplomatically as they moved toward the morning room, "I must ask that we speak with Miss Hartwell alone. Police procedure, you understand." The morning room felt smaller with just the three of them, the lavender and cream decor creating an oddly intimate atmosphere for what Clara suspected would be a rather uncomfortable conversation. Miss Hartwell settled herself in a chair near the window, her back straight and her hands folded precisely in her lap, the picture of a well-trained companion awaiting instruction. Clara found herself studying the woman's composed features, noting how Evelyn's eyes seemed to assess each of them in turn, before settling into a neutral expression of polite attention. The afternoon light cast long shadows across the Persian carpet, and somewhere in the house a clock chimed the half-hour. "Miss Hartwell," Clara began gently, "I must apologise for the nature of these questions, but we need to understand if you observed anything unusual in the gardens Tuesday evening." "Nothing unusual at all, Miss Wetherly." Evelyn's response came perhaps a moment too quickly. "It was quite ordinary, a peaceful evening for walking." Redgrave leaned forward slightly, his pen poised over his notebook. The scratch of nib against paper punctuated his next words. "Miss Fletcher, had she been acting unusually of late? Any changes in her behaviour or demeanour?" Evelyn considered this, her fingers smoothing an invisible wrinkle from her dark skirt. Rose had seemed different these past weeks. More secretive, perhaps. And there were the mornings when she appeared quite unwell. "You suspected she might be with child?" Clara asked, watching as Evelyn's composed mask flickered slightly. "I suspected, but could not be certain." Evelyn's voice carried the careful neutrality of someone accustomed to observing household secrets without commenting upon them. "The sickness in the mornings, the way she held herself. One notices these things after 20 years in service to a household." Clara caught the slight emphasis on 20 years and filed it away. Evelyn was establishing her authority, her intimate knowledge of the household's rhythms. "Did Miss Fletcher confide in you about her condition?" Redgrave asked. Rose was not given to confiding in fellow servants. Evelyn's tone carried a distinct chill. She had become rather elevated in her opinions of herself. Clara felt her attention sharpen at the bitterness underlying those words. "What do you mean by elevated?" For the first time, genuine emotion flickered across Evelyn's features, a mixture of disdain and something approaching anger. Rose had begun acting as though she were already mistress of this estate, making demands of the staff, speaking of future arrangements with great authority. She rose from her chair and moved to the window, her reflection ghost-like in the glass. Rose had the mad notion that Mr. Charles would actually marry her. Can you imagine? I must admit, I even laughed when she told me so. Men like Charles simply do not marry ladies' maids. Clara exchanged a glance with Redgrave, whose pen had stilled over his notebook. "She truly believed Mr. Charles would marry her?" Clara asked. "Despite his engagement to Lady Victoria?" "Oh, yes," Evelyn said, turning back toward them with a bitter smile. Rose was convinced she could make him choose. She spoke constantly of her expectations, her plans for when she would be properly situated, mistress indeed, but not of this estate, I can assure you. The venom in those last words made Clara's pulse quicken. This level of hatred seemed far too intense for simple disapproval of a presumptuous servant. Redgrave made several notes, the scratching sound unusually loud, in the quiet room. Was there anything else troubling Miss Fletcher? Beyond her personal circumstances? Evelyn's expression shifted, concern replacing the bitter satisfaction. She returned to her chair, settling her skirts with precise movements. She was worried about her grace, as was I, if I may say so. "Worried in what way?" Clara asked, though something in Evelyn's tone made her lean forward with sudden attention. "The forgetfulness, the way she misplaces things." Evelyn's hands tightened in her lap. "Her Grace has become so tired by the afternoons, far too much so for someone of her years and general good health." Clara felt a chill of recognition, the pattern Mrs. Turner had described, the afternoon confusion episodes. "What sort of things has the Duchess been misplacing?" Redgrave asked, his professional interest clearly engaged. "Small items at first. A brooch here, a ring there, a small painting from her sitting room that simply—" Evelyn paused, her gaze drifting toward the window. "Vanished." Redgrave's pen stopped mid-stroke. Clara saw his knuckles whiten as he gripped the writing instrument. "Vanished? But then her mother's locket went missing," Evelyn continued, seemingly unaware of the electric tension that had entered the room. That's when Rose became truly concerned. Clara's breath caught. Someone is stealing from the Duchess. Evelyn blinked at the sharpness in Clara's voice. Well, that is to say, Rose believed someone was taking things deliberately. Tell us about this locket, Redgrave said, his voice carefully controlled. It belonged to Her Grace's mother, gold, encrusted with emeralds, quite round and rather precious. Evelyn's voice grew more animated as she spoke of something she clearly knew intimately. She's kept it in the same drawer for as long as I can remember, and I've been with Her Grace nearly 20 years. The same drawer, never moved, never disturbed. Clara found herself gripping the arms of her chair, and Rose was certain it had been stolen. Rose said the pattern was too convenient, too deliberate for simple absent-mindedness. Evelyn's tone grew sharp, with what might have been approval. The timing always coincided with Her Grace's afternoon episodes, those spells when she becomes so confused and tired. Clara felt the room seemed to tilt slightly. The afternoon confusion, the missing valuables, the precise timing. Rose was investigating this. She felt someone in the house was taking advantage of Her Grace's condition. Evelyn's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. She said she owed it to Her Grace to discover the truth. The silence that followed was profound. Clara could hear her own heartbeat, the distant sound of servants moving about their duties, the tick of the mantel clock marking seconds that suddenly felt weighted with significance. Redgrave set down his pen entirely and fixed Evelyn with a steady stare. Miss Hartwell, you're telling us that Miss Fletcher died while investigating a systematic theft from the Duchess. Evelyn seemed to realise for the first time how her words sounded. That is, Rose was concerned about Her Grace's welfare, but I never suggested... But you did, Clara said quietly. You've just described multiple crimes occurring in this household. Rose's murder may not have been about her pregnancy at all. Evelyn's composure finally began to crack, her face paling as the implications settled over her. I never meant to suggest... Surely you don't think someone would kill Rose to prevent her from exposing theft? Redgrave picked up his pen again, his movements deliberate. Miss Hartwell, I need you to be very specific. When did these items begin disappearing? The smaller pieces started vanishing perhaps 2 months ago, but the locket, Evelyn's voice grew smaller, that disappeared just last week. And Rose's investigation. When did that begin? She approached me about her suspicions perhaps 10 days ago. She said she was going to discover who was taking advantage of Her Grace's kindness. Clara felt pieces clicking together in her mind like clockwork. Rose died just as she was getting close to answers. The room fell silent again, save for the scratch of Redgrave's pen and the almost inaudible rustle of Evelyn's skirts as she shifted nervously in her chair. Miss Hartwell, Redgrave said finally, regarding your evening walks, do you follow the same route each night? For the first time since the theft revelation, Evelyn hesitated, her composed expression flickering with something that might have been uncertainty. Generally, yes, though sometimes I vary my path depending on the weather or my mood. Clara noted the sudden evasiveness, such a contrast to Evelyn's previous detailed answers about household matters. Tuesday evening specifically, which route did you take? Evelyn's hands moved restlessly in her lap, the first time Clara had seen her display such nervousness. The usual circuit through the formal gardens, past the rose beds, around the fountain. Do you ever venture near Miss Wetherly's work areas, the greenhouse perhaps? Sometimes my route takes me past that area, Evelyn said carefully, her tone becoming guarded in a way that made Clara's instincts prickle. Did you notice anything unusual near the greenhouse that evening? Any signs that someone might have accessed Miss Wetherly's secured garden? I wouldn't know what to look for, Evelyn replied, but Clara caught the defensive edge that suggested otherwise. What time did you begin your walk Tuesday evening? Around 10 o'clock, as usual, Evelyn said, though her voice wavered slightly. Miss Hartwell, Clara said, studying the woman's increasingly uncomfortable demeanour, when you were walking Tuesday evening, did you see or hear anything unusual? Anyone else in the gardens? No. The answer came too quickly, with a slight edge of panic that made Clara's pulse quicken. No one at all. I was quite alone. That directly contradicted what both Silas and Charles had said about seeing her. You're certain? Absolutely, Evelyn said, but her voice had grown higher, thinner. Redgrave leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly. That's curious, Miss Hartwell. Both Mr. Whitmore and Mr. Charles mentioned seeing you in the gardens that evening. Mr. Charles specifically said he saw you around 10 o'clock as he was returning from his own walk. The colour drained from Evelyn's face entirely. Clara watched, fascinated, as the woman's carefully maintained composure finally shattered completely. Well, yes, I suppose I might have encountered Mr. Charles briefly, Evelyn stammered, her hands now visibly trembling, just as I was beginning my walk. He seemed rather agitated coming in from the gardens. And after that, Redgrave pressed, where did your walk take you? Evelyn's flush deepened. The usual route, through the formal gardens, as I said. Clara studied Evelyn's stricken expression, noting how the woman seemed unable to meet either of their eyes. Miss Hartwell, why did you lie about being alone? The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Outside, a carriage rumbled past on the street, and somewhere in the house a door closed with a soft thud. Evelyn's mouth opened and closed soundlessly for a moment before she managed to speak. Well, yes, I did see Mr. Charles on my way out for my walk. But my walk itself was quite solitary, I assure you. Clara exchanged a glance with Redgrave, who leaned forward with renewed interest. And Mr. Whitmore? Did you encounter him during your walk? Evelyn's face went scarlet, the flush creeping down her neck and disappearing beneath her high collar. Clara watched, fascinated, as the woman's hands twisted in her lap like trapped birds. Perhaps I saw him briefly, in passing, near the greenhouse. Her voice had become barely audible. What time was this? I couldn't say precisely. Perhaps shortly after I began my walk. Redgrave made a note. So around 10 o'clock you saw Mr. Charles returning to the house, then began your walk and encountered Mr. Whitmore near the greenhouse. Yes. No, that is... Evelyn was thoroughly flustered now. I may have... The greenhouse is on my usual route. But the crimson stain across her features told an entirely different story, and Clara realised that Miss Evelyn Hartwell was hiding something about Silas Whitmore, something she would lie to protect. Miss Hartwell, Clara said gently, how long was your walk that evening? The usual time, perhaps an hour or so, and you returned to the house when... Around 11, I suppose, perhaps a bit later. The lie was obvious in her trembling voice. After several more hours of questioning the remaining household staff, Clara found herself with far more questions than answers. The kitchen maids had noticed nothing unusual. The footman reported no strangers on the grounds. Even Margaret Pritchard, when briefly questioned about the household's evening routines, provided only the sort of helpful efficiency one would expect from a devoted servant stepping into greater responsibilities. But now they weren't investigating just one crime. Rose's pregnancy and affair with Charles had provided one clear motive for murder, yet her investigation into systematic theft from the Duchess created an entirely different reason someone might want her silenced. The question was no longer simply who killed Rose Fletcher, but which crime had gotten her killed. The afternoon light was beginning to fade as Clara and Redgrave made their preparations to depart. They found the Duchess in the entrance hall, her elegant figure silhouetted against the tall windows, her face drawn with the strain of the day's revelations. "Miss Wetherly," the Duchess said, approaching with the sort of dignified urgency that spoke of barely contained emotion, "I must speak with you privately before you leave." Clara glanced at Redgrave, who nodded and stepped toward the door. "I'll wait for you in the carriage, Miss Wetherly." But as Redgrave moved away, something seemed to shift in the Duchess's demeanour. She stood with one hand pressed against the door frame, blinking slowly as if trying to focus her thoughts. Her earlier sharp authority had given way to something vaguer, more uncertain. The Duchess paused, her brow furrowing slightly. "Forgive me, what were we discussing?" "You wanted to speak with me privately, Your Grace." "Did I?" "Yes, I suppose." The Duchess pressed her fingertips to her temples, and Clara noticed her pupils appeared unusually dilated despite the dimming light. "My thoughts feel quite scattered this evening. The afternoon does seem to make one rather woolly-minded, doesn't it?" She looked at Clara with genuine confusion, her earlier commanding presence replaced by something almost childlike in its bewilderment. "Perhaps it would be better if we spoke tomorrow morning. I think much more clearly then." "Of course, Your Grace," Clara said carefully, studying the woman's flushed, dry-looking skin and the faint tremor in her hands. "Should I ask Miss Hartwell to assist you to your rooms?" "Oh, that would be lovely. I do feel rather tired suddenly." The Duchess managed a wan smile. "Age, you know. These afternoon spells come and go." Chapter 8. The carriage lurched over uneven stones, and Redgrave caught the strap just in time to keep from being thrown against her shoulder. "That was unusual," he said at last, breaking the silence that had hung since they'd quitted the townhouse. "I've known the Duchess for years and never once seen her in such a state." Clara kept her gaze fixed on the blurred street beyond the window, the fog making a ghost of every gas lamp. Unusual, yes, but not natural. The dilation of her pupils, the tremor in her hands, the odd dryness of her skin. Signs she recognised but dared not voice, not yet. "Perhaps grief weighs more heavily on her in the afternoons," she offered instead, smoothing the gloves in her lap. Redgrave gave a short breath, half a scoff. Grief rarely keeps such tidy hours. He was right, of course, yet Clara pressed her lips together, unwilling to confess her suspicion of interference until she had more than instinct to bolster it. Better he thinks her cautious than fanciful. He shifted in his seat, broad shoulders stiff beneath the greatcoat. "We cannot lose sight of the most pressing matter, however. Charles Thornfield remains our strongest suspect. He had means, motive, opportunity, all three. Without something to disprove it, we'd be fools to look elsewhere." Clara inclined her head, as if conceding the point, though unease stirred in her chest. Charles might be obvious, but obvious seldom equated to truth. Something larger threaded these deaths. She felt it, though the pattern lay just beyond reach. She folded her hands more tightly in her lap and let the wheels jolt and rattle, the silence between them as thick as the fog outside. The carriage drew up before Hawthorne and Wetherly, the lamplight in its windows casting a soft, steady glow that cut through the murk. Even from the step, the faint perfume of drying lavender and chamomile slipped into the fog, a reminder this was her domain, not the Duchess's. Somewhere inside a glass jar shifted with a muted clink, the familiar shop sounds as reassuring as a heartbeat. After the jolting chill of the ride, the stillness outside felt almost hushed. Clara's shoulders eased the moment her hand touched the familiar brass handle. "Inspector," she said as she turned the key, "surely you won't refuse a warm meal after such a day. Yesterday's stew will be no worse for reheating." He gave the ghost of a smile, shaking his head. "That's kind of you, Clara, but I shouldn't impose." Nonsense! She pushed the door open, the welcoming scent of dried herbs spilling into the night. After watching you interrogate half of London, I doubt you've eaten since breakfast. Someone must prevent you from swooning on your way home. She glanced back at his hesitation and added dryly, My cooking is not quite that bad, Inspector. His mouth twitched, the faintest hint of humour surfacing. I've survived worse hazards than stew, Clara. But if you are determined to risk your reputation as a cook upon me, I suppose I must be gallant enough to accept. Before Redgrave could say more, a pause lingered between them, Clara's eyes meeting his, testing his resolve against hers. The air felt charged with the unspoken dare. For a heartbeat she wondered if he would step past duty and simply accept, because he wished to, not because politeness required it. The thought amused her and unsettled her in equal measure. Then Marmalade materialised from the shadowed doorway with a decisive chirrup, winding about the inspector's legs with purposeful insistence. Redgrave looked down, watching the tabby coil about his boots with stubborn persistence. I have already accepted, he said amused as Marmalade herded him over the threshold. Your cat is quite insistent on taking credit for my surrender. My cat, Inspector, does have a name, and he doesn't lend his approval lightly. Clara led the way up the narrow stairs, the familiar creak of the third step sounding louder than usual, with the inspector behind her. In what had once been her grandmother's small kitchen, left to Clara along with the shop, a space she had hardly altered since inheriting it. She struck a match and coaxed the stove to life, its glow warming the shadows. The hiss of water filling the kettle joined the sound of bread being sliced, domestic noises that steadied her nerves more effectively than any tonic. Redgrave set his greatcoat neatly over the back of a chair, but he didn't immediately sit. His gaze moved across the modest space, the row of glass jars along the shelf, the bundles of drying herbs above the window, the cat already taking up his usual post on the sideboard, like a furry overseer. For a man accustomed to drawing rooms and club chambers, he looked curiously out of place here, as though stepping into a world that wasn't meant to include him. Marmalade flicked his tail with regal disapproval when Redgrave moved too close to Clara's work table, amber eyes tracking his every step. Clara hid a smile as she stirred the stew, grateful for the familiar choreography of her home, kettle beginning to sing, breadboard dusted with crumbs, the cat presiding over them both like a censorious magistrate. This feels different, Redgrave said after a long moment, his voice quiet as though wary of disturbing the intimacy of the space. The last time I was up here, it was filled with your ladies' council, papers, arguments, teacups everywhere. Now it seems quite another world. Clara glanced over her shoulder. You mean domestic? Which is rather unfair. I assure you we can be just as dangerous over teacups as any Scotland Yard interrogation. His mouth curved faintly. Of that I have no doubt. She returned her attention to the pot, but her pulse quickened. Almost before she realised it, words slipped free. I grew up in these rooms, you know. After my mother died, Grandmama raised me here. Many nights I fell asleep on that very sofa while she worked below. She gave a small, self-deprecating laugh, blinking against a sudden sting at her eyes. Perhaps that is why I never changed a thing. It makes me feel close to her still. Sometimes I could swear I hear her voice or feel her brush by me. Don't laugh, Inspector. I know it sounds foolish. Some things can't be explained by logic. Redgrave studied her as she spoke, then let out a low chuckle. Foolish? Hardly. You're one of the most logical women I know, Clara. Yet you wield intuition as though it were a blade. It suits you. His words sent a ripple through her, leaving Clara strangely unmoored. This evening felt markedly different. Redgrave in her grandmother's apartment. Her apartment now, without the buffer of the ladies, without business to shield them. The space remained unchanged, the arrangement of shelves and jars, Yet with him standing there, it felt suddenly startlingly intimate. She cleared her throat, setting a cup of tea before him with deliberate firmness. "Surely, Inspector, you will not be eating standing up. Sit." "You do command a room rather efficiently, Clara." He shook his head slightly. "No need to stand on ceremony when we're in private, Clara. I insist. You must call me Graham." "Very well then, Graham. Sit." Redgrave arched a brow but obeyed, lowering himself into the chair she indicated. Clara ladled the stew into bowls, the simple aroma filling the kitchen with a comforting steadiness, at odds with the weight of their conversation. She slid one across the table toward Redgrave and took her seat opposite him. "The evidence against Charles is damning," Graham began, spoon poised but untouched. "The key in his possession, the affair, Rose's pregnancy, threatening his engagement." "Too damning," Clara countered. "Life rarely aligns itself into so perfect a pattern." "Perhaps," he allowed, tasting the stew at last. "But what of motive? A man facing social ruin and financial devastation might well turn desperate." "What about the thefts Miss Hartwell described? If Rose was investigating systematic theft from the Duchess..." "Murder to prevent exposure." Graham shook his head. "Possible, but Charles's desperation seems the stronger motive. Love and scandal drive men to extremes more often than missing trinkets." At that moment, Marmalade leapt onto the table with the air of a conquering general, nose dipping toward Clara's bowl. She shooed him off with a laugh, only for him to angle shamelessly toward Graham's instead. Graham gave the cat a flat look and slid his bowl just out of reach. "I'd almost rather face the Duchess's temper than your cat's persistence," he said dryly. "At least the woman can be persuaded by logic." Clara hid her smile behind her spoon. "Marmalade is impervious to reason. He only bargains in cream." "Remind me to equip myself with a bottle of cream on my next visit. It seems the only way to hold any ground in this household." His glance toward her carried just enough warmth to turn the complaint into something nearer a compliment. Clara reached for the loaf to slice another piece, but Graham's hand moved at the same moment. Their fingers brushed briefly on the knife handle before both pulled back, the awkwardness softened by Clara's quick laugh. "Careful! I should hate to add a cut finger to your burdens this evening." He gave a wry half-smile. "I've survived sterner dangers than your bread knife." "Such as Lady Celia's attentions?" Clara asked lightly, pouring more tea. "She was practically draping herself over your chair during our call." "I thought you might be smothered in perfume before the interview concluded." To her annoyance, he only looked blank. "Was she? I hadn't noticed." "Of course you hadn't," Clara said, her amusement laced with something she didn't care to name. She slid the bread plate toward him. "You are either the most oblivious man in London or remarkably disciplined." He accepted the slice, his eyes meeting hers over the rim of his cup. "Discipline, Clara, though I admit it wavers under certain circumstances." The quiet clink of cutlery and the faint hiss of the kettle filled the pause that followed, more eloquent than any words. Clara had risen briefly to fetch the butter dish from the sideboard, and when she turned back she found Marmalade planted firmly in her chair, tail wrapped smugly about himself. With a sigh she took the only other option, sliding into the seat nearer to Graham. The distinct clink of a teacup. From the direction of her grandmother's rocking chair, Clara paused, butter dish in hand. The chair sat empty, though she could have sworn she'd heard porcelain meeting saucer. "Marmalade," she began, certain the cat had upended something, but he sat beside her, amber eyes fixed on Graham with curious intensity. "These old buildings settle strangely," Graham observed, following her gaze to the empty chair. Before either could say more, Marmalade launched himself toward the chair with typical feline dramatics. His considerable weight sent it skidding backward, and a deck tumbled from the side table, scattering cards across the floor. One slid clear across the rug to land at Graham's feet. He stooped to pick it up. The two of cups stared up at them, its entwined figures frozen mid-toast. Without thinking, Clara murmured, "Partnership. Connection. Two working as one." Graham huffed, turning the card between his fingers. "You cannot put stock in such foolishness." "I didn't say that." "I suppose I don't." Clara's smile was faint, but her eyes lingered on his. "But you must admit, Graham, it does rather fit." She laughed at herself then, though her gaze slid toward Marmalade, who looked far too satisfied for mere coincidence. "Well," she said briskly, forcing her attention back to the table, "enough of cards and nonsense. We must return to the case, Graham." He inclined his head, his expression carefully neutral, though she noticed the tautness about his mouth. Clara lifted her spoon, but found her thoughts wandering. "The key troubles me most of all." If it was truly discovered among Rose's things, she hesitated, the doubt creeping in despite herself. "Graham, what if I've been wrong? What if she did take the herbs herself?" Graham's eyes darkened. "You mean to suggest Rose poisoned herself?" "The key makes me question everything." Clara shook her head firmly. "But if she had the key, she could have accessed the poison garden herself. Yet that poison mixture, pennyroyal combined with aconite, requires expertise Rose wouldn't have possessed." His reply came with an edge of steel, definitive. "No, you were right at the first, Clara. Whatever else may be in question, this much is certain. It is murder. Clear." The words hung between them, heavy as lead. She studied him in the candlelight, the shadows drawing fine lines of weariness at the corners of his eyes. The Duchess's remark returned unbidden, hard for him. What burden did he carry that made this case different? Marmalade, meanwhile, had discovered the scattered tarot cards and proceeded to sprawl his considerable orange bulk among them with the satisfied air of a conquering general. He rolled once, batting at the edges with his paws, then settled himself like a furry paperweight across the arcane symbols, though his amber eyes remained fixed on Clara and Graham, watching their every gesture with feline intensity.
Marmalade's observations, in which humans complicate perfectly obvious matters. A ghost reveals her true agenda, and proper refreshments remain criminally absent. The tall human with the silver buttons finally rose from his chair, though even a day-old kitten could see he had no genuine desire to depart. His scent had mellowed during the evening, less of that sharp worry smell that clings to men who chase criminals, more like cream left warming in afternoon sunlight. Pleasant, if you appreciate that sort of thing. Clara's scent had shifted as well, from her usual nervous lavender and lemon to something deeper, warmer, the sort of change that occurs when females are considering whether a particular male might be worth tolerating on a permanent basis. Neither of them had noticed this development, naturally. Humans possess the observational skills of particularly dim moths.
"I should go," Graham announced, lingering over his coat as though it weighed several stone. "The hour grows late." Clara demonstrated a rare moment of sense. "Perhaps another cup of tea? There's still cake and the fog's grown quite thick." He refused. The man clearly required further education in proper priorities. I positioned myself strategically between his boots, executing a figure-8 pattern that any reasonable creature would recognize as an unmistakable directive to remain seated. He looked down at me with what might have been amusement. "Your cat seems determined to detain me." "Marmalade has strong opinions about social obligations," Clara replied, though she made no effort to retrieve me. "He believes guests should stay until properly dismissed." At least she understood my position on etiquette. The ghost chose that moment to meddle, though I admit her timing had improved considerably since her early, ham-fisted attempts at matchmaking. A whisper of lavender water drifted through the room, and the scattered tarot cards on the carpet rustled without benefit of any earthly breeze. One flipped itself over beneath my paw with a soft whisper of pasteboard. The 10 of Cups, domestic harmony, fulfilled wishes, family contentment. Really, Genevieve's symbolism lacked all subtlety. For a heartbeat, I thought her interference had succeeded. Clara's pulse quickened. I could smell the change, and Graham's hands stilled on his coat. The air between them grew taut with possibility. Then, as humans inevitably do when matters grow interesting, he spoiled everything. Straightened his shoulders, muttered something about not imposing further, and moved toward the stairs with the determined stride of a man fleeing his own inclinations. Clara followed, one hand hovering near his sleeve before retreating with maddening propriety. His gaze lingered on her face as though memorizing something precious. Then the shop bell below marked his departure into the foggy street, leaving behind only the lingering scent of bergamot and missed opportunities. She stood at the top of the stairs for a long moment afterward, one hand pressed to her cheek where he'd kissed her forehead earlier. Yes, I had been watching. Someone had to maintain proper surveillance. The gesture carried the particular bewilderment of someone discovering their own feelings by accident. Humans, forever astonished by their own hearts. With the humans' evening concluded, it fell, as always, to me to tidy the loose threads. Once Clara began her ritual of tidying, she always retreated into domestic order when the world grew complicated. I padded to my grandmother's rocking chair. The ghost was waiting, naturally. Her presence felt stronger than usual, crackling with satisfaction and frustration in equal measure. I settled myself among the scattered cards and fixed her with a pointed stare. Time for plain speaking. Well, I thought in her direction, how much longer must we endure this tedious courtship dance? The lavender scent grew stronger, and I caught the faint sound of ghostly laughter. A playing card slipped from the deck and landed face up. The Empress, fertility, nurturing, domestic abundance. Genevieve's intentions couldn't be plainer if she'd written them in cream on the kitchen floor. Ah, the pieces arranged themselves in my mind with smug certainty. So that, I suspected, was her unfinished business. Another whisper of lavender, warmer now, tinged with maternal concern. The rocking chair shifted once, a gentle creak that spoke of generations of women who had sat there planning their families' futures. Genevieve wanted Clara settled. Properly settled, with a suitable male who would provide security, companionship, and, most importantly from a ghost's perspective, the possibility of future generations to carry on the family line. She had clearly selected the silver-buttoned inspector for this honour, though I suspected his qualifications extended beyond mere reproductive potential. He listened when Clara spoke. He didn't shout at cats. He had demonstrated remarkable patience with her botanical eccentricities and her network of interfering neighbours. Most significantly, he seemed capable of matching her intelligence without feeling threatened by it. These were not inconsiderable virtues in a potential mate. The ghost's presence flickered with approval as I considered her scheme. We were, I realised, partners in this endeavour. She provided supernatural nudging and romantic symbolism. I offered superior observational skills and the strategic application of feline charm. A formidable alliance, though woefully undersupplied with proper refreshments. Very well, I conceded, stretching luxuriously across the 10 of Cups. I don't object to your choice. The man shows promise, even if he has yet to offer me kippers. But we'll need to be more direct in our methods. These two require firmer guidance than subtle card tricks and mysterious breezes. The temperature in the room warmed slightly, as though Genevieve was settling in for a proper consultation. Planning session, one might call it. Strategy meeting between co-conspirators. Clara finished her tidying and approached the scattered cards, clearly intending to gather them up. I stretched myself more firmly across the tableau, fixing her with the sort of stare that brooked no interference. "Oh, very well," she murmured, apparently recognising superior determination when she encountered it. "Keep your cards, you ridiculous creature. But tomorrow we return to proper order." She retired to her bedroom, leaving me to my vigil. Through the window, London settled into its nocturnal rhythms. Fog thickening around the gaslight, distant sounds of carriages and late revellers, the eternal pulse of a city that never truly slept. Somewhere in that maze of streets and secrets, a murderer moved freely while Clara and her inspector stumbled through their investigation like children playing at detection. But that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight belonged to more fundamental matters. I repositioned myself more comfortably among the cards, one paw resting possessively on the Empress while my tail curled around the two of cups. The ghost's lavender scent had faded to a contented whisper, though I could still feel her presence hovering approvingly nearby. Between us, we would see Clara properly matched. The silver-buttoned inspector would learn to appreciate both her considerable talents and the importance of regular offerings to household cats. Clara would discover that happiness need not be sacrificed on the altar of independence, and I, provided adequate incentives were forthcoming, would graciously allow them to share my domain. Though I would definitely require kippers and cream. A ghost's unfinished business, it seemed, aligned perfectly with a cat's standards for proper domestic management. Excellent. Chapter 9. The upstairs parlour smelled of spiced tea and old lavender, the sort of scent that always lingered when the ladies of Bloomsbury gathered in force. Mrs. Penfield had already claimed the best chair near the window. Miss Collins was fussing with her spectacles and notes, and Mrs. Winters and Mrs. Turner were busy arranging themselves about the table, as if a proper council of war were about to begin. Marmalade sprawled across the hearthrug in blatant luxury. One paw stretched over his belly, as though inviting tributes of cream. The ladies, of course, indulged him shamefully, passing down crumbs of shortbread, cooing over his fur, and treating him as though he were the most critical member of their society. He bore it all with the air of one accustomed to such worship. Clara poured out the first round of tea, noting how the ladies arranged themselves with a purposeful air of women ready for serious business. She had scarcely set down the pot when Mrs. Penfield leaned forward with that unmistakable twinkle of mischief. "My dear," she began, "you really mustn't look so prim. I saw him leave last night, the handsome inspector striding off into the fog at an hour no respectable gentleman ought to have been calling." The other ladies gasped and tittered. Miss Collins's pencil scratched furiously at her notebook as though this were the most vital intelligence yet uncovered. Clara felt her cheeks warm. Inspector Redgrave was merely taking supper here after our interview. There is nothing remarkable about that. Mrs. Turner raised an eyebrow over her teacup. "Late supper, was it?" Mrs. Winters gave a delicate sigh. "I declare, if I were 10 years younger, I should have feigned poisoning myself to be carried off by those shoulders." Clara rolled her eyes heavenward, trying to hide the unhelpful warmth creeping into her chest. "Really, ladies, this is hardly relevant to Rose Fletcher's murder." "Oh, but it is relevant," Mrs. Penfield insisted, smiling triumphantly. "A man's loyalty and a woman's courage often make the difference in these dreadful matters. And if you ask me, your inspector seems rather devoted." Marmalade, as if in smug confirmation, flicked his tail and stretched even further across the rug. "Enough about inspectors," Clara said firmly, though she couldn't quite suppress her smile. "What intelligence have you gathered?" The ladies exchanged meaningful glances, their expressions growing more serious as they shifted into their investigative mode. Mrs. Winters leaned forward, her voice dropping to the conspiratorial whisper she reserved for the choicest gossip. "Well, my dressmaker friend Mrs. Delaney, the modiste on Russell Street, she had some rather interesting observations about Lady Victoria Ashford." "What sort of observations?" Clara asked, refilling the teacups. "Lady Victoria came for a fitting just 2 days before Rose's death, and she was in quite a state, weeping into her handkerchief, muttering about something being dreadfully wrong with her engagement. Mrs. Winters paused for dramatic effect. Mrs. Delaney said the girl kept saying things like, "I should have known," and "the signs were all there." Clara's attention sharpened. "Before Rose's death? You're certain?" "Quite certain." Mrs. Delaney remembered specifically because Lady Victoria had been such a radiant bride-to-be at her previous appointments. The change was remarkable. Mrs. Turner nodded gravely. "And there's more. My cook's sister works in the Pemberton household, and she says Rose Fletcher had been making quite the spectacle of herself at various social functions, always finding ways to mention dear Mr. Charles and how devoted he was to her. As if she wanted the gossip to spread," Miss Collins added, looking up from her notes, almost deliberately courting attention. Mrs. Penfield clicked her tongue disapprovingly. The poor girl may have been trying to force Charles's hand, make the situation so public he'd have to choose. Clara frowned, considering the implications. If Lady Victoria had suspected something was amiss before Rose's death, it complicated the timeline considerably. Did anyone hear what specifically made Lady Victoria suspicious? There were the usual things, Mrs. Winters said carefully. Charles being distracted, making excuses to visit the estate more frequently, being less attentive to his fiancée's needs. Victoria kept asking about what one does when one discovers a betrayal. The room fell quiet as the ladies considered the weight of this information. Clara studied the pattern in her grandmother's carpet, her mind racing through possibilities. "Wait," Clara said slowly, looking up. "We hadn't considered Lady Victoria as a suspect, but if she knew about the betrayal before Rose's death..." She paused, remembering Lady Victoria's shocked performance when Charles's affair was revealed. She certainly acted as though she was hearing it for the first time. Miss Collins's eyes lit up. "Oh, but that's perfect! The scorned fiancé driven to murder by jealousy. It's got all the proper elements: betrayal, passion, revenge. And she would have had access to the estate," Mrs. Penfield added thoughtfully, "as Charles's intended. She'd be welcomed there at any hour." A thin wire seemed to tighten between her ribs. Lady Victoria had indeed seemed genuinely shocked during the revelation scene. But what if it had all been an elaborate performance? "And yet," Clara said, "a lady of Victoria's station cannot vanish into the gardens at midnight, nor carry a body across a lawn. If she knew, she is dangerous to reputations, not necessarily to life." Mrs. Turner cleared her throat delicately. "There's something else, dear." "About the Duchess." Clara's head snapped up, remembering her own disturbing observations of the woman's afternoon episode. "The servants' gossip suggests these confusion spells came on quite suddenly," Mrs. Turner said carefully. "Not gradual like aging, but almost overnight. One day she was herself, the next day..." She shrugged meaningfully. "And they're saying it's always the same time," Mrs. Penfield added. 3 o'clock, regular as clockwork. The household staff have started planning around it. Clara leaned forward, her pulse quickening. Always 3 o'clock. Without fail. Sharp as ever in the morning, woolly-minded by afternoon tea. Mrs. Turner's expression grew troubled. "It's become so predictable that Miss Hartwell reschedules all important business for the mornings." The precision troubled Clara deeply, stirring memories of her grandmother's notes about various plant effects on the human mind and body. Some symptoms, Genevieve had written, could be caused by external influences rather than natural decline. Natural decline didn't keep such rigid schedules. Neither did grief or age-related fatigue. But what could cause such predictable symptoms? "That's remarkably specific," Clara said carefully. "In my grandmother's practice I've seen confusion and forgetfulness, but never with such clockwork regularity." "You think something else might be causing it?" Mrs. Winters asked. Clara hesitated, not wanting to voice her growing suspicions without more evidence. "I think the timing is unnaturally precise, and if Rose was investigating missing valuables and the Duchess's episodes coincide with such predictable confusion—" "You think they're connected?" Miss Collins asked, her pencil poised over her notebook. "I don't know," Clara said slowly, though inwardly she certainly hoped not. "The timing seems too precise for coincidence, but—" Mrs. Turner cleared her throat uncomfortably. "Well, there is one other matter we should consider. Charles doesn't inherit until his aunt passes away." The room went very quiet. "You don't think he would—" Mrs. Penfield began, then stopped herself. No one spoke for a long moment. None of them knew Charles well enough to say what he might or might not do when faced with scandal, financial ruin, and a confused elderly aunt standing between him and his inheritance. Mrs. Penfield broke the uncomfortable silence. "There's something else we learned." About Silas, the head gardener. Clara looked up with interest. "What about him?" She was still convinced that the older gentlemanly gardener, with his pleasant manners and helpfulness, could be involved. But he had access with an extra key, a point that Redgrave was keen to point out. "Well, according to the kitchen gossip, he's been having some sort of liaison with someone in the household. Someone quite close to the Duchess, they say." Mrs. Penfield's voice carried the particular tone reserved for the most scandalous revelations. "Rose?" Clara asked, though something about that didn't feel right. "A love triangle between Charles, Rose and Silas?" "That's what we wondered initially," Mrs. Turner said, "but the timing doesn't quite fit. This arrangement apparently began well before Rose's elevation in status." Mrs. Winters leaned forward conspiratorially. "Which brings us to Miss Evelyn Hartwell." "What about Miss Hartwell?" Clara asked, remembering the woman's nervous behaviour during questioning. "She was quite evasive when you asked about her evening walks, wasn't she?" Mrs. Turner observed. "And there's been talk that the Duchess was planning to give her a retirement cottage in the country. Word is Miss Hartwell felt she was being set aside, sent away after 20 years of faithful service. According to the servants, she begged to stay on, quite desperately, and it appears the Duchess relented, especially now with these afternoon episodes. She relies on Miss Hartwell more heavily than ever." Clara felt pieces shifting in her mind like puzzle fragments. "So, Miss Hartwell avoided retirement by becoming indispensable during the Duchess's confusion spells. What do we do?" Miss Collins whispered. Clara looked at the faces of the women who had become her allies. Lady Victoria with her suspicious foreknowledge, Charles with his inheritance motives, Miss Hartwell avoiding retirement through the Duchess's dependent Silas. It was all about as clear as mud. "Ladies," Mrs. Penfield said, settling back in her chair with the air of one preparing for ceremony, "we need guidance. Surely the cards can tell us something useful about this dreadful business." The suggestion was met with eager nods and excited murmurs from around the table. Clara felt a familiar mixture of scepticism and curiosity as she retrieved her grandmother's tarot deck from its place on the shelf, the worn leather case warm to the touch. "Very well," Clara said, settling back into her chair and unwrapping the deck with deliberate care. "But we must be specific in our question. The cards respond better to precise inquiries." She shuffled the well-worn cards, their soft whisper filling the room. "Mrs. Penfield, as you suggested this, would you ask the question?" Mrs. Penfield straightened in her chair, her expression growing solemn. "What dangers lie ahead in our search for Rose Fletcher's killer?" Clara drew a single card from the top of the deck, her fingers hesitating for just a moment before turning it over. The tower stared up at them, its dark spire struck by lightning, figures falling from its heights into the void below. "Oh my," Mrs. Turner breathed. "Sudden upheaval, dangerous revelations, foundations crumbling." "And people falling," Mrs. Penfield whispered. staring at the card with wide eyes. The room fell silent except for the tick of the mantel clock and Marmalade's soft purring from his place by the fire. "We must investigate," Clara said simply, "but carefully. There are too many unanswered questions, and if someone in that household is capable of murder—" She didn't need to finish the sentence. The implication hung in the air between them. The clock on the mantel chimed 3 and Clara felt a sudden chill. Somewhere across London the Duchess was having her afternoon episode. They needed to discover what was really happening before it was too late.
Marmalade's observations. The ladies finally gathered their wraps and parasols, drifting out into the fog with promises of whispered errands and discreet inquiries. I watched them from my station on the hearthrug. Too much chatter, not enough fish. Each bustled away with assignments scribbled in notebooks as though they'd invented the art of investigation. Mrs. Penfield would shake down market gossip and delivery boys. Miss Collins would bury herself in penny dreadful theories. Mrs. Turner would scavenge tidbits from her physician's circle, and Mrs. Winters would pry between stitches at the modistes' fitting rooms. Miss Collins, spectacles glittering, muttered something about pawn shops being dens of thieves, but added that she might stroll past one all the same. I snorted. Reckless human nonsense, exactly the sort of errand to get her lost, robbed, or worse. Still, none of them ever asked my opinion. Amusing. Humans require entire committees to do what one sensible cat could accomplish between naps. When the door closed behind them, Clara gave a weary sigh and began her nightly tidying. I followed her into the sitting-room, noting with interest when her hand brushed the brass key to the poison garden lying on the sideboard. For one delicious moment I thought she might finally take the hint. But no, she only tutted, set it primly back in place, and muttered about keeping things in order. I leapt up in one bound, landing with the sort of elegance that should have earned applause. We had unfinished business. A languid paw extended and the key slid forward, teetered, then fell with a delicate clink to the carpet. Clara stooped to retrieve it, frowning. "Honestly, Marmalade." "Must you?" She set it firmly back in its place, as if daring me to try again. Humans, hopeless, enough subtlety. I hopped onto the table with deliberate weight, fixed her with my most imperious stare, and smacked the key clean off the polished wood. It clattered to the floor with satisfying finality. This time I didn't move. I sat, tail neatly curled, eyes locked on hers with the unblinking authority of one who will be obeyed. Clara froze, the faintest shiver running through her as the unmistakable scent of lavender water drifted past. The ghost, adding her own unsubtle commentary. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Clara muttered, but her voice had gone softer, wary. She bent, retrieved the key again, and this time didn't set it down at once. Instead, she looked from the key to me, to the rocking chair that creaked gently. "You want me to check the poison garden?" she whispered. "Whatever for." At last, progress. A second waft of lavender. I'd like to tell the ghost to mind her own business. I have Clara well in hand, but she too doesn't listen. Clearly, whether alive or otherwise, humans were impossible. After all, I had already shown her something amiss there once, among the monkshood, lamentably slow creatures. At least my Clara was catching up. Clara shook her head. "Very well. Tomorrow." Then she slipped the key into her pocket, her hand lingering just a fraction too long. Finally. Honestly, without me, this investigation would be hopeless.
Chapter 10. Clara stood at her kitchen window, watching the fog lift from the cobblestones below while she gathered her botanical supplies. The familiar routine of preparing for her morning work at the Duchess's estate usually brought her comfort, but today restlessness prickled at her nerves. Marmalade's insistent behaviour with the poison garden key last evening had left her with questions that demanded answers. "Today, my dear fellow, you'll stay home," she announced to the large orange cat, who was sprawled across her preparation table with the air of one reviewing important correspondence, I have serious work to attend to, and I cannot have you underfoot." Marmalade's amber eyes fixed on her with the sort of withering disdain usually reserved for inferior fish. Clara gathered her leather satchel and headed for the door, but a streak of orange fur shot past her legs and landed with a solid thump in her wicker travelling basket. Absolutely not. Clara reached for him, but Marmalade had transformed himself into a furry paperweight, all 16 pounds of him distributed with maximum resistance. "Marmalade, I am quite serious." She managed to extract him after a brief struggle that left her hair dishevelled and her temper frayed. The moment she set him on the floor, however, he executed another lightning assault on the basket, this time wedging himself so thoroughly among her botanical samples that removing him would require dismantling her entire morning's preparation. "You are the most stubborn creature in all of London," Clara muttered, but she found herself smiling despite her exasperation. "Very well, but you will behave yourself." Marmalade's purr suggested he considered this a negotiable term. The carriage ride to the Duchess's estate passed in companionable silence, though Clara caught Marmalade watching her with the peculiar intensity he usually reserved for matters of supreme importance. When they arrived, she made her way through the familiar garden paths toward the greenhouse, her thoughts already turning to the poison garden key in her pocket. The greenhouse's warm, humid air embraced her as she stepped inside, heavy with the scent of earth and growing things. But before she could proceed to her own work area, Silas Whitmore appeared from behind a row of potted plants, his weathered face creased with concern. "Miss Wetherly, thank goodness you're here." He gestured toward a collection of geraniums near the south-facing windows. "I'm afraid we have a problem with Her Grace's prize plants. Been worrying over them since yesterday, but I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong." Clara approached the affected plants, noting immediately the telltale signs of distress. Several of the geraniums displayed blackened, wilted stems at their base, and the characteristic musty odour of decay hung in the air around them. "Black leg disease," she diagnosed quickly, kneeling to examine the damage more closely. "The stems are rotting from the base upward. It spreads quickly in damp conditions." Silas's relief was evident. "I thought it might be something serious." "What's to be done?" "Remove all the affected plants immediately. They'll infect the healthy ones. Then improve ventilation and dust the remaining plants with charcoal powder to prevent further spread." Clara straightened, noting how Silas hung on her every word. "You'll need to check them daily until you're certain the outbreak is contained." "I'm grateful for your expertise, Miss Wetherly. Don't know what we'd do without your knowledge of such matters." Silas began gathering the diseased plants, his movements efficient despite his obvious relief at having a solution. Clara found herself studying his profile as he worked. Here was an opportunity to probe gently into the rumours the ladies had shared. "You've been at the estate a long time, haven't you, Silas? It must be quite demanding, managing all these grounds alone." 23 years this coming spring," he replied, not looking up from his work. "Though I'm hardly alone, the estate keeps a full staff. Still, it must be lonely at times. Do you have family nearby? A wife, perhaps?" Silas's hands stilled for just a moment before he resumed his work. A faint flush crept up his neck. "No wife, miss. Never seem to find the right... That is, my work keeps me quite occupied." "Of course. Though I imagine someone in your position becomes quite close to the household staff over the years. You must know everyone's routines and habits quite well." Silas's colour deepened, and he cleared his throat uncomfortably. "I suppose so, miss, though as I said, I keep mostly to my own work. I keep to the gardens, mostly," his tone becoming carefully neutral. "Don't pay much mind to household matters." But Clara caught the way his gaze flickered toward the house, and something in his expression suggested that household matters, or at least one member of the household, occupied more of his thoughts than he cared to admit. Before she could pursue the matter further, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted them. Margaret Pritchard appeared in the greenhouse doorway, her dark dress crisp despite the early hour. "Miss Wetherly," Margaret said with a respectful curtsy, "Her Grace requests your presence in the morning room at your convenience. She's quite eager to speak with you about recent events." Clara glanced toward the far end of the greenhouse, where her poison garden lay, hidden behind its painted warnings and locked gate. So close to answers, yet duty called elsewhere. "Of course," Clara replied, gathering her satchel. "Silas, remember what I said about those geraniums. Check them again this evening." She followed Margaret toward the house, Marmalade trotting importantly at her heels as though he were an essential part of the morning's diplomatic proceedings. By the time they reached the house, Clara's pocket watch showed nearly 1 o'clock. The morning had slipped away more quickly than she'd realised between the carriage ride and helping Silas with the diseased plants. The Duchess's morning room was awash with afternoon sunlight that seemed to soften the worry lines around her eyes. She rose from her chair beside the fireplace as Clara entered, her movements carrying the careful dignity of someone fighting to maintain composure. "Clara, my dear, how good of you to come." The Duchess's voice held the particular strain of someone who had spent sleepless nights wrestling with impossible thoughts. "I hope you don't mind my urgency, but I find myself quite desperate for counsel." "Of course, Your Grace. How may I help?" "It's about Charles," the Duchess said, gesturing for Clara to take the chair opposite her. "This dreadful business has him beside himself with grief. I've never seen him so distraught." Marmalade, who had been exploring the room's perimeter with feline thoroughness, chose that moment to leap onto the velvet settee beside the Duchess's chair. He settled himself with regal satisfaction, clearly expecting the sort of attention he considered his due. Margaret stepped forward immediately, her expression showing the particular irritation of someone dealing with an unwelcome intrusion. "Shoo!" she said sharply, waving her hands at Marmalade. "Get down from there this instant. That furniture is not for animals." Marmalade fixed her with a look of pure disdain and settled more firmly into the cushions. When Margaret reached toward him, he let out a pointed yowl that could have been heard across the square. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Margaret," the Duchess said, her voice carrying a note of fond exasperation. "The poor creature means no harm." Rose always made such a fuss over him. Her expression grew wistful. She'd sneak him bits of kipper from the breakfast service when she thought no one was looking. Margaret's mouth tightened, and for just a moment something almost resentful flashed across her features. "Yes, Your Grace, very thoughtful of her. Do be a dear and fetch him something from the kitchen," the Duchess continued. "I can't bear to see him looking so forlorn." "Of course, Your Grace. I'll see what cook has available." "Now then," the Duchess said, turning her full attention back to Clara, "you must help me convince Inspector Redgrave that Charles could never have harmed Rose. I know what the evidence suggests, but I've known that boy since he was in leading strings. He's incapable of such calculation, such cruelty." Clara chose her words carefully. "The inspector is thorough, Your Grace. I'm certain he's considering all possibilities. But you see how circumstantial it all is." The Duchess leaned forward, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "Yes, Charles was foolish. Yes, he became entangled with Rose when he should have remained faithful to his engagement. But murder, never. Who else do you think might have wanted to harm Rose?" The Duchess was quiet for a long moment, her gaze drifting toward the window. "I've asked myself that question 1,000 times. Rose could be demanding, particular about how things should be done. Perhaps someone in the household grew tired of her expectations. What about Lady Victoria, if she suspected the affair?" "Victoria?" The Duchess looked genuinely shocked. "Oh, no, my dear. I refuse to believe she knew anything about Charles's indiscretions. The poor girl was devastated when the truth came out. You saw her reaction yourself. Such genuine surprise cannot be feigned." Clara wasn't entirely convinced, remembering the gossip the ladies had shared about Victoria's distress before Rose's death, but pressing the point would serve little purpose now. Margaret returned carrying a small plate of what appeared to be leftover breakfast kippers. She set it on the carpet beside the settee. "There you are," she said. Marmalade sniffed the offering with theatrical suspicion, then looked up at Margaret with what could only be described as reproach. After a moment's consideration, he descended from the settee to investigate the fish, but his manner suggested he was doing Margaret a favour by accepting such inferior hospitality. "You know," the Duchess said, watching this exchange with amusement, "Rose always said that cat had better manners than most people she knew. He certainly knew how to make his preferences clear." "Indeed," Margaret murmured. "Your Grace," Clara said, "you mentioned that you've been feeling rather tired lately. These afternoon spells—" "Oh yes, quite troubling." The Duchess rubbed her temples wearily. "Though Dr. Pemberton assures me it's nothing more than the natural effects of age and worry. I do find that my afternoon tonic helps considerably." "Your afternoon tonic? That delightful ginseng and iron mixture you prepared for me some months ago. I take it faithfully at 2 o'clock every afternoon. It does seem to provide a boost of energy when I need it most." Clara nodded, remembering the preparation well. She had made a large bottle meant to last for months, but something nagged at her about the timing. If the Duchess was taking it daily— "You look rather tired yourself, my dear," the Duchess continued, studying Clara's face with maternal concern. "This investigation must be weighing heavily on you. Perhaps you should try a dose of the tonic yourself. I find it wonderfully restorative." Clara hesitated. She did feel worn down by the constant worry and speculation surrounding Rose's death. And it was her own preparation after all. She knew every ingredient that had gone into it. "Perhaps you're right," she said. "I could use a little extra energy today. Margaret, would you fetch the tonic from my sitting room? The brown bottle on the escritoire." "Of course, Your Grace." Margaret departed again, returning moments later with a familiar amber bottle that Clara recognised as one of her own preparations. "Won't you be taking your portion as well?" Clara asked as Margaret poured a measure of the dark liquid into a small glass. "Oh, no, dear. 2 o'clock, as always. I found that timing quite perfect for my needs. It carries me through the afternoon's social calls and correspondence." The Duchess smiled. "I'm quite religious about the schedule." Clara accepted the glass, noting the familiar herbal aroma of her preparation. The liquid seemed darker than she remembered, with an almost oily consistency that caught the light strangely. She drank it down quickly, the bitter taste of ginseng and iron slightly more pronounced than she recalled, masked somewhat by the honey she'd used as a base. "There now," the Duchess said with satisfaction. "You should feel the benefits within the half-hour." Clara gathered her things, her mind already turning back to the poison garden and the questions that awaited her there. But as she stood to take her leave, Margaret stepped forward. "Miss Wetherly, if I may suggest, you might want to finish your greenhouse work before you return home. Her Grace always finds the tonic works best when she can settle quietly afterward." Clara nodded politely, though unease prickled at her nerves. "Thank you for the advice." As Clara made her way back toward the greenhouse, Marmalade padding beside her with the satisfied air of one who had successfully negotiated superior fish, she felt the first stirrings of anticipation. Finally, she would have answers about what Marmalade had been trying to show her in the poison garden. She checked her pocket watch, nearly 1:30. The key turned easily in the lock, and Clara stepped into the carefully maintained space where she kept her most dangerous botanical specimens. Everything appeared to be in order at first glance, the rows of labelled plants standing in neat formation, the soil recently watered and weeded. But as she moved deeper into the garden space, her steps felt slightly unsteady, as though the ground beneath her feet had become uncertain. Clara blinked hard, trying to clear her vision. The afternoon light seemed unusually bright, almost glaring, making it difficult to focus on the plant labels. Her mouth felt oddly dry, and there was a peculiar lightness in her head that made concentration increasingly difficult. Marmalade suddenly darted past her legs, weaving between the plant rows with unusual urgency. He stopped at one section and began pawing at the disturbed soil, mewing insistently. Clara tried to see what had captured his attention, but her hand trembled as she reached for the garden gate to steady herself. The letters on the plant markers seemed to blur and shift, as though she were reading them through water. Something was wrong, she could sense that much. The soil had been disturbed somewhere, but her thoughts felt thick and sluggish, like trying to move through honey. Her heart began to race, though she couldn't quite remember why that should alarm her. The bright sun seemed to pulse with each heartbeat, and when she tried to focus on what Marmalade was showing her, the details slipped away from her like water through her fingers. Marmalade pressed against her legs, his purr vibrating with unusual intensity, as though he were trying to tell her something urgent. Clara took a step backward, then another, her hands shaking as she fumbled with the garden gate lock. The key slipped from her fingers once, twice, before she managed to secure the latch. She needed to get back to the greenhouse, needed to understand what she'd seen, needed to... The world tilted sideways just slightly, and Clara gripped the garden wall for support. In the distance, she could hear Marmalade's concerned mewing, but the sound seemed to come from very far away. Something was terribly, horribly wrong. Chapter 11. Clara's vision swam as she made her way back toward the greenhouse, each step requiring careful concentration. The familiar garden paths seemed to shift beneath her feet, and she found herself gripping fence posts and wall edges for support. Marmalade padded beside her, occasionally pressing against her legs as though offering his own small steadiness. By the time she reached the greenhouse, her heart was racing in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. Her mouth felt parched, her skin flushed and strangely dry, and when she tried to focus on her botanical samples, the labels blurred and doubled. The symptoms felt strangely familiar, though her clouded thoughts couldn't quite grasp why that should concern her. Clara sank onto the wooden stool beside her work table, trying to organize her scattered thoughts. Time seemed to move strangely, sometimes racing forward, sometimes crawling. She wasn't certain how long she'd been sitting there when Silas appeared, though it felt like both minutes and hours. When footsteps approached the greenhouse, Clara looked up to see Silas hurrying toward her, his weathered face creased with concern. "Miss Wetherly? You don't look well at all." He reached her side in 2 quick strides. "Pale as paper, you are. Come now, let me help you back to the house." His arm around her shoulders was steady and warm, and Clara found herself grateful for the support as they made their slow way along the garden path. The world continued its lazy spinning, objects at the edges of her vision seeming to blur and shift in ways that made her stomach lurch. "Just need to sit down," she managed, though the words felt thick on her tongue. "Feel rather strange." "Course you do. Probably been working too hard with all this dreadful business." Silas's voice carried genuine kindness. "Her Grace will want to see you're properly looked after." They found the Duchess in her sitting room, bent over correspondence at her small escritoire. She looked up as they entered, and Clara noted with detached fascination that the older woman's pupils seemed unusually large for the afternoon light streaming through the windows. "Clara, my dear." The Duchess rose immediately, though her own movements seemed slightly unsteady. "Whatever is the matter?" "You look dreadful." Just feeling unwell," Clara managed, accepting the chair that Silas guided her toward. "Came on rather suddenly." "Oh dear, you look quite unwell," the Duchess said, pressing her hand to her temple as though fighting her own discomfort. "I had my tonic a bit early today, around 1:30, as I was feeling particularly tired before our meeting. Perhaps we're both coming down with something." Silas looked between them with growing concern. "Perhaps I should fetch Dr. Pemberton." "No, no," the Duchess said quickly, then seemed to lose track of her reasoning. "That is, he's quite busy and I'm sure it's nothing serious. Just needs rest." Clara watched the Duchess through her haze of confusion, noting how the older woman's hands trembled slightly as she moved, how she seemed to lose track of her sentences midway through speaking them. The recognition struggled to surface through Clara's clouded thoughts. This was exactly how she felt now. The afternoon passed in fragments. Clara remained in her chair, fighting waves of dizziness and the peculiar sensation that her thoughts were moving through thick syrup. The Duchess attempted to maintain conversation, but by 3 o'clock she too was struggling. "I'm sorry, my dear," the Duchess said, her words coming slowly, as though each one required effort. "I seem to have lost the thread entirely. What were we discussing?" I'm not entirely certain," Clara admitted, the admission frightening her more than she could articulate. It was then that the Duchess attempted to rise from her chair and immediately swayed dangerously, her knees buckling as she began to collapse toward the floor. Clara tried to help, but her own unsteadiness made her more hindrance than assistance, her limbs feeling disconnected from her intentions. Margaret appeared with remarkable promptness, dropping to one knee behind the Duchess just as she crumpled. In one practiced motion, Margaret braced her own legs wide for stability, slipped her arms up under the Duchess's armpits from behind, and used her entire body as leverage to lift the older woman cleanly from the floor. She pivoted smoothly, supporting the Duchess's dead weight against her shoulder, while manoeuvring her back into the chair, all accomplished with the fluid efficiency of someone who had performed this exact manoeuvre many times before. Clara stared through her fog of confusion, something important trying to surface in her mind. But the thought slipped away before Clara could grasp it. How did you learn to do that?" Clara asked, the words emerging more slurred than she'd intended. Margaret glanced at her briefly. "Brothers," she said with a slight shrug. "4 older brothers will teach you to handle yourself, even when they outweigh you considerably. Leverage and technique, Miss Wetherly, more important than brute strength." She guided the Duchess back into her chair with the same practised ease, then turned her attention to Clara. "You don't look well either, miss. Perhaps you should return home and rest?" Yes, I should go home." Clara tried to rise, but immediately regretted the attempt as the room tilted alarmingly around her. "Come now, let's get you both properly settled," Margaret said, moving between them with professional competence. "Your Grace, perhaps you should rest in your chambers. And Miss Wetherly, would you like me to call for a hackney?" "Nonsense," the Duchess said weakly but with authority. "Miss Wetherly will take my carriage home. I insist." But even as the Duchess spoke, Clara heard the sound of approaching footsteps in the entrance hall, followed by voices. One voice in particular cut through her confusion with blessed familiarity, Inspector Redgrave's clipped, authoritative tone. Margaret's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "I should see who's calling," she murmured, moving toward the door. Within moments Redgrave appeared in the doorway, his dark coat still damp from the afternoon mist. But whatever he'd come to discuss was forgotten the moment he took in the scene before him. "Good God!" he said, his eyes moving between Clara and the Duchess. "What's happened here?" "Graham," Clara began, a slight smile tugging at her lips despite her confusion, trying to focus her vision enough to see his face clearly. Something's wrong." Redgrave was at her side, immediately, one hand touching her forehead to check for fever. "You're flushed and your pupils are dilated. And your speech," he turned sharply to Margaret. "What caused this? What happened to them?" "I'm sure I don't know," Margaret replied with careful composure. "Miss Wetherly came in from the greenhouse feeling poorly, and Her Grace has been having one of her afternoon spells. Perhaps they're both coming down with something." "Both of them?" Redgrave's voice carried dangerous scepticism. with identical symptoms. At the same time. Clara tried to speak, but her tongue felt too thick and clumsy for proper words. The urgent thoughts in her mind scattered like leaves in the wind every time she tried to grasp them. Something's wrong, she managed finally, though the words seemed to echo strangely in the room. Redgrave's attention sharpened immediately. What is it? What happened to them? I'm sure I don't know, Margaret replied with careful composure. Miss Wetherly came in from the greenhouse feeling poorly, and her Grace has been having one of her afternoon spells. Perhaps they're both coming down with something. Both of them, Redgrave's voice carried dangerous scepticism, with identical symptoms. At the same time, Clara found herself studying Graham's face with unusual focus, a dreamy smile crossing her features. Your coat is quite dashing, you know, she said, her words slightly slurred. Very, very distinguished. Makes your eyes look rather lovely. Redgrave's expression shifted from professional concern to alarm. Clara, you're clearly not yourself. I believe you need to leave, Redgrave said quietly, his eyes never leaving Margaret's face. Both women require immediate medical attention, and I suspect this house may not be safe for them. I'm sure that's not necessary, Inspector, Margaret began, but Redgrave cut her off with a look that could have frozen water. I'll be the judge of what's necessary, he turned to Margaret with clipped authority. Send for Dr. Pemberton immediately. Clara watched through her haze as a portly man with whiskers bustled in, prodding at her wrist and peering into her eyes with the sort of brisk efficiency that suggested he'd already reached his conclusions before examining anyone. Pulse elevated, pupils responsive, he muttered, then straightened with obvious satisfaction. Nothing more than feminine nervous exhaustion, I'm afraid. The afternoon vapours, quite common in ladies of delicate constitution. Clara wanted to tell him he was an absolute fool, that her symptoms had nothing to do with vapours or nerves, but the words wouldn't form properly. Instead, she managed only a frustrated sound that he interpreted as feminine distress. Rest and perhaps a mild tonic should set them right, he continued, snapping his bag shut. Afternoon vapours, Clara muttered with as much disdain as her slurred speech could manage. Perhaps the good doctor should prescribe some for his own empty head. Dr. Pemberton's eyebrows shot up, and he gave a disapproving sniff. I see the condition has affected her manners as well. Most unseemly. Just as I thought, Margaret said quickly, and Clara caught the edge of relief in her voice. Miss Wetherly has been working too hard with all this dreadful business. Redgrave moved to Clara's chair, helping her to her feet with careful gentleness. Clara leaned into him more than necessary, her hand lingering on his arm. Graham, you have such strong hands, she murmured, gazing up at him with unfocused admiration. And you smell rather nice too, like cedar and mystery. Redgrave's jaw tightened, and Clara caught a flush creeping up his neck. Right. Miss Wetherly, I'm taking you home immediately. But the Duchess, Clara began, though the protest felt half-hearted, will be perfectly fine with her afternoon rest, as the good doctor prescribed, Redgrave said firmly, steering her toward the door. As Redgrave helped Clara toward the door, she waved cheerfully at the Duchess, who was being settled into her chair by Margaret. Goodbye, Your Grace. Such a lovely afternoon. The Duchess managed a weak smile and wave in return. Graham, be a dear and scoop up Marmalade, will you? Clara said, swaying slightly against his supporting arm. He'll be cross if we leave without him. Redgrave looked around for the cat with barely concealed exasperation. Where is the blasted... But Marmalade, as if understanding the situation perfectly, padded over and wound around their legs before hopping directly into the waiting ducal carriage with feline dignity. Sensible creature, Clara giggled as Redgrave helped her into the carriage beside the cat. Always knows when it's time to go home. "Indeed," Redgrave muttered, settling across from them as the carriage began to move. "We'll sort this all out tomorrow, Clara, when you're feeling more yourself."
Marmalade's observations, in which humans fuss needlessly, the ghost meddles unsubtly, and I, naturally, must supervise. The carriage ride passed in a blur of Clara's drowsy chatter about the lovely afternoon and how handsome Graham looked when he frowned. By the time we reached Bloomsbury, she had dozed against the window, and Clara's inspector's expression had shifted from exasperation to genuine worry. The man carried my Clara up the stairs as though she might shatter. Excessive, in my opinion. She was still breathing, after all, but I permitted it. He laid her gently upon the sofa, arranged pillows with ridiculous care, and even brushed a strand of hair from her forehead with a touch that made him look unsettled. I leapt onto the hearthrug to supervise. Someone had to ensure standards were maintained. The human muttered to himself while poking at the fire, coaxing the coals as though flames might cure confusion. He disappeared briefly and returned with a blanket, which he tucked around her shoulders with all the solemnity of a priest dressing an altar. Excessive back. But Clara stirred faintly and sighed, and I suppose that made it worthwhile. Then, quite without consulting me, he busied himself in the kitchen. I followed naturally. My Clara's survival depended on it. "Where does she keep—" "Ah!" His rummaging produced a saucer, a jug of cream, and finally, blessedly, the tin of kippers. He eyed the tin as though it were a weapon he was not entirely sure how to wield. "If I am reduced to feeding you, cat, you had better keep her alive," he grumbled, levering it open. I approved. At last, proper refreshments. I settled on the table and accepted my due with impeccable grace. Cream first, then fish. He sighed, but he delivered. Clearly trainable, this one. When we returned, Clara had slipped deeper into her doze. The ghost chose that moment to interfere. A whisper of lavender drifted through the air, and from the shelf above the hearth, a single card slid free of the gilded leaf. It landed face up on the rug between his boots. The star. The man frowned down at it, as though some chord had been struck despite his ignorance. He bent, picked it up, turned it over once between his fingers. "Nonsense," he muttered. But he didn't put it back. He slipped it into his coat pocket instead, and his hand lingered there longer than necessary. I flicked my tail. Meddling ghost, always playing at symbols when the answer is obvious. My Clara is mine, and anyone who wishes to share her must prove himself first with cream, kippers, and proper respect. The tall human returned to the sofa, sitting beside her as though he might keep watch through sheer stubbornness. His shoulders sagged eventually, but he didn't leave. He stayed, head bent, one hand resting lightly on the blanket near hers. Satisfied at last, I sprang up to join them. I curled myself against Clara's side, purring to remind her that she was not alone, not with me, not with the ghost, not with the human who smelled of ink and fog and determination. She murmured once in her sleep, something soft, something only I heard, and I pressed my nose into her hand. Yes, my Clara, safe for now.
Chapter 12. Clara woke to the sound of rain pattering against the windows and the peculiar sensation that her head had been stuffed with cotton wool overnight. Pale morning light filtered through the lace curtains of her sitting room, and for a moment she couldn't quite remember why she was sleeping on the sofa instead of in her own bed. Then memory came flooding back, the greenhouse, the strange symptoms, the Duchess's collapse. And Clara felt heat rise in her cheeks as she recalled her mortifyingly inappropriate comments to Inspector Redgrave. "Your coat is quite dashing. Makes your eyes look rather lovely." She pressed her hands to her face with a groan. Had she truly said such things? To a man who was trying to conduct a serious investigation. A soft snore from the direction of her reading chair made her peek through her fingers, and Clara's breath caught. Graham Redgrave sat slumped in her grandmother's old wing-back chair, his long legs stretched out before him and his dark head tipped back against the worn velvet. His coat hung over the chair's arm, His waistcoat was unbuttoned, and his usually immaculate collar had come undone during the night. He looked younger in sleep, the careful control that usually marked his features softened into something almost vulnerable. She took in the line of his jaw, the way his hair had fallen across his forehead, the steady rise and fall of his chest. He stayed all night. The thought sent an unexpected warmth through her that had nothing to do with embarrassment. He had stayed to watch over her, to ensure she was safe. When had anyone last done such a thing? Marmalade appeared in the doorway, fixing Clara with an expectant stare and releasing a pointed meow that clearly indicated breakfast was overdue. Clara attempted to sit up, immediately regretting the decision as the room swayed gently around her. She was clear-headed compared to yesterday's confusion, but her body still felt fragile, as though she'd been through a fever. The slight sound of her movement caused Graham's eyes to open immediately, alert in the way of someone accustomed to waking at the first sign of trouble. "Clara!" His voice was rough with sleep, and he straightened in the chair with a slight wince. "How are you feeling?" "Better," she said, though her voice came out as barely more than a whisper. "Much clearer, though I fear I owe you a considerable apology for my behaviour yesterday." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Which particular behaviour might that be?" Clara felt her face flame. "You know perfectly well which behaviour. I was completely inappropriate. The things I said about your—" She gestured vaguely in his direction, unable to meet his eyes. "About my coat being dashing." Graham's tone was grave, but she caught the hint of amusement underneath. "Or was it my eyes being lovely?" "Please don't," Clara whispered, pulling a pillow over her face. "I'm mortified enough as it is." "I must say," Graham continued conversationally, rising from the chair and moving to poke at the dying fire, "it wasn't the first time someone has complimented my hands. Though I believe the exact phrase was 'such strong hands,' was it not? Inspector Redgrave." "Graham," he corrected, his back still to her as he coaxed the coals back to life. "And Clara, you were clearly not yourself. No one could hold you accountable for words spoken under such circumstances." Clara lowered the pillow, studying his profile. "Why did you stay?" He paused, poker halfway to the grate. "I couldn't leave you alone in that condition." "What if your symptoms had worsened during the night?" "You could have sent for Mrs. Penfield, or Mrs. Winters." "I could have." Graham replaced the poker and turned to face her, his expression serious. "I didn't want to." The simple honesty of it made Clara's pulse quicken. They looked at each other for a moment, the air between them charged with unspoken possibilities, before Graham cleared his throat and moved toward the kitchen. "I should see about some tea," he said, "and perhaps something for your demanding cat." As Clara moved toward the kitchen, she felt the lingering weakness in her limbs, the way exhaustion seemed to pull at her thoughts. Graham had already found the tea kettle and was setting it to boil. "Thank you," Clara said, settling into a chair at her small kitchen table. "Graham, I must thank you for getting me away from the estate yesterday, and for bringing me home safely. I hate to think what might have happened if you hadn't arrived when you did. You were clearly in distress, both you and the Duchess." Graham opened cupboards until he found the tin of kippers, which immediately captured Marmalade's complete attention. "Clara, do you have any idea what might have caused such symptoms? In both of you, at the same time?" Clara was quiet for a moment, trying to recall what the ladies had told her. Mrs. Turner said the Duchess's episodes began quite suddenly, not gradually like normal aging. "But I don't know exactly when." She paused, a memory surfacing. "That's strange." "What's strange?" "I was feeling quite energetic when I arrived at the estate. I'd had my morning tonic, felt perfectly well, but then I became so tired I could barely focus on my work." Her brow furrowed as she tried to piece together the sequence of events. "The only thing different was the Duchess offering me some of her vitality tonic. Said it might help with my energy." Graham warmed the kippers while Marmalade supervised with keen interest. "You're certain it was the same preparation you'd made?" "But, Graham, it has to be the tonic," Clara said, her voice growing more certain. "That was the only thing both the Duchess and I took yesterday." "We both had the same symptoms at the same time." Graham nodded slowly. "That does seem to be the most logical explanation. Which means..." Clara's face crumpled as the implication hit her. "Which means I am responsible if I made an error that's been slowly poisoning her." Graham reached across the small table and gently pulled her hands away from her face. "Look at me. Even if there was something wrong with your preparation, which I doubt, you would have made it with the best of intentions. You're a skilled botanist, Clara. It's far more likely there's another explanation." "When did the Duchess first start having these afternoon episodes?" Graham asked carefully. Clara paused, trying to recall what the ladies had told her. Mrs. Turner said they began quite suddenly, not gradually like normal aging. "But I don't know exactly when." She pressed her hands to her face. "Graham, what if it's all my fault? What if my preparation is what's been causing her afternoon episodes?" Graham served Marmalade, his kippers, then sat across from Clara, his expression serious. "Then we'll find out. How would you propose we test this theory?" Clara lifted her head, a spark of determination replacing the despair in her eyes. "I have a plan. I'll visit the Duchess this afternoon and replace her tonic with a fresh preparation, one I'll make myself this morning with the utmost care. The Duchess takes her tonic at 2 o'clock sharp every day, so we'll have to hurry. If it truly is my tonic causing her symptoms, then with a proper, fresh preparation, she shouldn't suffer an episode at all." Graham studied her face for a long moment. "And if she still has an episode with your new preparation?" "Then we'll know something else is causing this." Clara's voice grew steadier. "Some other explanation I haven't considered." She finished her breakfast slowly, feeling her strength return with the nourishment. When she set down her fork, her resolve had crystallized. "I have to know if this is my fault," she said quietly. "Either way, I'm not letting you go back to that estate alone." Graham reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a small object wrapped in cloth. "Besides, I have another matter to discuss with Her Grace." Clara leaned forward with curiosity. "What is it?" "The brooch we found with the Kelly brothers. If it belongs to the Duchess," he left the implication hanging. "Then someone has been stealing from her," Clara finished quietly. The possibility sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the morning air. Clara rose from the table and moved purposefully to her herb cabinet. "I'll begin the preparation now. The sooner we know the truth, the better." She pulled out several small cloth bags and glass bottles, arranging them on her work counter. Graham cleared the breakfast dishes, then moved to watch with obvious curiosity as Clara began measuring dried herbs onto small scales. "What exactly goes into a vitality tonic?" Graham asked, leaning against the counter. "Several things." Clara held up a small portion of dried root. "Ginseng root, imported from the Orient at considerable expense. The Chinese call it man root for its strengthening properties to the masculine constitution, though it serves women equally well." She crumbled a small amount into her mortar with deliberate care. "This will help restore energy and vigour, what physicians call strengthening the vital force." Graham wrinkled his nose as she added the next ingredient. "That smells rather medicinal." "Damiana leaves." Clara measured the bitter-scented herb precisely, her movements practised. "From the Spanish territories in the Americas. Particularly effective for nervous exhaustion and what we term weakness of the spirits. The aroma grows stronger when crushed." She began grinding the mixture, the mortar and pestle creating a steady rhythm as the herbs released their concentrated scents. Nettle for purifying the blood, rich in iron, which strengthens the constitution, and rosemary for circulation. Graham watched the transformation as the separate herbs became a cohesive powder. "How do you know the proper proportions?" "Years of study with my grandmother and careful notation of effects." Clara moved to the stove where she began heating honey in a small pan, stirring until it reached the proper consistency. Each herb must be balanced against the others. Too much ginseng creates restlessness, too little nettle provides insufficient strengthening to the blood. The kitchen filled with the complex aromas of the preparation, earthy, medicinal, but softened by the warming honey. "The honey serves multiple purposes," Clara continued, watching the golden liquid carefully. "It preserves the preparation, makes the bitter herbs more palatable, and adds its own strengthening properties." Graham watched with fascination as Clara worked, her movements precise and confident. "You make it seem quite scientific." "Botanical medicine is a science, though many physicians refuse to acknowledge it." Clara strained the mixture through fine cloth, then slowly incorporated the warmed honey until the consistency satisfied her practiced eye. "My grandmother kept meticulous records of preparations and their effects. This knowledge has been refined over generations." The finished tonic was a rich golden brown colour, with a complex aroma that combined the sweetness of honey with the distinct herbal scents. Clara decanted it carefully into a brown glass bottle, identical to the one the Duchess had been using. "There," she said, sealing the bottle with wax. "If my original preparation contained some error, this should remedy it." Clara glanced at the small clock on her kitchen shelf and felt a flutter of urgency. "It's nearly 11 o'clock. If we're to reach the Duchess before her afternoon dose—" She paused, concern creasing her brow. "But what about Miss Collins? The Kelly brothers threatened her because of questions I asked her to pursue." "I spoke with her directly after the incident," Graham said, understanding her worry. "She's well, Clara." "Shaken initially, but Miss Collins is made of sterner stuff than those criminals realise. She's returned to her duties at the registry office and has no intention of letting ruffians intimidate her." Relief washed over Clara's features. "Thank goodness. We can call on her later to ensure she's truly recovered, but for now—" "The Duchess takes priority," Graham agreed, his expression growing serious. "If we're to test your theory, we need to replace that tonic before 2 o'clock. Clara tucked the wrapped tonic into her reticule, the weight of it heavier than such a small bottle should be. By this afternoon she would finally know whether months of the Duchess's suffering had been her fault. Chapter 13. The hackney rolled to a stop before the Duchess's townhouse, and Clara felt her stomach clench with apprehension. In her reticule, the fresh tonic seemed to pulse with the weight of potential culpability. Within the next few hours, she would know whether months of the Duchess's suffering had been caused by her own failure in the proper preparation of simples. Marmalade emerged from the carriage with feline dignity, immediately positioning himself to observe the household dynamics with his usual superior awareness. His amber eyes swept the entrance with the calculating attention of one who missed nothing. "Are you ready?" Graham asked softly, studying her pale face. Clara managed a nod, though her hands trembled as she gathered her skirts to alight from the carriage. "As ready as one can be to discover they've been accidentally poisoning someone they care about." The butler admitted them with his usual dignified efficiency, and they were shown to the morning room where the Duchess sat with Miss Hartwell, both women engaged in quiet correspondence. The Duchess looked up with genuine pleasure as they entered, while Marmalade padded silently to his preferred observation post near the hearth. "Clara, dear, and Inspector Redgrave, how lovely to see you both." The Duchess rose gracefully, and Clara noted with relief that her movements seemed steady, her eyes clear and focused. "I do hope you're feeling better after yesterday's ordeal, my dear. Such a frightening thing to happen." "Much better, thank you, Your Grace." Clara forced a smile, though guilt gnawed at her. "Actually, that's partly why I've come. I've grown concerned about your vitality tonic." Miss Hartwell looked up from her writing, her expression immediately attentive. "Concerned?" the Duchess asked, settling back into her chair and gesturing for them to sit. "In what manner?" Clara reached into her reticule and withdrew the carefully wrapped bottle. "I fear something may have gone amiss with the preparation. Perhaps the honey has crystallized, or one of the herbs has developed corruption. I've brought you a fresh bottle, made just this morning with the utmost care." "How very considerate of you," the Duchess said warmly, accepting the new bottle. "Evelyn, dear, would you fetch my currant bottle from my chambers? It should be on the dressing table beside my other tonics." Miss Hartwell rose immediately. "Of course, Your Grace." She departed with quiet efficiency. While they waited, Clara found herself studying the Duchess's clear, alert expression. "How are you managing, Your Grace?" "Yesterday must have been quite distressing for you." "I'm holding up reasonably well, though I must confess." The Duchess's voice grew troubled. "Poor Charles has been beside himself with worry." She turned to Graham with obvious hope. "Inspector, have you made any progress discovering who could have done such a terrible thing to poor Rose? I feel dreadful that I was in no condition yesterday to speak to you about it properly." Graham exchanged a glance with Clara. "Actually, Your Grace, there has been a significant development. I have something I'd like you to examine." He reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew the small, wrapped object, carefully unwrapping it to reveal the ornate gold brooch set with emeralds in a delicate floral pattern. The Duchess leaned forward, her expression shifting from confusion to recognition. "Good heavens! That's my forget-me-not brooch. But I haven't seen it in weeks. Wherever did you find it?" "It was recovered during a police investigation in Whitechapel," Graham said carefully. "I'm afraid it was found in the possession of individuals known for trading in stolen goods." "Stolen?" The Duchess's voice rose slightly. "But how could someone have taken it from my own home?" At that moment Miss Hartwell returned with the familiar brown glass bottle, stopping short as she saw the brooch glittering in the morning light. "Your Grace!" she gasped, nearly dropping the bottle. "Your brooch!" "The inspector recovered it from thieves in Whitechapel," the Duchess said, her voice shaking slightly. "Evelyn, if thieves have been in the house, taking things—" Miss Hartwell sank into her chair, her face pale, still clutching the tonic bottle. "Your Grace, Rose had mentioned her suspicions to me. She thought someone might be taking your belongings deliberately." "Rose suspected theft?" The Duchess looked shocked. "But why didn't you tell me?" "We had no proof, Your Grace, and you seemed so certain you were simply misplacing things during your difficult afternoons. Rose felt we shouldn't worry you without evidence." "Your Grace," Graham said gently, "what other things have you misplaced during these afternoon episodes?" The Duchess pressed a hand to her forehead, her expression troubled. Yes, there have been other things. Small pieces, mostly." Clara felt the blood drain from her face as the terrible certainty settled over her like a shroud. The afternoon spells, the very episodes that her corrupted tincture might be causing, had provided perfect cover for systematic theft. If someone knew, the Duchess would be confused and forgetful at predictable times. "What manner of things?" Graham asked, taking out his notebook. "A pair of pearl earrings that belonged to my mother, a small silver frame with my late husband's photograph, my mother's gold locket. That one particularly distressed me, as it contained a lock of her hair." The Duchess's voice grew softer with each item. "I searched everywhere for the locket, but during those afternoon episodes I can barely remember my own name, let alone where I might have placed something." Clara accepted the tonic bottle from Miss Hartwell, who seemed to remember she still held it. As Clara wrapped it carefully in her handkerchief, she caught a whiff of the contents. The scent seemed proper, but then again she was hardly an objective judge at this point. Clara's guilt intensified. Not only had her faulty preparation been causing the Duchess physical distress, but it had also created the perfect opportunity for thieves to prey upon her. She felt sick. Miss Hartwell reached over and patted the Duchess's hand comfortingly. "You mustn't blame yourself, Your Grace. If there truly have been thieves in the house. The question," Graham said grimly, "is how they knew when you would be indisposed." Before anyone could respond, Margaret appeared in the doorway. "Pardon the interruption, Your Grace. I wanted to ensure you have everything you require for your afternoon." Marmalade's attention sharpened, his amber eyes fixing on Margaret with unusual intensity. "Lovely, Margaret. Thank you for checking." The Duchess smiled warmly. "Margaret has been such a treasure since she joined us this spring, stepped into Rose's position so seamlessly after the tragedy. And please do join us. Inspector Redgrave has just returned my forget-me-not brooch." Margaret's step checked just for a heartbeat, her composed mask slipping before snapping back into place, her eyes fixed on the brooch lying on the table with an expression that seemed almost territorial. "Your brooch, Your Grace, but I thought, that is, you said it was lost." "It was stolen," Graham said, watching Margaret's face carefully. "Recovered from criminals in Whitechapel." "How dreadful. I'm so sorry, Your Grace, to think that thieves have been in the house." Margaret's voice carried appropriate concern, though something in her manner seemed slightly off to Clara. "We're still investigating how they might have gained access," Graham said. "Someone would need intimate knowledge of the household routines to know when to strike." "Indeed, Inspector. Though I suppose anyone watching the house could learn our patterns easily enough." "Perhaps," Graham said thoughtfully. "Margaret, you've been here since spring," the Duchess mentioned. "Where did you work before joining this household?" "A household in Yorkshire, sir. The Whitmore family, near Leeds." Margaret's response came smoothly, but Clara noticed she didn't quite meet Graham's eyes. "And what brought you to London?" "Better opportunities, Inspector. Yorkshire had limited prospects for advancement." Margaret clasped her hands, the gesture seeming slightly nervous to Clara's watchful gaze. Clara smiled warmly. "And how are you finding London, Margaret? Do you have family here to help you settle in?" "Oh, yes, miss." Family connections made the transition much easier. Margaret's answer was vague but satisfied. The conversation continued for several more minutes, touching on lighter matters, the weather, the household's adjustment since Rose's death, plans for the approaching winter season. But Clara found herself watching the clock on the mantelpiece, her thoughts increasingly occupied with the test that lay ahead. When the hands approached 2:00, she could no longer postpone the moment. "Your Grace," Clara said, glancing at the small clock on the mantelpiece, "it's nearly time for your afternoon tonic." The Duchess followed her gaze and nodded. "Of course, dear." "Oh, I'll go fetch it for you, Your Grace," Margaret said helpfully. "No need, Margaret." Clara brought a fresh bottle. The Duchess gestured toward the new preparation. "Very well. I have some mending to attend to, if that is all, Your Grace." "Of course, dear. Thank you for checking on us." As Margaret withdrew, Clara felt a mixture of relief and growing dread. Now came the crucial test. The Duchess rose and moved to the new bottle, pouring the precise amount of tonic into a glass herself. Clara watched with growing anxiety as the older woman lifted the glass. This was the moment of truth. If her fresh preparation worked as intended, the Duchess should remain clear-headed throughout the afternoon, and if she did... "There," the Duchess said, setting down the empty glass. "Now then, shall we have a proper visit? It's been far too long since we've had a chance to chat properly." Clara managed to smile and nod, though her thoughts were in turmoil. The conversation flowed naturally from topics of mutual interest, the garden, local news, shared acquaintances. Clara tried to focus, but her attention kept drifting to the clock, watching the minutes tick past 2:30, then approaching 3:00. At exactly 3:00, when the Duchess should have been sliding into her usual afternoon confusion, She was instead engaged in an animated discussion about the merits of different rose varieties with Miss Hartwell. "The Gallica roses are lovely, of course," the Duchess was saying, her voice clear and energetic, "but I've become quite fond of the newer hybrid perpetuals. They bloom so much longer into the season." Clara felt her heart sink to her stomach. The Duchess was completely lucid, alert, engaging, everything she hadn't been during the afternoon hours for months. "I do feel remarkably well," the Duchess agreed, looking almost surprised by her own vitality. "Quite clear-headed, actually. I cannot recall the last time I felt this alert so late in the afternoon." Miss Hartwell seemed equally surprised by her employer's continued vigour. "You seem particularly energetic today, Your Grace." "Perhaps the change of season agrees with you?" She checked the clock with a slight frown. "Even so, perhaps we shouldn't overexert you, despite your current clarity. After yesterday's concerning episode, a brief rest might be prudent, as a precaution." "I have correspondence I've been meaning to attend to," the Duchess replied, "and household accounts that have been neglected." "Your Grace," Graham said, keeping his voice casual, "might I have a word with Miss Hartwell about the household security while you're busy with your correspondence?" It would be helpful to understand the normal routines. The Duchess nodded. "Of course, Inspector. Evelyn, please assist the Inspector in any way you can." She turned to Clara with a warm smile. "My dear, you look rather pale. Is everything all right?" "Just concerned about some of my plantings," Clara said quickly. "I should check the greenhouse while there's still good light." As the Duchess moved toward the small parlour with her correspondence box, Graham gestured for Miss Hartwell to remain. When they were alone, his expression grew more serious. "Miss Hartwell, how long have these thefts been occurring?" Miss Hartwell clasped her hands tightly. "It's difficult to say precisely. Items began disappearing perhaps 4 months ago. At first just small things that Her Grace might reasonably have misplaced." "And you never reported this?" Graham's voice carried a note of scepticism. That is, Rose and I thought Her Grace was simply becoming forgetful. It wasn't until the more valuable pieces went missing that Rose became suspicious." Miss Hartwell's voice quavered slightly. "I feel terrible that we didn't take action sooner." "I understand you were considering retirement recently," Clara said, watching Miss Hartwell carefully. "The Duchess mentioned something about a cottage in the country." Miss Hartwell's composure cracked instantly. Her eyes filled with tears, and she reached for her handkerchief with trembling fingers. "Yes," she whispered, "Her Grace was being most generous. After 20 years of service, but I couldn't bear to leave her, especially not with these episodes becoming more frequent. She needs me now more than ever." The naked emotion in her voice seemed genuine to Clara. Whether from devotion to the Duchess or fear of being cast aside, Miss Hartwell's distress appeared real. I should really check the greenhouse," Clara said, her voice strained as she processed the implications of the Duchess's clarity. "There are several plantings that require attention." "I'll accompany you," Graham said, sensing her distress. He turned to Miss Hartwell. "We'll continue our discussion later. Thank you for your assistance." As they walked through the hallway toward the greenhouse, Graham kept his voice low. "Clara, this isn't your fault. Don't be so quick to condemn yourself without all the facts." "The evidence is rather clear, isn't it?" Clara replied, the weight of realization heavy in her voice. "For months, my preparation might have been contributing to the Duchess's confusion, making her vulnerable to whoever was stealing from her. Let's focus on finding the truth before assigning blame," Graham said firmly, "even to yourself." As they moved toward the rear of the house, Margaret appeared in the hallway, her expression troubled. "Inspector," she said quietly, glancing back toward the morning room, "I didn't wish to mention this in front of Her Grace, as it might distress her, but I thought you should have this." She held out a folded piece of paper, slightly dusty. Graham accepted it, unfolding the letter carefully. Clara peered over his shoulder, her eyes widening as she read, "My dearest Charles, I can wait no longer for your decision. I have given you ample time to do what is right by me and our child. If you do not break your engagement to Lady Victoria by week's end, I shall be forced to call upon her myself and reveal everything. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. I have endured enough secrecy and shame. You promised me marriage, and I expect you to honour that promise. With determination, Rose." Graham's jaw tightened as he refolded the letter. "Where did you find this, Margaret?" "Beneath the armoire in Miss Rose's former room. My room now, sir. It was wedged quite far back, easy to miss during the initial packing." "Thank you, Margaret. This is significant evidence." Margaret nodded gravely. "I thought it might be, sir. Poor Miss Rose and poor Mr. Charles. Such a terrible situation all around." As Margaret withdrew, Clara narrowed her eyes, watching the woman's retreating figure. "This certainly makes the case against Charles more compelling," Graham said quietly. "A man facing public scandal, financial ruin, and the end of his engagement might indeed take desperate measures." "This certainly makes the case against Charles more compelling," Graham said quietly. "A man facing public scandal, financial ruin, and the end of his engagement might indeed take desperate measures." "It's rather convenient timing, don't you think?" Clara observed. Graham raised an eyebrow. "The letter, you mean?" "Yes, found only now, when we're asking questions." A familiar orange blur caught their attention as Marmalade appeared from around the corner, heading straight for the greenhouse. "Your cat seems to have an agenda," Graham observed. Clara followed, momentarily distracted from her troubled thoughts. "He often does." Chapter 14. As Clara and Graham approached the greenhouse complex, they found Silas Whitmore hunched over a collection of terracotta pots near the entrance, his movements agitated and uncharacteristically clumsy. Tools scattered around his feet suggested he'd been working, but his attention seemed elsewhere entirely. "Mr. Whitmore," Graham called out, his tone carrying the edge of authority that made even innocent men straighten their shoulders. Silas startled, nearly dropping the pot he held. "Inspector, Miss Wetherly. I was just... That is, I thought I'd check the drainage on these pots." He gestured vaguely at his work, though Clara noticed the pots appeared to be in perfect condition. "Actually, Mr. Whitmore, I'd like to speak with you again about Tuesday evening." Graham's voice grew more pointed. "You mentioned seeing Miss Hartwell on her walk, but I find myself wondering about the timing of these observations." Silas's weathered hands stilled on the pot. "Sir?" "You were quite specific about Miss Hartwell's presence in the gardens, yet vague about your own activities. I need a clearer accounting of your movements that evening." Clara watched the gardener's face flush, his eyes darting toward the house before fixing on the ground. "I told you, Inspector. I was checking the greenhouse temperatures." "Before dawn, yes. But what about the evening hours? Around 10 o'clock, when you claim to have seen Miss Hartwell." Silas fidgeted with his cap, clearly struggling with something he didn't want to voice. "Well, sir, that is, I might have been taking a walk myself." "A walk?" Graham's tone was flat with scepticism. "At 10 o'clock in the evening. Through the gardens where a murder would soon take place. Not alone." The words burst out of Silas before he could stop them. He immediately looked stricken, as though he'd revealed far more than intended. Graham leaned forward slightly. "Not alone. You were with someone." "Yes, sir. But it wasn't Miss Rose, if that's what you're thinking. I never harmed that girl. Never would have." "Then who were you with, Mr. Whitmore?" Silas's jaw tightened with the stubborn dignity of a man protecting something precious. "I can't say, sir. Wouldn't be proper." "This is a murder investigation," Graham said sharply. "Propriety is less important than truth." "No, sir. Silas straightened his shoulders, meeting Graham's gaze directly for the first time. Some things matter more than convenience. I won't name a lady who doesn't deserve to have her reputation questioned. Clara felt a flutter of understanding. The way Silas and Miss Hartwell had carefully avoided each other's eyes in the foyer, the flush that crept up Evelyn's neck when asked about her evening walks. A lady with a reputation to protect, Graham mused. Someone who might be compromised by association with a man of your station. Silas's colour deepened, but he remained silent. Mr. Whitmore, I need to verify your alibi with this person. Surely she would want to clear you of suspicion in a murder case. She doesn't know I'm suspected, sir, and I won't have her dragged into this unless absolutely necessary. Silas's voice carried quiet conviction. I've told you the truth. I was with a lady, not Miss Rose, and I never harmed anyone. That's all I can give you. Graham studied the gardener's face for a long moment, clearly weighing the man's obvious sincerity against the requirements of his investigation. Very well, Mr. Whitmore. But if this case requires it, I will need that name. Silas nodded grimly. I understand, sir. At that moment, Marmalade appeared from around the corner of the greenhouse, moving with the purposeful stride of a cat on an important mission. He padded directly past the group of humans and stopped at the gate to Clara's poison garden, fixing her with an expectant stare. What have you found, clever boy? Clara murmured warmly, noting the cat's insistent posture. Marmalade released a pointed meow, then began pawing at the base of the gate with unusual urgency. Your cat seems quite determined, Graham observed. Clara approached the gate, remembering how Marmalade had tried to show her something here during their first investigation. She'd been too focused on the obvious damage to the pennyroyal and monkshood patches to pay attention to whatever had caught his interest. She unlocked the gate and followed Marmalade as he wove between the planted beds toward a section she hadn't examined closely before. The cat stopped beside a patch of unremarkable-looking plants and began pawing at the soil. Clara knelt beside the henbane plants, her trained eye immediately catching what Marmalade had noticed. Several of the dried seed pods hung open and empty, their papery capsules split with the clean precision of human fingers rather than the ragged tears of natural dispersal. Someone has been harvesting the seeds, she said, her heart racing. Look, these pods were opened deliberately, the seeds extracted by hand. Graham crouched beside her, studying the evidence. The disturbed soil around the base of the plants showed footprints, small, neat impressions that spoke of someone who moved carefully, deliberately. Is that significant? Graham asked, moving closer. Clara's hands trembled as she touched one of the empty pods. Henbane seeds are the most potent part of the plant. They cause confusion, disorientation, dilated pupils. She sank back on her heels, staring at the evidence of systematic harvest. Graham, the symptoms the Duchess and I experienced yesterday, they weren't from a faulty tonic. Someone has been adding henbane to her preparation. Graham's expression sharpened. You're certain? Clara rose unsteadily, her mind racing through the horrifying implications. The timing, the specific symptoms, the way they occur at the same time each day. Her voice grew urgent. Someone has been deliberately poisoning the Duchess to create those afternoon confusion episodes. But that means... Graham's face darkened as understanding dawned. Whoever is stealing from the Duchess isn't just an opportunistic thief. Clara's voice grew stronger with growing certainty. They're creating the opportunity by drugging her. Graham's jaw tightened as the full scope became clear. And if they have the botanical knowledge to dose henbane precisely, to harvest pennyroyal and monkshood, they could have murdered Rose Fletcher. Clara's voice carried grim certainty. The same person. Clara reached into her reticule and withdrew the old tonic bottle, still wrapped in her handkerchief. But first, we need to be certain. She moved toward her greenhouse workspace, Graham and Silas following. At her preparation table, she carefully unwrapped the bottle and held it up to the afternoon light. The remaining liquid showed a faint sediment that shouldn't be there. Tiny dark particles settled at the bottom. "Look at this residue," Clara said, swirling the bottle gently. She removed the cork and immediately caught the telltale scent. "That bitter smell, it's unmistakable once you know what to look for." Graham leaned closer, frowning. "It smells medicinal, unpleasant." "Henbane," Clara confirmed. She dipped her fingertip into the dregs, ignoring Graham's sharp intake of breath, and touched it briefly to her tongue. The bitter alkaloid taste was immediate and unmistakable. Definitely henbane. Someone has been adding ground seeds to the Duchess's tonic. "Clara, for God's sake," Graham began, his voice tight with alarm. "It's perfectly safe in such a small amount," Clara said, though she quickly wiped her finger clean. "But this confirms it. The Duchess has been deliberately poisoned to create those afternoon episodes." She looked back at the violated garden, then toward the house where the Duchess sat, trusting and unaware. The afternoon sun caught the windows, and she thought of all those days when confusion descended like clockwork at 3 o'clock. "Graham," she said, her voice growing urgent, "if Rose discovered the ongoing theft, if she was getting close to exposing this scheme—" "She became a liability that had to be eliminated," Graham finished grimly. Silas stepped forward, his weathered face pale with shock. "Begging your pardon, but are you saying someone in the Duchess's own household has been poisoning her and killed Miss Rose to keep it secret?" "That's exactly what we're saying," Clara replied, the full implications settling over her like a weight. "Someone with access to her private chambers, someone trusted enough to handle her medicines, someone with enough botanical knowledge to dose henbane, precisely without killing her outright." Graham's expression hardened with professional resolve. "Then we need to identify them. And we need to do it quickly, before they realise we've discovered their scheme." Clara nodded, her mind already racing ahead. "The household staff. We need to question everyone about Tuesday evening, where they were, who they saw, what they were doing when Rose was murdered." "All of them," Graham agreed, "together so no one can coordinate their stories afterward." They made their way back toward the house, Marmalade padding alongside them with the focused attention of a cat who sensed important business ahead. Behind them, the poison garden stood violated and exposed, its secrets finally revealed in the afternoon light. "Someone in that house," Clara said quietly as they approached the elegant facade, "has been living a lie for months, playing the role of trusted servant while deliberately betraying everything the Duchess believes about them. And now," Graham added grimly, "we're going to find out who." Chapter 15. The morning room had never seemed so small. Clara counted 8 people squeezed into the space designed for intimate tea gatherings, the Duchess presiding from her usual chair by the window, while her household staff arranged themselves with varying degrees of discomfort on the remaining seats. Margaret had positioned herself near the door, hands folded with professional composure. Cook fidgeted with her apron strings, clearly anxious about abandoned supper preparations. The young housemaid Mary perched on the edge of a straight-backed chair, as though ready to flee at the first opportunity. Thomas, the footman, stood near the wall with the rigid posture of a man trying very hard to appear respectable. His eyes remained fixed on a point somewhere above the Duchess's left shoulder, never quite meeting anyone's gaze directly. Beside him, Mr. Whitfield, the butler, maintained his usual dignified bearing, though Clara noticed the slight tightness around his eyes that suggested this gathering was far from his preference. Graham stood before the assembled group with his notebook open, his expression carrying the sort of professional authority that made even innocent people fidget. Clara had taken a chair slightly apart from the others, close enough to observe, but positioned to see everyone's reactions. Marmalade had claimed his usual strategic position near the hearth, amber eyes moving between the assembled humans with the focused attention of a superior intellect, observing lesser creatures. "I need to ask each of you about Tuesday evening," Graham began, his voice carrying clearly through the room. "Specifically, your whereabouts and activities between the hours of 8 and midnight. But first, I have an important question. When did each of you last see Miss Fletcher alive?" A ripple of uncertainty passed through the room. The servants exchanged glances. "Thomas, let's start with you. When did you last see Miss Fletcher?" "Around 9 o'clock, sir. She was heading toward the master's study." Graham made a note. "Mary?" "At dinner service, sir. Around 7. "Mr. Whitfield?" "I glimpsed her in the hallway around 8:30, sir." "Miss Hartwell?" "I didn't see her at all Tuesday evening, Inspector. I was on my walk." "Cook?" "At dinner, same as Mary, sir." Graham turned to Margaret. "Miss Pritchard?" Margaret hesitated, then said quietly, "Actually, sir, I saw her quite late, near midnight." The room went very still. Graham leaned forward. "Near midnight? You're certain?" "Yes, sir. I had been working on Her Grace's dress and heard voices in the corridor. It was definitely Miss Rose." "Voices? She was with someone?" Margaret glanced nervously at the Duchess. I couldn't say who, sir, but there were raised voices. An argument, perhaps." The Duchess shifted in her chair, her face creased with concern. "Inspector, surely you don't suspect any of my household staff. These people have served me faithfully." "Your Grace," Graham said gently but firmly, "someone with intimate knowledge of this household murdered Miss Fletcher. I must examine all possibilities thoroughly." A collective intake of breath rippled through the servants. Mary's hand flew to her throat, and even Margaret's composure flickered slightly. "Now, let's discuss your whereabouts Tuesday evening. We'll start with you, Thomas," Graham said, turning to the footman. "Where were you Tuesday evening?" Thomas straightened further, if such a thing were possible. "Making my rounds, sir." Checking the doors and windows, ensuring the house was secure for the night. Mr. Whitfield's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, his gaze flicking toward Thomas with what might have been disapproval. "What time did these rounds begin?" Graham continued. "Around 9:30, sir. Always do them at the same time." "And how long do they typically take?" Thomas's jaw clenched. "Hour or so, sir. Sometimes longer if I find anything that needs attention." Clara noticed the slight hesitation, the way his hands flexed at his sides. The butler's expression grew increasingly pinched with each of Thomas's responses. Graham made a note and moved on. "Mary, what about you?" The housemaid's voice came out as barely more than a whisper. "I was in my room, sir." "Reading." Thomas's posture shifted slightly, his shoulders tensing in a way that suggested Mary's answer had surprised him. "Reading what?" Mary's face brightened with sudden animation, as though she'd found safer ground. "Oh, that new novel everyone's been talking about, The Mill on the Floss. Just came out this year, you know. I was right at the part where Maggie is torn between the two gentlemen. Such a dilemma. I must have read until nearly midnight. I was so caught up in the story. Just getting to the really good bits when I started to doze off over the pages." She trailed off, seeming to realise she'd been talking rather rapidly. Clara and Graham exchanged a quick glance. Thomas's eyes had widened slightly during Mary's elaborate explanation, his mouth forming a thin line of what looked distinctly like contradiction. "I see," Graham said neutrally, making another note. "Mr. Whitfield?" The butler straightened with practised dignity. "I retired to my quarters at 9 o'clock sharp, sir, as is my custom. I spent the evening reviewing household accounts and correspondence before retiring at 11. "Did anyone disturb you during that time?" "No, sir. I value my evening solitude for administrative duties." His tone carried the authority of someone accustomed to managing both household and staff with exacting standards. "Margaret!" Margaret straightened slightly, her hands remaining folded with professional composure. "I was in my room all evening, working on Her Grace's blue silk morning dress. The stitching was particularly intricate. You know how it is when you're concentrating on detailed work." The Duchess nodded sympathetically. "That dress has given us quite a bit of trouble. The fabric is lovely, but delicate." "Exactly, Your Grace. I must have worked on it from 8:30 until nearly midnight, trying to get the hem just right. It kept coming loose, very frustrating work." Margaret's tone carried the sort of specific detail that suggested thorough honesty. Graham made several notes, then turned to Cook. "And what about you?" The older woman straightened in her chair, her weathered hands smoothing her skirts. "In the kitchens until near 10 o'clock, sir. Had to finish the bread for morning, and there was preserving to be done. Then to my room." "Did anyone disturb you during those evening hours?" Cook considered this carefully. "Well, yes, sir. Miss Margaret came down around 10, just as I was finishing up." Margaret's composure flickered for just a moment, then smoothed back into place. "Oh, that's right. I did pop down for some biscuits. Completely slipped my mind. I do apologise. When one is focused on detailed needlework, a quick snack hardly seems worth mentioning." She turned to Cook with a slight smile. "I was feeling rather peckish after working for hours on that intricate hem." Graham made several notes, then looked up at the remaining figure they hadn't yet questioned. "Miss Hartwell, I believe we spoke with you yesterday about your evening walk." Miss Hartwell, who had been sitting quietly with her hands folded, shifted uncomfortably in her chair. "Yes, Inspector, my usual constitutional. The same route as always." "Generally, yes." Her voice carried a slight tremor that Clara hadn't noticed during their previous conversation. "Did you encounter anyone during this walk?" Miss Hartwell's face flushed slightly. I may have... Well, yes. I did see Mr. Charles coming inside from the gardens around 10 o'clock. Anyone else?" The flush deepened. "No, Inspector. No one else." Clara watched this exchange with growing certainty that Miss Hartwell was hiding something significant. The woman's obvious discomfort seemed far more intense than simple embarrassment about encountering Charles in the gardens. "Very well," Graham said, closing his notebook with a decisive snap. "I believe that covers everyone's initial accounts. However, I'd like to speak with each of you individually to clarify some details." Cook immediately stood up, her anxiety finally boiling over. "Begging your pardon, Inspector, but I really must get back to the kitchens. Supper won't prepare itself, and we're already running late." "Of course," Graham said. "Miss Wetherly and I will speak with people in turn. You may return to your duties once we've had a chance to chat privately." The Duchess rose from her chair, her expression troubled. "Inspector, I do hope this won't take too long. My household has been through quite enough upheaval already. I understand your concern, Your Grace. We'll be as efficient as possible, though I will need to speak with Mr. Thornfield again regarding these new testimonies." "Of course, Inspector. He's staying at his club, the Marlborough," the Duchess said stiffly. "I trust you'll show proper discretion. Our family name—" "Naturally, Your Grace." As the group began to disperse, Clara caught Graham's eye and nodded toward the door. They had alibis now, some more convincing than others. But she had the distinct feeling that what they'd just heard was only the beginning of a much more complex web of deceptions. In the corridor outside the morning room, Graham kept his voice low. "Nearly everyone is hiding something." "Did you see Mr. Whitfield's reaction to Thomas?" Clara asked quietly. "And Thomas looked ready to contradict Mary's reading story." Graham nodded grimly. "The butler clearly knows more than he's saying about the footman's evening activities, and Miss Hartwell is obviously concealing something about her walk." "Margaret seemed the most forthcoming," Clara observed, though her story was remarkably detailed. And her claim about hearing Rose at midnight is quite different from what we've heard elsewhere. Perhaps too detailed, Graham said, though he sounded uncertain. The timeline needs clarification. I'll need to speak with Mr. Thornfield about this. I'll speak with Mr. Whitfield and Thomas separately. There's clearly tension there that needs exploring. Can you handle Miss Hartwell and Mary? Women might be more comfortable speaking with you. Of course, what about Margaret and Cook? Let's see what the first round reveals. Margaret's testimony needs further examination, but not yet. Let her think we've accepted her account for now. Graham glanced back toward the morning room. We'll reconvene afterward and compare what we've learned. Clara nodded. Shall I start with Miss Hartwell? She seemed the most visibly uncomfortable. Good idea. I suspect that woman knows more about Tuesday evening than she's admitting. Graham found Mr. Whitfield in the butler's pantry, methodically polishing silver with the sort of focused intensity that suggested he was avoiding something unpleasant. Mr. Whitfield, I need to ask you about Thomas again. The butler's movement stilled. What has the boy told you? He claims he saw Mary leaving the house at 11:45. Is that possible? Whitfield sighed heavily, setting down his polishing cloth. I suppose it's possible, sir. Thomas was 3 sheets to the wind by midnight. I found him passed out on the front steps and had to drag him to his rooms. What were you doing outside at that hour? Cook told me Thomas wasn't in his room again. The boy has a habit of, sleeping out of doors when he's had too much. Can't have the neighbours or Her Grace finding him like that. The butler's voice carried weary resignation. I've been covering for him for months, Inspector. He's a good lad when he's sober, but he has a drinking problem. A serious one, sir. He tries to hide it, but... Whitfield shook his head. If he saw Mary leave the house, it's likely true. Drink doesn't affect his eyes, just his judgment. Graham knocked softly on the parlour door where Clara was finishing with Mary. The young housemaid was in animated conversation about the latest plot developments in the mill on the Floss, her face bright with enthusiasm for literature. Miss Wetherly, Graham said quietly, might I have a word? In the corridor he quickly outlined what he'd learned from Thomas and the butler. So Thomas saw Mary sneak out at 11:45, but we don't know how reliable he is because the butler had to drag him inside after midnight, completely intoxicated, Clara summarised. Exactly. Though it does align with what Miss Hartwell told you about seeing the butler and Thomas out front. Clara nodded. Miss Hartwell and Silas were together in my greenhouse until about midnight. They've been carrying on a regular affair there. Graham's eyebrows shot up. In your greenhouse? They were indisposed, Inspector, Clara said with slight exasperation at his obtuseness. Oh, Graham's face reddened slightly. I see. Well, that provides alibis for both of them. Indeed. And Miss Hartwell mentioned seeing Thomas and the butler out front, though she wasn't certain of the night. Apparently these romantic interludes are quite regular. What about Mary's reading story? I suspect we're about to discover that was entirely fictional. Clara turned back toward the parlour door. Let me finish this interview. Clara settled into her chair across from Mary, who was still glowing with literary enthusiasm. Mary, Clara said gently, why did you lie about staying in your room Tuesday evening? The colour drained from the girl's face instantly. I don't know what you mean, miss. You were seen sneaking out of the house just before midnight. Where were you going? Mary's composure crumbled completely. Tears sprang to her eyes, and her hands flew to her face. Please don't tell Her Grace. I'll be dismissed, and then what will become of my family? Did you kill Rose Fletcher? No! The word came out as a horrified wail. Of course not. I would never hurt anyone. Then where were you going when you left the house? Mary dissolved into sobs, her words coming out in gasping bursts. To my mother's house. She lives in Whitechapel with my 3 younger sisters. Papa died last winter and they're starving, miss. Mama takes in washing, but it's not enough. What does this have to do with leaving the house at midnight? I've been taking food, Mary confessed miserably. Just scraps, things that would be thrown out anyway. Leftover bread, bits of meat from dinner, biscuits that cook tosses in the morning. I wrap it up and take it to them every few days. Biscuits? Clara's attention sharpened. There were leftover biscuits Tuesday evening. Oh yes, miss. Cook always makes extra, and she throws them to the birds come morning. Though there weren't as many as usual that night, Miss Margaret had taken some earlier, Cook said. There's no harm in it, truly there isn't. They would just go to waste otherwise. You cleaned the rooms the next morning? Yes, miss, that's when we found out about poor Rose. Do you remember cleaning up any food from the rooms? Mary's brow furrowed in thought. Well, there was a tray in Miss Rose's room, half-eaten biscuits and a teacup. I remember because, well, you remember such things when someone's died, don't you? Their last meal and all made me feel quite peculiar cleaning it away. What about Margaret's room? No, miss, no tray there that I recall, though that's not unusual. Margaret's always very tidy. Did you see anyone else in the kitchens when you collected these leftovers? No, miss. I'm always very careful. I wait until everyone's asleep. Mary looked up with desperate hope. You won't tell Her Grace, will you? I'll lose my place, and then my family will have nothing at all. Mary, when you returned from delivering the food, was anything different about the house? Mary wiped her tears, thinking carefully. Well, now that you mention it, miss, the servants' door was closed properly. I always leave it slightly ajar so I can slip back in quietly, but when I returned around 2 a.m, it was shut tight. I had to use my key, and I was terrified the noise would wake someone. Someone else used that door after you left? I suppose they must have, miss, but I don't know who. It could have been anyone checking the locks, I suppose. Clara studied the girl's tear-streaked face, seeing only genuine terror and desperation. Go back to your duties, Mary. We'll speak again soon. After Mary fled the room, Clara found Graham waiting in the corridor, his expression thoughtful. Well, he asked, Mary's been stealing food scraps to feed her starving family in Whitechapel. She's terrified of losing her position. Clara rubbed her temples, feeling the beginning of a headache. So, we have Miss Hartwell carrying on an affair with the gardener, Thomas drunk as a lord, and seeing things through an alcoholic haze, the butler covering for the footman's drinking, and the housemaid stealing table scraps, out of desperation. She also mentioned the servant's door was properly closed when she returned at 2 a.m, though she'd left it ajar. Someone else used that door after she left. Graham ran his hand through his hair, disturbing his careful part. Everyone is lying about something, but none of it seems to relate to murder, though Margaret's testimony about midnight is puzzling. It's a house of madness, Inspector. Everyone has secrets, everyone is protecting someone else, and we're no closer to identifying Rose's killer than when we arrived. I need to speak with Mr. Thornfield immediately, Graham said decisively. This timeline matter can't wait until tomorrow. Then we go to his club now, Clara said firmly. Graham looked at her in surprise. Miss Wetherly, the Marlborough doesn't admit women. It's one of the strictest. Inspector, a young woman is dead, and the truth about her timeline may be the key to solving her murder. I'm coming with you. They won't let you through the door. Then you'll have to be persuasive. Clara was already gathering her things. We should stop at my shop first. I need to feed Marmalade and collect my notebook. But then we go directly to the club. Graham studied her determined expression and sighed. This will cause a scandal. Good. Perhaps scandal is what's needed to shake the truth loose. Shall we call for the carriage? Graham asked, resigned to her accompaniment. As they gathered their things and prepared to depart, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in all these innocent deceptions and petty secrets, they were missing something important. The truth was there, hiding in plain sight among the lies. But what truth, and whose lie was concealing it? Chapter 16. The hansom cab clattered to a stop outside Clara's shop in the gathering dusk. "Just a moment," Clara said, lifting Marmalade's travelling basket. "He needs his dinner before we continue to the club." Graham waited in the cab while Clara hurried inside with Marmalade, who had maintained an expression of profound disapproval throughout the entire journey from the Duchess's estate. The shop was dim, lit only by the fading light through the front windows. "Yes, I know we're late," Clara murmured, releasing him from the basket and quickly preparing his dish of cream and the last of the morning's fish. "But we're getting closer to the truth."
Marmalade's observations. The cream was acceptable, though served inexcusably late. My Clara bustled about, gathering her notebook, while her inspector waited in the carriage like a properly trained human. Progress, at least. He was learning his place in our hierarchy. The afternoon at the Duchess's estate had been tedious. All those servants squeezed into one room, reeking of lies and fear, while my Clara and her inspector, yes, I suppose he was becoming hers, or perhaps more accurately, mine by extension, tried to sort truth from deception. The housemaid who now serves inferior fish claimed to hear voices at midnight. Curious when she'd been so eager to help, so quick with details about dress mending and working late. But humans never noticed the important things, like how certain hands had smelled wrong when they passed my cushion. Not just of silk and thread, but of something bitter. The same bitter scent that clung to the Duchess's afternoon tea tray. My Clara rushed past, pressing a kiss to my head, adequate worship though brief. As she hurried back to the carriage, I caught her scent mixed with the inspector's tobacco and determination. Good. She was finally letting him help properly. Perhaps he would prove useful enough to keep. From my perch by the window, I watched them drive away into the evening fog. Let them chase their truth through London's ridiculous social rules. The ghost and I would be here when they returned, and perhaps by then they'd notice what had been right in front of their inferior human noses all along.
The Marlborough Club stood like a bastion of masculine privilege on Pall Mall. Graham had argued briefly about Clara accompanying him inside, but she'd won through sheer determination. The doorman, faced with police credentials and Clara's unwavering insistence that she was a specialist consultant to Scotland Yard, had reluctantly shown them to a private room away from the main areas. Charles appeared within minutes, looking haggard. His clothes were impeccable, but his face told the story. Sleepless nights and too much brandy. "Inspector," Charles said wearily, then noticed Clara. "Miss Wetherly, I suppose this is about Rose." "Sit down, Mr. Thornfield," Graham said, remaining standing. "We have a witness who claims to have heard Miss Fletcher arguing with someone at midnight. You maintain she left your study at 10. "She did leave at 10, Charles's voice cracked with desperation. "I looked at the clock. I remember thinking about how much time I had to drink myself into oblivion." "What did you do after she left?" Graham asked sharply. "You were seen coming in from the gardens around 10 o'clock. Charles flushed. Yes, I stepped outside briefly. After Rose left, I needed air to clear my head. The study felt suffocating. "So, Rose left at 10, and you immediately went to the gardens." "It was only for a few minutes," Charles said defensively. "I walked once around the fountain and came back inside." "But if you were seen coming in at 10 and Rose left at 10, Clara observed gently. Charles rubbed his temples. "I might be slightly off about the exact time, Inspector. It's not as though I was watching the clock precisely. I had rather a lot on my mind. Rose had just told me about the baby. She left. I felt like I couldn't breathe, so I stepped outside briefly to clear my head in the night air. Then I came back to the study and locked myself in. Mr. Thornfield, Graham said, leaning forward, we have a witness who claims to have heard Miss Fletcher arguing with someone at midnight, 2 hours after you say she left. Charles's head snapped up. That's impossible. Could Rose have returned later? Clara asked, after you'd been drinking. No, the study door was locked. I didn't want to be disturbed. Charles rubbed his face. No one came in after she left. Then you're saying our witness is lying, Graham pressed. I'm saying they're mistaken. Or they heard someone else. Charles slumped in his chair. I know how this looks. Found with the key, the affair, no alibi, but I didn't kill her. Graham leaned forward. Mr. Thornfield, you mentioned before that Rose came to you concerned about thefts from your aunt. We need to understand more about what she discovered. Charles looked up, confused by the change of subject. As I told you when you found me in Rose's room, she was certain someone was taking advantage of Aunt's afternoon confusion, things going missing when Aunt was most vulnerable. Did she say who she suspected? Clara asked. No, she said she needed proof before making accusations. She was determined to protect Aunt. Charles's expression grew troubled. That was part of why she was so upset Tuesday night. She discovered these thefts. And then there was our situation. Graham and Clara exchanged glances. And you found the key in Rose's jewellery box? Graham asked. Yes, with her personal things, I assumed. Charles trailed off. But that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would Rose have your key, Miss Wetherly? We don't believe she took it, Clara said carefully. Someone else placed it there. Charles's eyes widened. To make it look like Rose poisoned herself. But who would... He stopped, the implications hitting him. Someone in the household. Someone who knew about the poison garden. Graham pulled out his notebook. Let's discuss Lady Victoria. When did she learn about your affair? Charles's face flushed. After a long pause, he whispered, She knew. Victoria knew about the affair weeks ago. Clara and Graham exchanged glances. She knew? Graham's voice sharpened. Yet she acted shocked when it was revealed. She was shocked about the pregnancy, Charles said miserably. Someone sent her an anonymous note about the affair. We discussed it, came to an understanding. Men have their diversions, she said, as long as I was discreet. But Rose wasn't willing to be discreet, Clara observed. No, she wanted me to break the engagement. When I explained how impossible that was, she told me about the baby. Said she'd go to Victoria herself if I didn't act. Was Lady Victoria at the estate Tuesday evening? Clara asked suddenly. Charles looked up, surprised. Actually, yes, briefly. She came to discuss wedding arrangements with Aunt. Left around 8:30 before Rose came to see me. No one mentioned Lady Victoria being there, Graham said sharply. Why would they? She visits regularly. It didn't seem relevant to what happened to Rose. A knock interrupted them. A club servant entered with brandy. Compliments of Lord Ashworth, given the unusual circumstances. Clara's presence was clearly causing a stir. Mr. Thornfield, Graham said after the servant left, you remain a suspect. Don't leave London. I understand, Charles said defeatedly. Inspector, Miss Wetherly, find who really did this. Rose deserves justice. As they left the club, Clara found herself thinking about the murder location and the moved body. Inspector, she said as they descended to the street, the biscuits and teacup Mary found in Rose's room suggest someone brought her tea that night, but then there's also the teacup by her body in the garden. 2 teacups, Graham said thoughtfully. Why? Either Rose had tea in her room and took another cup to the garden, which makes no sense, or someone staged that garden scene with a second cup. Clara frowned. But why go to such trouble? To make it look like suicide, Graham suggested. Finding her in the garden near your poison plants with pennyroyal tea. but that required moving a body through the house at night. The risk of being seen was enormous. Clara shook her head. There must have been a compelling reason. Perhaps Rose was still alive when moved. The witness might have actually heard Rose's voice. Graham frowned. But there were others about at that time. Miss Hartwell on her walk, the butler looking for Thomas himself stumbling drunk, Mary leaving just before midnight. How did no one else hear or see anything? Unless they did and aren't saying, Clara suggested quietly. The theft connection is our strongest lead, Graham said, hailing a cab. We know the killer has been poisoning the Duchess to steal from her, and Rose died because she discovered the scheme. The missing jewellery, we need to trace where it's being sold, Clara agreed, climbing into the cab. Tomorrow I'll visit the pawn shops in Whitechapel, Graham said decisively. The Duchess's mother's locket, the pearl earrings, distinctive pieces that dealers would remember. If I can find who's been bringing them in. We find our killer, Clara finished. Tomorrow, Graham said. I want to know more about the household staff's backgrounds. How long they've been employed, where they came from. Clara nodded, thinking of the ladies of Bloomsbury and their talent for uncovering servants' secrets. Leave that to me, Inspector. My irregular army excels at such intelligence gathering. Back at her shop, Marmalade waited in the window, his amber eyes gleaming with what looked suspiciously like satisfaction, as if he knew something she didn't, which Clara reflected was entirely possible. Chapter 17. And in The Poisoned Air, the butler did it to protect his pension, Mrs. Turner was saying, waving a penny dreadful with a lurid cover depicting a prostrate figure in evening dress. He'd been stealing for years and killed to keep it secret. Nonsense, Mrs. Penfield declared from behind her makeshift command centre. The butler, what's his name, Whitfield, has no motive. He's been with the family for decades. It's obviously Charles. Found with the key, admitted to the affair, no proper alibi after 10 o'clock. But he inherits anyway, Mrs. Winters pointed out, not looking up from her timeline charts spread across the Persian carpet. Why would he steal from his own future estate? Perhaps he needed money now, Miss Collins suggested, adjusting her spectacles as she studied her suspect's chart. Gambling debts? Blackmail? Clara sat in the midst of this organised chaos. Every available surface in Mrs. Penfield's drawing room bore evidence of serious investigative work. String-connecting suspects on the wallpapered walls, timelines on the floor, and penny dreadfuls stacked like legal precedents. We're missing something, Clara said, drumming her fingers on the arm of her chair. Charles gains nothing from stealing. Lady Victoria, perhaps, if she knew about the affair and wanted revenge. Ah, Mrs. Turner brandished another penny dreadful. The spurned bride's revenge. The fiancé discovers the affair and systematically destroys her rival. Very popular plot. Victoria knew about the affair weeks ago, Clara said. Charles just told us. She was understanding about it. Men have their diversions, she said. Mrs. Penfield's eyebrows shot up. Understanding? How very modern of her, or how very calculated. But why would Victoria steal? Mrs. Winters asked practically. She's wealthy in her own right. Unless she's not, Miss Collins said quietly. Everyone turned to look at the mild-mannered records clerk. What do you mean? Clara asked. Well, I haven't been able to verify it yet, but there's been talk at the registry office. The Ashford fortune might not be what it seems. Bad investments, they say. Mrs. Penfield leaned forward with interest. So Lady Victoria might need the Thornfield money rather desperately. But she wasn't at the estate when Rose died, Clara pointed out. She left at 8:30, or so Charles claims. What about the companion? Mrs. Winters suggested. This Miss Hartwell, she's been there 20 years, about to be pensioned off to some cottage. She was with Silas in the greenhouse, Clara said. They've been having an affair. They alibi each other. How romantic! How convenient, Mrs. Penfield said archly. Perhaps one slipped away while the other slept. The room fell silent, except for the rustle of penny, dreadful pages. Or the housemaid who heard voices, Mrs. Turner suggested. In The Maid's Deception, the servant who discovers the body is actually... That would be very tidy, Mrs. Winters interrupted. But why would a housemaid kill Rose? Promotion, Mrs. Penfield suggested. She did get Rose's position rather quickly. We're going in circles, Clara said. We need more information about the household staff, their backgrounds, where they came from, how long they've been there. Miss Collins cleared her throat nervously. Speaking of information, I may have done something rather foolish. Everyone turned to stare at her. Harriet, Mrs. Penfield said sternly, what did you do? I went back to Whitechapel. Gasps erupted around the room. After what happened last time, Mrs. Winters exclaimed, when those ruffians threatened you. Harriet, you could have been killed, Mrs. Turner cried. Miss Collins flushed but lifted her chin. I was careful. I only went to the respectable shops on the edges, and I saw something important. She paused, hands trembling slightly as she adjusted her spectacles. One of those Kelly brothers, the ones who threatened me before, was having a violent discussion with a young woman, not a woman of the streets, but someone dressed as a household servant. Dark dress, white apron, proper cap. A servant, Clara leaned forward. What were they discussing? I couldn't hear everything, but he was shaking her, saying things like, you won't leave, and something about getting everything. He was very rough with her. Did you recognise her? Mrs. Penfield asked. No, I was too far away and too frightened to get closer. But she was definitely in service somewhere. Clara's mind raced. A servant connected to known criminals. Someone inside a household, possibly feeding information or goods to...
Marmalade's observations. The humans were making themselves dizzy with their circular arguments. Charles did it. No, Victoria, perhaps the companion. Round and round like particularly dim mice chasing their own tails. Then I saw him through the window, my Clara's inspector, pacing in front of her shop across the street, peering through windows with that distinctly bewildered expression humans adopt when their limited intelligence fails them. He clearly couldn't deduce where Clara had gone despite the obvious evidence. Time for superior intervention. I slipped from the room, none of the chattering females noticed naturally, and demanded the maid open the front door with a particularly imperious yowl. She obeyed, as properly trained servants should. The inspector was now actually pressing his nose to Clara's shop window like a lost puppy. Pathetic, really. I darted across the street and wound between his legs, nearly toppling him. Marmalade? He looked down at me with surprise. Where is Miss Wetherly today? And what the devil are you doing out of doors alone? I gave him my most withering look and meowed pointedly. Honestly, the things I must endure. He continued to stare at me with that vacant human expression, so I walked back toward Mrs. Penfield's house, paused, and looked back at him expectantly. Even he couldn't miss such obvious direction. You want me to follow you? He said slowly, as if the concept of feline intelligence was revolutionary. I flicked my tail impatiently and continued walking. He sighed, a long put-upon sound that suggested he knew he was about to regret this, and followed. Finally. Though really, it shouldn't take a superior intellect like mine to unite two humans who clearly needed each other's assistance. I led him through Mrs. Penfield's front door, past the startled maid, and directly to the drawing-room, where I sat outside and meowed once, sharply.
The drawing-room door opened and Graham stood in the doorway. Clara's breath caught slightly. He looked wonderfully out of place, all masculine authority and barely contained exasperation, his carefully parted hair slightly mussed from his search. His grey eyes travelled from the string diagram on the wall to the timeline on the floor, to the stack of penny dreadfuls, to the ladies all frozen mid-discussion, and his expression grew increasingly pained. "Miss Wetherly," he said slowly, "what exactly is happening here? "We're investigating," Mrs. Penfield said with dignity, though Clara noticed she smoothed her skirts nervously. "With penny dreadfuls." His eye twitched slightly. "They're surprisingly informative," Mrs. Turner said defensively. Graham's gaze found the chart labelled "Suspects" means motive opportunity, and his expression grew even more pained. "Ladies, this is a police investigation." "Which we're assisting with," Mrs. Penfield interrupted smoothly. "Unofficially, of course." "Miss Collins was just telling us about seeing one of the Kelly brothers with a servant," Clara said quickly, trying to redirect his attention. Graham's attention sharpened immediately. "Miss Collins went back to Whitechapel." His voice rose. "After being threatened." Mrs. Penfield jumped to her feet. "Harriet Collins, you thunderhead! You could have been murdered." Clara recognised the theatrical outrage in Mrs. Penfield's voice, delivered entirely for Graham's benefit, and had to suppress a smile at the older woman's performance. Miss Collins shrank in her chair. "I was very careful. Those men are dangerous criminals." Graham's voice had gone quite stern. "They threatened you specifically, did they not?" "Yes, but I only went to the respectable edges." "There are no respectable edges when dealing with the Kelly brothers," Graham said flatly. "You're fortunate they didn't spot you." "Which is why it's significant that one was meeting with a household servant," Clara interjected. "Someone is connected to them, someone inside a respectable house." Graham rubbed his face tiredly. "I've just come from the pawn shops. I found some of the Duchess's jewellery." He looked around the room. "But I suppose we should discuss this properly at the station, not in, whatever this is." "This," Mrs. Penfield said with great dignity, "is concerned citizens assisting in the pursuit of justice." Graham looked at the ceiling as if seeking patience. "With string and penny dreadfuls." "Don't forget the timeline," Mrs. Winters added helpfully. Marmalade chose that moment to leap onto the suspect chart, placing one paw directly on the section marked "Household Staff, Requires Investigation." "Even your cat is involved," Graham said, and Clara thought she detected the slightest hint of amusement beneath his exasperation. "Inspector," Clara said, "what did you learn at the pawn shops?" Graham sighed. The dealer remembered who brought in the items, gave a name, though probably false, but the description... He paused, looking at the eager faces around him. "I need to investigate further before drawing conclusions." The ladies all leaned forward expectantly, but Graham remained firm. "This is still an official investigation. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please, no more trips to Whitechapel." He looked pointedly at Miss Collins. "No more putting yourselves in danger." "We're simply gathering information," Mrs. Penfield said innocently. "With string," Graham repeated, looking at the wall diagram. "It's a perfectly valid investigative technique," she replied with dignity. Graham looked at Clara with an expression that clearly said, "Help me," but she merely smiled. "Perhaps we should compare notes, Inspector. The ladies have noticed some interesting patterns." He sighed deeply. "Very well, but first, Miss Collins, tell me exactly what you saw with this Kelly brother and the servant." As Miss Collins began her story again, Clara found herself thinking about the investigation. When she finished, Clara spoke up. "Someone needs to speak with Lady Victoria, Inspector. She was at the estate that evening. She might have noticed something." The ladies murmured agreement. "Oh, yes," Mrs. Penfield said. "She would have seen the servants, the atmosphere of the household." Graham's expression tightened. "Lady Victoria is aristocracy. That needs to be handled with extreme delicacy. We can't simply arrive at her door with questions about a murder investigation." "But we could call upon her," Mrs. Penfield said smoothly, "as concerned acquaintances of the Duchess. I'm sure she would receive Clara, given Clara's connection to the estate." Graham looked uncomfortable. "This is highly irregular." "We won't interrogate her," Clara said quickly. "We'll ask for her help. Tell her the Duchess is in danger, and we need someone trustworthy to keep watch." Graham rubbed his temples. "I cannot officially sanction this." "Then don't," Mrs. Penfield said cheerfully. "We're simply making a social call." Graham gave Clara a look that was part warning, part resignation, but didn't forbid it. "Now then," Mrs. Penfield continued brightly, "shall we discuss what else we've discovered about the household?" As the conversation resumed, Marmalade settled himself on the suspect chart with the air of a detective who had successfully brought his humans together for an important conference. Even if they didn't yet know who the killer was, they were getting closer, and that, his satisfied purr seemed to say, was progress enough for now. Chapter 18. Clara stood with Mrs. Penfield outside an elegant townhouse in Belgravia, its white facade gleaming in the weak autumn sunshine. A light drizzle had begun to fall, and Clara pulled her shawl closer as they waited for the door to open. "Remember," Mrs. Penfield murmured, adjusting her best gloves, "we're here to help, not to interrogate." "Of course," Clara replied, though her nerves were taut with anticipation. Graham hadn't forbidden this visit, but his expression when they'd discussed it had been decidedly uncomfortable. Lady Victoria Ashford was aristocracy. This required delicate handling. The butler who answered was everything one would expect from such an establishment. Imposing, impeccably dressed, and thoroughly sceptical of two women arriving without invitation at such an hour. "Lady Victoria is not receiving callers this afternoon," he intoned, already beginning to close the door. "Please," Clara said quickly, "tell her it concerns the Duchess of Thornfield." "It's rather urgent." The butler's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "I shall inquire if her ladyship is available. Your names?" "Miss Clara Wetherly and Mrs. Agatha Penfield." They were left standing in the entrance hall for several long minutes, during which Clara admired the marble floor and tried not to think about how out of place her practical dress looked against such opulence. Finally the butler returned. "Lady Victoria will see you in the morning room." They were led to a cheerful space decorated in soft yellows and blues, where Lady Victoria sat near the window. She looked exhausted. Her morning dress was impeccable, but the shadows beneath her eyes told of sleepless nights. "Miss Wetherly, Mrs. Penfield, has something happened to the Duchess?" "In a way," Clara said, taking the offered seat. "We need your help, Lady Victoria." Before Victoria could respond, her butler appeared with a tea service. "I took the liberty of having tea prepared," Victoria said, her breeding showing even in distress. "Forgive me, I needed a moment to collect myself after recent events." As Victoria poured with hands that trembled only slightly, Mrs. Penfield said kindly, "This must all be terribly shocking, dear." The revelations about Mr. Thornfield and Rose. Victoria's composure cracked slightly. "I knew about the affair," she admitted quietly. "Charles isn't as discreet as he believes. But the child, and then Rose's death." She set down the teapot carefully. "The scandal will be devastating, but that's not what keeps me awake at night." "What does?" Clara asked gently, wondering if I could have prevented it somehow. If I'd confronted Charles earlier, insisted he end it. Victoria took a shaky breath, and wondering if I can still marry him, knowing what he's done. Not the murder, I don't believe him capable of that, but the betrayal, the lies. "These are difficult circumstances," Mrs. Penfield said, accepting her teacup. Victoria gave a bitter laugh. "Difficult? Yes, though I suppose I have little choice in the matter. The marriage must proceed." She saw their questioning looks and added quietly, "You may as well know it will be common gossip soon enough. My family's circumstances are strained. This marriage is necessary for more than just social reasons." "I see," Clara said, setting down her own cup. "Then you'll want to protect your future family's interests." "Yes," Victoria straightened. "Now, what help do you need?" "Your message said it concerned the Duchess." "The Duchess has been the victim of a terrible scheme," Clara began carefully. "Her afternoon episodes weren't natural. Someone had been adding henbane to her daily tonic. We replaced it days ago, and she's been clear-headed ever since. During which time," Mrs. Penfield added gently, "valuable items had been disappearing from the household during her confused periods." Victoria's hand went to her throat. The Duchess's mother's locket. She was so distressed about losing it. She kept saying she must have misplaced it, but she never would have, Clara finished. "Rose discovered the thefts. We believe that's why she was murdered." Victoria stood and walked to the window, processing this information. When she spoke, her voice was steady. "So, the Duchess is safe now? The poisoning has stopped?" "For now," Clara said. "She's been perfectly lucid since we changed her tonic. But whoever was doing this is still in that household, and they killed Rose to keep their secret. And you need my help to catch them." Victoria turned back to face them. "What would you have me do?" "We'd like you to spend tomorrow with the Duchess," Clara said. "A long visit, perhaps the whole day. Keep her company, make sure she remains well, and observe." "Observe what, precisely?" "The household," Mrs. Penfield said. "Notice if anyone seems unsettled by your presence. See if anything goes missing even though the Duchess is now clear-headed. Watch who might be acting strangely now that their scheme has been disrupted. And send for me immediately if anything seems amiss," Clara added. "If the Duchess shows any signs of illness or confusion." Victoria nodded slowly. "I could say I'm concerned about her well-being after the tragedy, that I want to keep her company." "Perfect," Clara said. "You were there Tuesday evening, weren't you?" "Yes, to discuss wedding preparations, but the Duchess had already retired when I arrived, around 7. Miss Hartwell told me she'd been tired all afternoon and evening, quite confused. She'd gone to bed early." "I only stayed about an hour and a half," Victoria continued. "Charles was in his study working. I left around 8:30. Her cheeks coloured slightly. To be honest, I was relieved the Duchess had retired. She'd been so vague and distant during my last few afternoon visits. In the mornings she's herself, but by evening... It must have been distressing to see," Mrs. Penfield said sympathetically. "It was. My own grandmother suffered similar decline before she passed. The forgetting, the confusion." Victoria twisted her hands together. "That's why I didn't question it. It seemed natural, if sad. But now you know it's not natural at all," Clara said. "No." Victoria's jaw set with determination. "Someone is doing this to her deliberately, using her confusion to steal from her. I'll go tomorrow morning and stay through the day. I'll say I want to help with household matters, practice for managing my own establishment." "Perfect," Clara said. "Just be natural and observe. Don't ask pointed questions." "I understand." Victoria walked them to the door herself rather than summoning the butler. "Miss Wetherly, may I ask you something?" "Of course. Do you have any idea who's doing this?" Clara hesitated. "We have suspicions, but no proof yet. That's why we need your help." Victoria nodded. "I'll send word tomorrow evening about what I observe. The Duchess deserves justice. And Rose." Her voice caught. "Rose didn't deserve to die for discovering a thief." As they departed, Mrs. Penfield took Clara's arm. "She's stronger than she appears." "She'll need to be," Clara replied. As they walked, Mrs. Penfield said quietly, "Well, that confirms what Charles told the inspector." She left at 8:30, just as he said. "And she seemed genuinely shocked about the poisoning," Clara added. "If she'd known about the thefts or Rose's discovery..." "She would have reacted differently," Mrs. Penfield agreed. "That young woman may be desperate for this marriage to proceed, but she's no killer." "No," Clara said thoughtfully, "but someone in that household is..." They walked back to their street together, Mrs. Penfield pausing at her own door. "Well, my dear, let's hope Lady Victoria proves an able observer. "Indeed," Clara said, bidding her farewell. As Clara unlocked her shop door, Marmalade greeted her with an accusatory meow, clearly displeased at being left behind. She bent to scratch behind his ears. "Yes, I know, ladies' social calls are beneath your dignity." Inside, the shop was exactly as she'd left it, except for one thing. The gilded leaf, her grandmother's precious grimoire, lay open on the counter. Clara was certain she'd left it closed on its stand by the window. She approached slowly, her heart beating faster. The book had fallen open to a page she rarely consulted, one of her grandmother's handwritten notes about toxic herbs. But it was the margin note that caught her eye, written in Genevieve's distinctive script. "The sweetest voice may speak the darkest lies. Watch those who step too easily into another's shoes." Clara's breath caught. She'd read this page dozens of times, but she'd never noticed that particular note before. Or had it always been there, waiting for the right moment to catch her attention? Marmalade jumped onto the counter, settling himself beside the book with a satisfied purr, as if to say the message had been properly delivered. "Thank you, grandmother," Clara whispered to the empty shop, though it didn't feel empty at all. The faint scent of lavender water lingered in the air, a comfort and a warning combined. Chapter 19. Clara opened the shop at her usual hour, though she'd slept poorly. The gilded leaf's cryptic message had haunted her dreams, those who step too easily into another's shoes, and she'd woken several times thinking she heard footsteps on the stairs. "Just you and me today," she said to Marmalade, who had claimed his favourite spot on the counter where the morning sun would soon warm the wood. "Though I expect we'll have news from Lady Victoria by evening." The orange cat yawned magnificently, showing every tooth. Mrs. Morrison arrived first, as she did every Thursday, seeking her usual tonic for her husband's joints. "Getting colder," she said, counting out coins. "His knees always know when winter's truly coming." "I've added some extra willow bark to this batch," Clara said, wrapping the bottle carefully. "It should help with the stiffness." After Mrs. Morrison departed, Clara found herself wiping the already clean counter, straightening bottles that didn't need straightening. "I wonder what Graham, Inspector Redgrave, has discovered at the pawn shops," she said aloud, then caught herself. She'd been doing this more lately, speaking to the empty shop as if someone might answer. "Foolish habit, talking to myself." Marmalade chirped from his sunny spot, a sound that might have been agreement or mockery. Young Timothy Baker came in next, red-faced and stammering about needing something for his sister's monthly troubles. Clara mixed the raspberry leaf preparation with practised efficiency, pretending not to notice his embarrassment. Between customers she kept glancing toward the door. Every footstep on the street made her look up. Every carriage that rattled past had her holding her breath. "Nothing's going to happen," she told herself firmly, measuring out chamomile for Mrs. Harper's nerves. "Victoria is simply observing." "There's no reason to expect—" She stopped. Marmalade had suddenly sat up, his ears pricked forward, staring intently at the door.
Marmalade's Observations, in which my human demonstrates the unfortunate human tendency to ignore obvious warnings. The morning had progressed with tedious predictability. My human fussed with bottles spoke to the air. The ghost appreciated it, though Clara couldn't see the shimmer by the window, and jumped at every sound like a mouse sensing a hawk. I had claimed the optimal position. Sunny, warm, with clear sight lines to both door and window. One must maintain vigilance, especially when one's human insists on investigating murders. The carriage wheels on cobblestones made me lift my head. We get many carriages, of course, but this one stopped directly outside. The door flew open before the wheels stopped moving. A young man in the Duchess's livery, the nervous footman who always smells of brass polish, practically fell out onto the street. He ran. Footmen do not run. They glide with studied dignity. This one ran like the devil was chasing him. I was already moving toward the door. Something was very wrong. "Miss Wetherly," he was gasping before he even got the door fully open. "You must come. Immediately, the Duchess." My human, to her credit, was already reaching for her medical case, the one she'd unconsciously prepared yesterday. At least, she had some instincts. "She won't wake," the footman gasped. "Lady Victoria sent me. She said you'd know what to do." Clara was already throwing on her cloak, grabbing bottles from shelves with practised efficiency. The footman was pulling her toward the door when she noticed me following. "No, Marmalade. Stay here. Watch the shop." "Absolutely not." I darted between her feet and out the door. "Marmalade!" She reached for me, but I was already leaping into the carriage. I settled myself on the seat with an expression that brooked no argument. "I don't have time for this," Clara muttered, climbing in after me as the footman urged her to hurry. The footman didn't even object to my presence. He was too distressed to care about a cat. Good. My human was walking into danger, and she would need someone with proper instincts beside her. The carriage lurched into motion. I positioned myself on the seat, close enough to observe everything but not so close as to appear needy. Clara clutched her medical case with white knuckles. Humans always panic at the wrong moments.
Clara gripped the carriage strap as they careened through London's streets, at a pace that had pedestrians jumping aside and other drivers shouting curses. Tommy, she remembered the footman's name now, sat across from her, white-faced and trembling. Marmalade had positioned himself on the seat beside her, tail twitching with irritation at the rough ride. "Tell me exactly what happened," she said, already mentally cataloguing what she'd brought. Activated charcoal, syrup of ipecac, strong coffee, cold compress materials. "Everything seemed well this morning," Tommy said, his words tumbling over each other. "The Duchess was in good spirits at breakfast." Lady Victoria arrived to keep her company. They had luncheon together. But then, around 3 o'clock, the Duchess said she felt tired. She went to lie down, and when Lady Victoria checked on her an hour later, his voice broke, she wouldn't wake properly. Kept mumbling her skin was burning hot, and her eyes... He shuddered. "Lady Victoria said to fetch you immediately, said you'd helped the Duchess before with her afternoon troubles." Clara's mind raced. A sudden relapse after days of being clear-headed. Either the poisoner had found another way to dose the Duchess, or... Was she given anything? Tea? Food that only she consumed? "I don't know, miss. Lady Victoria might know. She's been with her Grace most of the day." The carriage took a corner so sharply Clara had to brace herself. Through the window she could see they were nearly at the estate. "Tommy," she said urgently, "when we arrive, I need you to do exactly as I say. We may need large amounts of strong coffee, cold water for compresses, and possibly..." She hesitated, then forged on. "Mustard water, if we need to induce vomiting. Can you manage that?" "Yes, miss." His voice steadied slightly at having concrete tasks. The carriage hadn't fully stopped before Clara was out, medical case in hand, running up the front steps. Marmalade bounded after her, ignoring the butler's startled expression at a cat racing through the grand entrance. The butler, usually so composed, looked genuinely frightened. "This way, miss. Lady Victoria is with her Grace." She could hear voices before she reached the Duchess's chamber, Lady Victoria's clear tones and someone else murmuring responses. Clara burst through the door to find a scene that made her heart sink. The Duchess lay on her bed, her face flushed and damp with perspiration. Her eyes were open but unfocused, pupils dilated to black pools. She was mumbling incoherently, her hands plucking at the coverlet in the restless way Clara recognised all too well. Lady Victoria looked up from where she sat beside the bed, relief flooding her face. "Thank God you're here." She was perfectly well this morning, and then... Miss Hartwell stood, wringing her hands near the window, her face drawn with worry. "I don't understand. She's been so well these past days." Margaret hovered near the bedside table, adjusting items that didn't need adjusting. "I've prepared cool cloths, miss," she said to Clara, gesturing to a basin, "and I can fetch anything else you might need." Clara moved to the Duchess's side, feeling for her pulse, rapid and thready. Her skin was hot and dry to the touch. "This is henbane poisoning," she said grimly. "A massive dose." "Henbane?" Margaret echoed, sounding shocked. "But how? The Duchess hasn't had any of her tonic today. Lady Victoria made certain of that." "I don't know how yet," Clara said, opening her medical case, "but these symptoms are unmistakable." "But how?" "I watched everything." "We'll determine that later." Clara turned to Tommy, who had followed her up. "Coffee as strong as you can make it. Cold water and clean cloths. Now." As Tommy ran to comply, Clara began pulling bottles from her case. "Lady Victoria, I need you to help prop her up. Miss Hartwell, open those windows. We need fresh air. Margaret, bring me a glass and a spoon." Everyone moved at once. Clara measured activated charcoal into the glass. Margaret brought, mixing it with a small amount of water until it formed a dark slurry. "We need to absorb whatever poison remains in her system," Clara explained, lifting the Duchess's head. The older woman's eyes rolled back, unfocused. "Your Grace, you must try to swallow." It was slow, messy work. Half the charcoal mixture dribbled down the Duchess's chin, but Clara persisted, spooning small amounts between her lips. "Should I prepare mustard water?" Margaret asked, "to induce purging?" Clara glanced up briefly. "Yes, but weak. We don't want to exhaust her further." Tommy returned with a pot of steaming coffee. "How much, miss?" "Keep it coming," Clara said. "We'll need cups and cups of it." She turned back to the Duchess. "The coffee will help counteract the sedative effects." For the next hour, they worked in controlled chaos. Clara alternated between spooning coffee and charcoal into the Duchess's mouth, applying cold compresses to her burning skin and checking her pulse. The Duchess mumbled incoherently, occasionally pushing weakly at their hands. "We need to get her walking," Clara finally announced. "Her blood needs to keep moving, and the activity might help clear the poison faster." "Walking?" Miss Hartwell looked aghast. "But she can barely open her eyes." "Which is why we'll support her." Clara looked at the others. "Lady Victoria, you take one arm, Tommy the other. I'll guide from behind." Together they hauled the Duchess to her feet. She sagged between them like a rag doll, her head lolling forward. "Come now, Your Grace," Clara said firmly. "One foot in front of the other." They began a slow, shuffling circuit of the room. The Duchess's feet dragged, but with encouragement and support, she managed stumbling steps. "How long must we do this?" Lady Victoria asked, already breathing hard from supporting the Duchess's weight. "Hours, if necessary," Clara said. "We can take turns, but she mustn't be allowed to sink too deeply into unconsciousness." Margaret appeared with the mustard water. "Should we try this now, miss?" "Not yet," Clara said, continuing to guide the Duchess's shuffling steps. "We need to keep her moving first." The door opened and Mary peered in nervously. "I heard Her Grace was taken ill. Can I help?" "More coffee," Clara said, "and keep it coming." "Yes, miss." Mary hesitated. "My gran used to say activated charcoal was best for poisoning. Drew out the toxins," she said. "Shall I see if we have any in the kitchens?" Clara looked at her sharply. "Your grandmother knew about treating poisonings." Mary flushed. "She was the village healer back in Whitechapel, miss. Before she passed, taught me all sorts of remedies, though I don't often speak of it. People think it's, well, unseemly for a housemaid to know such things. I've already given her charcoal," Clara said slowly. "But thank you, Mary." As Mary hurried out, Margaret moved toward the door. "I'll help with the coffee, shall I?" "Where did you say you were from, Margaret?" Clara asked conversationally, though her mind was racing. "Two servants with knowledge of remedies?" "Yorkshire, miss," Margaret said quickly, "the Whitmore family." "But originally, your accent sometimes—" Margaret's careful composure slipped slightly. "County Cork, miss, though you'd hardly know it to hear me speak now." Her laugh sounded forced. "My mother insisted we practice speaking properly, said we'd never get good positions in England sounding like Irish farm folk. "Your mother sounds practical," Clara observed. "She was that, miss." Margaret moved toward the door. "I'll fetch that coffee." Clara watched her go, then caught Lady Victoria's eye. "When Margaret returns, I need you to keep her occupied. And Miss Hartwell, could you please send Tommy to fetch Inspector Redgrave? Tell him it's urgent." "The inspector?" Miss Hartwell looked confused. "But shouldn't we send for Dr. Pemberton?" "The inspector first," Clara said firmly. "Tell Tommy to say the Duchess has been poisoned again and we need him immediately." As Miss Hartwell hurried out, Clara continued walking the Duchess, her mind working furiously. Mary from Whitechapel, with a healer grandmother who knew about activated charcoal, that was unexpected. And Margaret from Ireland, carefully hiding her origins, who'd mentioned having family in London when first questioned. Her accent had slipped when she'd said County Cork, despite her mother's efforts to train it out of her. 2 housemaids with secrets. But did either of them have anything to do with Rose's death? Or was she chasing shadows while the real killer remained hidden? "One more circuit, Your Grace," she murmured to the semi-conscious Duchess. "Then we'll try more coffee." The Duchess mumbled something that might have been words, her feet still dragging but slightly more coordinated than before. It would be a long night, but Clara hoped they had acted in time, and Graham would help her sort through these troubling questions about the household staff. There were too many secrets in this house, and somewhere among them lay the truth about who had murdered Rose. Chapter 20. The Duchess's breathing grew ragged, rattling in her chest like dried leaves. Clara's back screamed from 2 hours of supporting the older woman's weight, and her arms trembled with exhaustion. The sick-room air hung thick with the competing scents of coffee, lavender water, and fear sweat. "No, no, no," Clara muttered, pressing her fingers to the Duchess's neck. The pulse fluttered like a dying moth, thready, irregular. "Tommy, more coffee, strong as you can make it." "She won't swallow it, miss," Victoria said desperately, her usually perfect coiffure now dishevelled from exertion. "It just dribbles out." "Where's Dr. Pemberton?" Clara asked, though she knew the answer from Tommy's earlier panic. "Can't find him, miss," Tommy said from the doorway. "His housekeeper says he's at a difficult berth in Cheapside. Could be hours yet. I left word it's urgent, but—" Clara nodded grimly. They were on their own. The Duchess's pupils had blown wide, as sovereign coins, classic mydriasis from the trypane, alkaloids. Clara's mind raced through her botanical training, without atropine to counteract. No, they'd have to make do with stimulants and time. "Sugar water," Clara ordered. "Lots of sugar, the smallest spoon you can find. Margaret, quickly." Margaret hurried to comply while Clara and Victoria lowered the Duchess into a chair. Her head lolled back, revealing the whites of her eyes. Marmalade, who had been watching from his perch on the windowsill, jumped down and rubbed against the Duchess's limp hand, purring anxiously. "Your Grace," Clara said sharply, patting the older woman's cheeks with more force than propriety typically allowed, "you must stay with us." The door burst open and Charles Thornfield rushed in, still in his evening clothes, his cravat askew and his face wild with panic. "What's happened? The footman said my aunt was—" He stopped short, taking in the scene. "Dear God! Your aunt has been poisoned, Mr. Thornfield." Again, Clara didn't look up from spooning sugar water between the Duchess's slack lips. "A massive dose of henbane this afternoon." "But how?" I thought the afternoon episodes had stopped. Aunt seemed so much better these past days. "Someone gave her a massive dose of henbane this afternoon." Clara kept her voice steady, despite the drops of sugar water running down the Duchess's chin like tears. "Tommy, help Mr. Thornfield support her. We need to keep walking." For the next hour it was Charles who bore most of his aunt's weight, half carrying her around the room with a strength that made Clara notice once again how capable he was of moving a body. His evening clothes grew damp with sweat, and his perfectly polished boots scuffed against the carpet as he shuffled in endless circles. "Please, Aunt," he kept saying, his voice cracking. "Please don't leave me. You're all the family I have left." Cook appeared in the doorway with a tray. "Brought some good beef tea, miss," for strength, and proper English breakfast tea for everyone else. She set it down with a clatter that spoke of her own shaking hands. "Is her Grace—" "She's fighting," Clara said, noting how the Duchess's mumbling had shifted from complete incoherence to occasional recognisable words, a positive sign, if a small one. Marmalade had relocated to the bed, where he sat like an orange sentinel, his tail twitching with each laboured breath the Duchess took. It was nearing the 3rd hour when the Duchess suddenly went rigid, her body arching backward. Charles nearly dropped her. "She's seizing," Clara said, helping lower her to the floor. "Turn her on her side. Victoria, cushion her head. It's the alkaloids overwhelming her system." The seizure lasted 40 seconds, Clara counted, but felt like an eternity. When it passed, the Duchess lay still as death, her breathing so shallow Clara could barely detect it. "Is she—" Charles's voice broke entirely. Clara pressed her ear to the Duchess's chest. The heartbeat fluttered there, faint but stubborn. "She's alive. But we're at the crisis point." "What else can we do?" Miss Hartwell had tears streaming down her face. "There must be something." Clara looked at the assembled faces, Charles white with fear, Victoria exhausted beyond propriety, Evelyn wringing her hands, the servants hovering anxiously in the doorway. Margaret stood ready with fresh cloths, Mary beside her with another pot of coffee, both watching with expressions Clara couldn't quite read in her exhaustion. "We keep going," Clara said firmly, though her own legs trembled. "Charles, get her up again. We walk until she either recovers or—" She didn't finish the sentence. It was then that Graham arrived, his greatcoat still damp with evening mist and his boots echoing sharply on the floorboards. He took in the scene with those sharp hazel eyes that missed nothing, the Duchess barely conscious, Charles supporting her, Clara's exhausted stance. "Inspector," Charles gasped, not pausing in his shuffling walk. "Thank God. Someone's tried to murder my aunt." "What's her condition?" Graham asked Clara quietly, moving close enough that she caught the comforting scent of his tobacco and wool coat. "Critical. She had a seizure. The tropane alkaloids overwhelmed her nervous system." Clara accepted the fresh coffee from Mary, noting how the girl's hands shook so badly the cup rattled against the saucer. "But I think, look at her colour. It's less florid. The fever's breaking." Indeed, over the next half hour, the Duchess's breathing deepened from desperate gasps to something approaching normal sleep. Her mumbling became less frantic, actual words emerging from the confusion. When her eyes flickered open and truly focused on Charles's face, everyone in the room seemed to exhale at once. "Charles," the Duchess whispered, her voice like paper. "Dear boy, if you wanted to dance, you might have simply asked—" Charles let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "You're going to be fine, Aunt." "I feel as though I've been trampled by a carriage," she murmured, "and my mouth tastes of coffee grounds. Whatever have you been doing to me?" "Saving your life," Clara said quietly. "Dr. Pemberton was unavailable." The Duchess's eyes sharpened slightly, focusing on Clara with new appreciation. "Then I owe you a great debt, my dear." They got her settled into bed, propped up on pillows with Victoria stationed beside her. The Duchess was weak but lucid, able to sip water on her own and complain about it. Always a good sign in Clara's experience. "I need to check something," Clara murmured to Graham. "Keep everyone here." Marmalade followed her as she slipped into the Duchess's dressing room, jumping onto the elegant dressing stand where the tonic bottle always sat. The surface was bare except for a silver brush set and a crystal perfume bottle. The cat pawed at the empty space where the bottle should have been, then looked at Clara with what seemed like accusation. "I know," she whispered. "Someone took it." A thorough search revealed nothing. The evidence had vanished. When she returned, Graham was already addressing the gathered household. Charles stood protectively near his aunt's bed, one hand on her shoulder, while the servants clustered by the door like sheep sensing a wolf. "The Duchess was deliberately poisoned," Graham announced in his official Scotland Yard voice. "Someone in this household added a near-fatal dose of henbane to her tonic." "That's impossible," Charles protested. "The servants have been with the family for years." "Nevertheless," Graham cut him off, "this is now a criminal investigation. No one is to leave these premises, not for any reason." Mary let out a small whimper. Margaret placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, though Clara noticed Margaret's other hand was clenched so tight her knuckles showed white. "I'll return at first light with constables," Graham continued, his gaze sweeping over each face. "We will search every room, question everyone again, and make an arrest." "An arrest?" Charles stepped forward, his exhaustion replaced by indignation. "Surely you can't think— Inspector, I've been at my club all day. White's. A dozen men saw me there." "Everyone will be investigated, Mr. Thornfield. Everyone." Graham turned to Clara. "Miss Wetherly, I'll escort you home." "I need to check my poison garden first," Clara announced loud enough for all to hear. "Someone harvested henbane recently. There may be evidence." Charles looked between them, and Clara saw something flicker in his eyes. Calculation. Fear. "I should come with you. If someone's been stealing from the estate gardens—" "No," Graham said firmly. "Someone in this house has attempted murder. That's a hanging offence, Mr. Thornfield. You need to stay here and ensure they don't make another attempt on your aunt's life." His voice hardened. "And, Mr. Thornfield, if you've inherited this estate come morning, you can rest assured you'll be the first one I arrest." Charles's face flushed dark red. "How dare you—" "I dare because it's my job," Graham cut him off. "Stay with your aunt." As they prepared to leave, Clara scooped up Marmalade, who had been watching everything with his unsettling amber gaze. "Come along, you. No arguing." The cat settled into her arms with unusual compliance, as if he too sensed the night wasn't over. They made a show of putting on their coats in the front hall, ensuring the butler saw them. "Inspector," Clara said urgently, "we can't possibly leave the Duchess unprotected. If the poisoner tries again—" "Miss Wetherly," Graham said loudly enough for the butler to hear, while giving her a meaningful look, "the Duchess needs rest, and you need to examine your poison garden. Come along." Clara caught the warning in his eyes and fell silent, though every instinct screamed against leaving. They stepped out into the cold night air that bit at her cheeks after the stuffiness of the sick room. Once they were well away from the door, Graham caught her arm and pulled her into the shadows. "We're not actually leaving," he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. "We're going to watch from the greenhouse." Clara's eyes widened in understanding. "You think someone will run?" "I'm counting on it." Guilty people rarely wait around to be arrested. They circled around to the greenhouse, their boots crunching softly on the gravel path. Marmalade squirmed free of Clara's arms and padded ahead, his orange form barely visible in the darkness. Inside, they found Silas checking his orchids by lantern light, muttering to them about the cold. "Miss Clara! Inspector!" He nearly dropped his lantern. "I was just— the temperature's dropping and the orchids—" After they explained their plan, Silas helped them find the perfect vantage point behind a massive arrangement of potted ferns that smelled of earth and green life. "You can see the servants' door clearly from here," he said. "That's the one Mary uses when she—" He stopped, looking troubled. "Was Mary told she couldn't leave tonight?" "Everyone was," Graham said. "Why?" Silas shifted uncomfortably. "It's just— her mother and little brothers, they depend on those food scraps she brings. She must be beside herself not being able to get anything to them tonight." "Oh," Clara said softly, her heart twisting. "Where do they live, Silas?" "Whitechapel, miss, near the old brewery. Terrible place, but it's all they can afford with her mother so sick." Clara reached into her pocket and pulled out some coins. "Silas, would you take them something? Stop by the kitchen, gather what you can. Tell cook I said it was all right." Silas's weathered face brightened. "You'd do that, miss?" "Of course. A family shouldn't go hungry." She pressed the coins into his hand. "Take a cab there and back. But, Silas, be careful, and if anyone asks later, you were asleep in your cottage since 9 o'clock. "Understood, miss." Silas pocketed the money gratefully. "I'll go through the kitchen quiet-like, then off to Whitechapel. Should be back within the hour." Graham nodded approvingly. "Good man." Silas extinguished his lantern and left, his footsteps fading into the night. Clara and Graham settled into the darkness to wait. Marmalade positioned himself on an overturned pot, his eyes glowing like twin moons in the darkness. "The tonic bottle is missing," Clara whispered once they were alone, pulling her cloak tighter against the chill that seeped through the greenhouse glass. "Destroyed, no doubt." Graham shifted closer to her, and she didn't move away from his warmth. "Our poisoner is getting desperate. First Rose, now this attempt on the Duchess." "Charles inherits everything if his aunt dies," Graham said quietly, watching the house. "But he claims he wasn't here during the day," Clara said. "At his club, he said." Claims being the operative word, though he did arrive very quickly once summoned. Graham paused. "How certain are you about Lady Victoria's innocence?" Clara turned to look at him in the darkness. "What do you mean?" "If the Duchess dies, Victoria doesn't just marry Charles, she marries a wealthy heir. She benefits as much as he does." Clara considered this, remembering Victoria's exhausted face as she helped walk the Duchess. "She seemed genuinely shocked when I told her about the poisoning, and she spent all day watching, yet noticed nothing unusual." "Or she claims she noticed nothing," Graham said softly. "We only have her word for that." They fell silent, watching the house. One by one, lights were being extinguished as the household settled for the night, or pretended to. A sound from the garden made them both tense, but it was only a fox, slinking through the shadows. Marmalade's eyes tracked it with interest, but he didn't move from his perch. "How long do we wait?" Clara whispered, pulling her cloak tighter against the cold. "As long as it takes," Graham replied. "If I'm right, someone won't be able to resist running rather than facing the morning." In the cold darkness of the greenhouse, surrounded by the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine and the earthy smell of Silas's beloved orchids, they settled in for what could be a very long and fruitless wait, or perhaps not. Only time would tell.
Marmalade's observations, in which I maintain vigilance while my humans engage in unnecessary proximity. The Duchess would survive. I could tell by the way her breathing had steadied, no longer catching like a broken clockwork. Good. She provides excellent cream and maintains proper standards of feline appreciation. From my perch atop an overturned pot, I surveyed our tactical position. The greenhouse glass provided adequate concealment while offering superior sightlines to the servants' door. My humans had chosen well, though likely by accident rather than design. A fox slunk through the garden. Amateur, its technique was showy, all swagger and no subtlety. City foxes, no proper instincts anymore. I watched it pass with mild disdain. It wasn't worth leaving my post. The lies in that house hung thick as spoiled milk. Every servant reeked of secrets, some petty, some profound. The trembling one who limped smelled of desperation and old cabbage. The efficient one who stepped into the dead woman's position carried the scent of lye soap and something else, something harder to place, like rust or old coins. The paid companion and the gardener were out here earlier, reeking of affection and anxiety, humans and their mating rituals, so unnecessarily complicated. Speaking of which, my Clara sat far closer to the inspector than strictly necessary for warmth. Oh, she'd claim it was the cold, but I knew better. The tall one with the good boots kept glancing at her when he thought she wasn't looking, that particular tilt of the head that meant he was memorizing her profile in the moonlight. Honestly, they were supposed to be watching for murderers, not mooning at each other like lovesick kitchen cats. The inspector shifted, his shoulder now touching Clara's. She didn't move away. In fact, and my whiskers twitched with satisfaction, she leaned slightly toward him. The scent of bergamot from his soap mingled with her lavender water. If the ghost could travel beyond the shop, which she can't, more's the pity, she'd be purring with satisfaction at this development. All well and good for later, but this was hardly the time. We were hunting a murderer, not conducting a courtship. I stood stretched elaborately to get their attention, then wedged myself directly between them on the bench. Clara made a small sound of surprise as my considerable bulk forced them apart. "Marmalade," she whispered, "what are you?" I positioned myself regally between them, tail swishing against the inspector's coat, head turned pointedly toward the servants' door. Watch, hunt, focus. The inspector made a sound that might have been a chuckle. At least he understood. A rustling from the house caught my attention. Finally. The real entertainment was about to begin. I sat up straighter, keeping my humans properly separated and alert. Good. Now perhaps they could concentrate on catching killers instead of catching feelings. This is why they need me.
Chapter 21. The greenhouse had grown colder as the night deepened. Clara pulled her cloak tighter, grateful for Marmalade's warm weight between her and Graham on the bench. The cat had positioned himself like a furry chaperone, occasionally swishing his tail against Graham's coat as if to remind him to maintain proper distance. "Tell me about the other pieces you found," Clara whispered, needing to break the silence that had stretched between them. "At the pawn shops." Graham shifted, careful not to disturb Marmalade. 3 other elderly ladies' jewellery. Mrs. Fairweather from Kensington. Her family had to hire a full-time companion. She's too confused to be left alone. Lady Worthington from Mayfair, living with her daughter now after her mental decline. And a Mrs. Hartley from Belgravia, sent to live with relatives in Bath. All wealthy widows. All with mysterious afternoon confusion episodes. All had jewellery go missing that they couldn't remember losing. His voice was grim. The Kelly brothers have been running this scheme for at least 2 years, finding vulnerable elderly ladies, placing their associate in the household. Clara felt sick. Those poor women, their families must think it's natural aging, the perfect crime. Who questions an elderly lady's confusion? The families assume they're misplacing things, getting forgetful. Graham's jaw tightened, until Rose Fletcher discovered what was happening. And had to be silenced, Clara finished quietly. They fell silent again, watching the dark house. The servants' door remained stubbornly closed. Clara's toes had begun to go numb in her boots, and she flexed them, trying to restore feeling. A sound from the garden path made them both tense. Footsteps trying to be quiet but crunching on the gravel. Graham's hand moved to his coat pocket where Clara knew he kept his police whistle, but it was Silas who appeared, slightly out of breath. "Just me," he whispered, joining them behind the ferns. "Delivered everything safe and sound. The little ones were so grateful, and the mother—" He shook his head. "She cried, miss. Said to thank you." "How many children?" Clara asked softly. 3 boys, youngest can't be more than 4, all thin as rails. Silas settled on an overturned bucket. "I left the food and the money you gave me. They'll eat well for a few days at least." "Good man," Graham murmured. They resumed their watch, now 3 humans and 1 cat, monitoring the servants' door. Time crawled by. Clara found herself acutely aware of Graham's presence, despite Marmalade's barrier between them. The scent of his tobacco and wool coat was oddly comforting in the darkness. Around 11 o'clock, Clara heard the church bells chiming in the distance. The The servants' door opened. They all straightened, joints protesting from the cold stillness, but it was only Tommy checking the locks, making his rounds. He tested the door twice, then went back inside. "Conscientious lad," Silas observed. More waiting. Clara's feet had gone completely numb now, and she saw Graham discreetly rubbing his hands together for warmth. Even Silas was shifting on his bucket, trying to ease what must be aching joints. She was just beginning to wonder if they were wasting their time when the door opened again. This time it was Evelyn Hartwell, wrapped in a dark shawl, looking around nervously. "Evelyn?" Silas stood up in surprise. She gasped, then hurried toward them. "Silas! I couldn't sleep. I was so worried about you, about everything that's happened. When I couldn't find you in your cottage, I thought—" She stopped, seeing Clara and Graham. "Oh, Miss Wetherly, Inspector, what are you doing here?" "Watching," Graham said simply. "We believe someone will try to flee tonight." Evelyn's eyes widened. "The poisoner?" "We hope so," Clara said. "Evelyn, you should go back inside. It's not safe out here." "No," Evelyn said firmly, moving closer to Silas. "If you're trying to catch whoever hurt the Duchess and killed poor Rose, I want to help." Silas took her hand. "It could be dangerous." "I don't care. The Duchess has been nothing but kind to me. I'm staying." Graham looked ready to argue, but Clara touched his arm lightly. "Let her stay." Another pair of eyes might help. So they settled in again, 5 watchers now, waiting in the cold darkness. Evelyn and Silas sat close together on the bucket, her hand in his. Clara found it sweetly touching, this middle-aged romance blooming despite the circumstances. Midnight came and went, the church bells tolling solemnly in the distance. Clara was fighting to keep her eyes open, and she noticed Evelyn's head had dropped against Silas's shoulder. Graham shifted beside her, clearly fighting his own exhaustion. When the servants' door opened once more, it took them all a moment to react. This time Marmalade remained perfectly still, didn't even twitch his tail. A slight figure emerged, carrying a cloth bag. The limp was unmistakable. Mary. Graham moved immediately, stepping out from behind the ferns. "Stop right there." Mary let out a strangled cry, nearly dropping her bag. Oh no, please, I'm sorry. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but..." She burst into tears as Clara and the others emerged from hiding. "Please," Mary sobbed, clutching her bag. "I had to try. They need food. My mother, my brothers." "Mary," Clara said gently, "well, what's in the bag?" With shaking hands, Mary opened it, revealing bread, some leftover meat wrapped in cloth, a few apples. Just scraps from dinner. Things that would be thrown away anyway. "I know it's stealing, but they're starving and I..." "Mary," Silas interrupted, "I've just come from your family." Mary's tears stopped abruptly. "What?" "Miss Wetherly sent me with food. Proper food. Chicken, potatoes, even some preserved fruits. Enough for several days." Mary stared at them in shock. You did that for them?" "No child should go hungry," Clara said simply. Mary began crying again, but differently now. Tears of relief and gratitude. "Oh, miss, I don't know how to thank you. I've been so desperate, so afraid they'd starve, and with not being able to leave tonight." "Mary," Graham said, his official voice softening slightly, "the Duchess knows you've been taking food scraps." Mary went white. She knows. "Oh, God, I'll be dismissed. What will we do? How will I..." She's known for months," Evelyn said gently, still supporting Mary. "She told Cook to always make extra to ensure there were leftovers. She said to me once that no one in her household should ever see their family go hungry." Mary's legs seemed to give out completely. Evelyn caught her, holding her upright. "The Duchess knew!" "And she didn't dismiss me." "She understood," Clara said. "She's always understood more than people realise." Mary was sobbing now, overwhelmed. All this time I thought I was so clever, so careful. And she knew. She was helping. "Go back inside," Graham said, not unkindly. "Get some sleep. Your family is fed, and your position is safe." "Thank you," Mary whispered. "Thank you all." She stumbled back toward the house, still crying. Once the door closed behind her, Graham sank back onto the bench with a groan. "Does no one in this household sleep?" Clara sat down beside Marmalade, who hadn't moved from his spot, and began stroking behind his ears. The cat purred but kept his eyes fixed on the house. Graham pulled out his pocket watch, squinting at it in the moonlight. 20 minutes to 1, he muttered. "Perhaps we were wrong." Marmalade stood abruptly, every muscle tense. His tail went rigid, his ears forward. Clara's hands stilled on his fur. "Graham!" They all turned toward the house. For a long moment, nothing. Then, so slowly it almost seemed like imagination, the servants' door began to open. This time the figure that emerged paused in the doorway, looking carefully around the garden. Satisfied no one was watching, she moved with quick purpose, a carpet bag in hand, a dark travelling cloak, walking rapidly but quietly toward the garden gate. Graham stepped out from behind the ferns. "Stop right there." Chapter 22. "Margaret!" Evelyn's voice rang out in shock. The figure whirled around, and in the moonlight, Margaret Pritchard's face was clearly visible, white with terror, her careful composure completely shattered. For a single heartbeat, everyone froze. Clara's trained eye caught what the others might miss, the telltale green-brown staining around Margaret's fingernails, the slight tremor in her left hand that often accompanied regular handling of toxic plants. Then Margaret bolted. She ran toward the garden gate with surprising speed, her carpet bag clutched in one hand, her cloak billowing behind her. Graham was already moving, but Margaret had a head start and the desperation of the cornered. "Stop her!" Graham shouted, racing after her. Silas moved to block the garden gate, but Margaret veered left at the last second, heading for the side path that led to the street. Her feet flew over the gravel, the sound sharp in the night air. Clara hitched up her skirts and ran too, though she knew she couldn't match Margaret's pace. Her mind, however, was racing faster than her feet, cataloguing the implications of what she'd observed. The staining pattern suggested repeated exposure over weeks, not a single incident. Behind her she heard Evelyn cry out in disbelief. "But why? Why would she—" Margaret was nearly to the garden wall when something orange streaked past Clara. Marmalade, moving with the deadly precision of a hunter, shot between Margaret's running feet. The effect was instantaneous. Margaret's left foot caught against the cat's solid body. She stumbled, arms windmilling wildly as she tried to regain her balance. The carpet bag flew from her grip, sailing through the air in a graceful arc. Time seemed to slow as the bag hit the ground. The clasps burst open on impact, and suddenly the moonlit garden was showered with glittering jewellery. Necklaces, brooches, rings and earrings scattered across the gravel path like fallen stars. Clara saw the Duchess's pearl earrings roll past her feet, and several pieces she didn't recognise landed among the roses. A distinctive emerald brooch caught the moonlight, one she'd seen described in Miss Collins's statement about the Kelly brothers' merchandise. Margaret scrambled on her hands and knees, desperately trying to gather the scattered pieces. "No, no, no," she was muttering. "It's not what you think." Graham reached her first, grasping her arm to pull her to her feet. "Margaret Pritchard, you're under arrest for—" "No!" Margaret wrenched away from him. "You don't understand. This isn't mine. Someone must have planted it in my room. I was frightened when you said you'd arrest someone, so I ran—" "With a bag full of stolen jewellery?" Graham asked sceptically. "I don't know how it got there." Margaret's voice rose hysterically. "I'm just a housemaid. Why would I have such things?" Clara stepped forward, studying Margaret in the moonlight. She noted the woman's breathing pattern, rapid but controlled, not the genuine panic of innocence. And there, At the collar of her dress, a faint dusting of something that caught the light. Pollen, perhaps, or something more sinister. "Because you're not just a housemaid," Clara said quietly. "Are you, Margaret?" "I don't know what you mean." "The pawnshop dealer in Whitechapel described you perfectly," Graham added, moving closer. "Young woman, nervous, rough hands from housework. Been selling pieces for months, working with the Kelly brothers. We have witnesses." Clara picked up one of the scattered pieces, a ruby brooch she didn't recognise. "These aren't all from the Duchess. There are too many pieces here, different styles, different eras. How many elderly ladies have you worked for, Margaret? How many have suffered those mysterious afternoon confusion episodes?" "The pattern is quite distinctive," Clara continued, her voice taking on the precise tone she used when discussing botanical preparations. "Small, regular doses of henbane in the Duchess's vitality tonic, every day at 2 o'clock sharp. Just enough to create confusion, memory gaps that would last through the afternoon. Never enough to cause serious harm, or so you thought. It requires precise knowledge of dosages, doesn't it? The kind of knowledge a housemaid wouldn't typically possess." Margaret pulled something from her pocket, a small kitchen knife that gleamed in the moonlight. "Stay back!" Her voice cracked with desperation. Graham immediately stepped in front of Clara, shielding her with his body. The warmth of him, solid and protective, made Clara's breath catch. Yet even as her pulse quickened, from danger or proximity she couldn't say, her mind continued its relentless cataloguing of evidence. "Put the knife down, Margaret," Graham said, his voice steady but firm. Clara placed a hand on his arm. She could feel the tension in his muscles, coiled and ready. "Let me talk to her, Graham." "She's terrified." "Stay behind me," he murmured, not taking his eyes off Margaret. "Please, Clara." The addition of her name, soft and urgent, sent an unexpected shiver through her. Margaret waved the knife wildly, tears starting to stream down her face. Behind them, Clara could hear windows opening in the house, voices calling out in alarm. "You want to know the truth?" Margaret's voice broke. "Fine. But it's not what you think. They're my brothers. Yes, the Kelly brothers are my brothers. They'll kill me for telling you this." "We can protect you," Graham said, his aristocratic authority cutting through her panic, "but only if you cooperate." Margaret laughed bitterly. "Protect me? From them? You don't know what they're capable of." "I know they've been fencing stolen goods across London," Graham replied. "I know they threatened Miss Collins when she tried to leave their operation, and I know you've been their inside source for years." Clara, still behind Graham but leaning slightly to the side to maintain eye contact with Margaret, added quietly, "But Rose wasn't part of the plan, was she?" Something went wrong with Rose. Margaret's face crumpled at the mention of the dead woman's name. The knife in her hand began to shake more violently. "They sent me into service when I was 14, Margaret began, her voice hollow. "Made me lose my Irish accent, taught me to speak proper. Said it was the only way our family could survive." "And they placed you strategically," Clara said, understanding dawning. "Always with elderly ladies, always in houses with valuable items that might go unnoticed if they went missing during periods of confusion. They placed me with elderly ladies, told me to make them confused with henbane in their tea, then take little things they'd never miss." "Mrs. Fairweather, Lady Worthington, Mrs. Hartley," Graham recited, "all now living with families or companions, too confused to be on their own." "I never killed them," Margaret sobbed, "just made them forgetful." "The families thought it was age. And the jewellery, my brothers said they were just borrowing from people who had too much. But once I started, they wouldn't let me stop. Said our younger sister in Cork would starve without the money." "And Rose?" Clara asked gently. "Did Rose discover the thefts?" Margaret's breathing changed, shorter, sharper. Clara recognised the physiological signs of someone approaching a difficult truth. "It's not what you think." "She didn't just discover them, she saw everything. She watched me put henbane in the Duchess's afternoon tonic and she laughed. Clara's eyes widened. Rose knew you were drugging the Duchess. She didn't care. She said it was perfect, that I was already practiced at it. And then, Margaret's voice dropped to a whisper, she said I had to help her get rid of Lady Victoria. What? Evelyn gasped. Tomorrow, Wednesday, was their regular tea. Rose wanted me to put henbane in Victoria's cup, make her seem mad in front of the Duchess and society. She said if I didn't help her by morning, she'd tell everyone about the thefts and the drugging. She said she'd tell my brothers I'd been caught, and you don't understand what they'd do to me for that kind of failure. Clara's mind raced, putting the final pieces together. Rose was blackmailing you. She wanted Victoria gone so Charles would marry her. She was going to use that baby to become mistress of this house. Margaret's tears flowed freely. She didn't care who she hurt, so I gave her tea with pennyroyal. I knew she was pregnant. Everyone knew. She made sure of that. You wanted her to lose the baby, Graham said grimly. If she lost the baby, she'd have no hold over Charles, no reason to hurt Victoria. I told her it was calming tea. Margaret's voice dropped. But I added monkshood to make her sleep through the cramping. I didn't want her crying out. But you miscalculated the dose, Clara said softly. Monkshood is notoriously difficult to measure properly. Even a few drops too many can turn sleep into something permanent. And, combined with pennyroyal, which already strains the system. I'm not a murderer, Margaret's voice cracked. I learned about herbs from watching you from books in the library. I thought I knew enough. You thought you could control it, Clara finished. But botanical medicine isn't just about knowing which plants do what. It's about understanding their interactions, their potency variations, the way different constitutions respond. You were playing with forces you didn't fully understand. She started convulsing, stumbling to the garden. I followed her and Margaret's hand with the knife dropped slightly. She was dying, but still conscious. She would have told everyone. So I held her down until she stopped breathing. Then I staged it with the teacup and the key to make it look like she'd done it to herself. The confession hung heavy in the night air. Behind them, Clara could hear more voices, servants gathering, Tommy's shocked exclamation. And today? Graham asked. The Duchess? Lady Victoria was watching everything. I panicked. I thought if the Duchess was confused enough, she'd never be able to tell what she might have heard that night. But I used too much again. Margaret dropped the knife, which clattered on the gravel. The measurements in your books, Miss Wetherly, they're for healing, not for this. I couldn't translate them properly. Clara felt Graham relax slightly as the knife fell, but he didn't move from his protective position. You used my family's knowledge to harm, Clara said, and there was steel in her voice now. You perverted the art of healing into a weapon. Silas had been moving quietly behind Margaret during her confession. Now he gently took her arms, holding her as she collapsed completely. It wasn't supposed to happen like this, Margaret sobbed. No one was supposed to die. Graham finally stepped aside, his hand briefly brushing Clara's as he moved, a touch so fleeting she might have imagined it, except for the warmth that lingered. He retrieved the knife, then knelt beside Margaret. Margaret Pritchard, I'm arresting you for the murder of Rose Fletcher and the attempted murder of the Duchess of Thornfield. Clara looked around at the surreal scene, jewellery glittering in the moonlight, Margaret sobbing in Silas's grip, Evelyn clinging to his shoulder in shock, and Marmalade sitting primly beside the overturned carpet bag, cleaning his paws as if he hadn't just brought down a killer. Graham's police whistle pierced the night air. Within moments, 2 constables appeared, having been stationed nearby, as Graham had planned. Take her into custody, Graham instructed. Gently. She's not going to resist. As the constables helped Margaret to her feet, she looked directly at Clara. Tell Lady Victoria. Tell her I'm sorry. I never meant for any of this. And tell someone to warn my sister in Cork before my brothers find out what I've done." Clara nodded, unable to find words. The woman before her was both criminal and victim, trapped in a web of family obligation and criminal enterprise that had ultimately led to murder. "What about the jewellery, sir?" one of the constables asked, gesturing at the glittering pieces scattered across the garden. "Evidence," Graham said. "Every piece needs to be catalogued. We'll be returning them to their rightful owners. And we'll need to coordinate with the Whitechapel division about the Kelly brothers. This won't end with just Margaret's arrest." Tommy appeared in the doorway, wide-eyed. "Inspector?" Her Grace is asking what's happened. She heard the commotion. "Tell the Duchess that Rose's killer has been caught," Graham said. "She's safe now. And tell her," Clara added, "that the afternoon confusions will stop. Her mind will clear, given time and proper care." The garden fell quiet except for the sound of constables gathering the scattered jewellery. Marmalade abandoned his grooming to wind around Clara's ankles, purring as if to say his work here was done. "Everyone inside," Graham said to the assembled group. "There will be questions in the morning, but for now, you should all try to rest." As they moved toward the house, Graham's hand found Clara's elbow in the darkness. Not possessive, but protective, guiding. "You solved it," he murmured. "Your observations about her strength, her knowledge, you put it all together." "We solved it," Clara corrected quietly. "Your investigation of the Kelly brothers, the pawnshop connections, without those pieces I would never have understood the full picture." Something shifted in his expression, a softening around his eyes that made her heart skip. "We make a rather effective team, Miss Wetherly." "Indeed we do, Inspector," she replied, and for a moment the professional titles felt like a private joke between them, a formal dance around something neither was quite ready to name. Chapter 23. Before either could say more, a voice called from the house, "Miss Wetherly!" The Duchess stood in the doorway, supported by Victoria's arm, looking frail but alert. Behind them Charles appeared, his face drawn with confusion. "Your Grace!" Clara rushed forward. "You shouldn't be up." "Nonsense! I needed to see for myself." The Duchess looked at the constables disappearing into the night with Margaret. "Was it really her? All this time?" "I'm afraid so, Your Grace." Charles stepped forward, his voice tight. "Inspector, what did Margaret mean about Rose wanting to poison someone? What was she talking about?" Graham glanced at Clara, then addressed Charles directly. According to Margaret's confession, Rose intended to put henbane in Lady Victoria's tea during tomorrow's visit. She wanted to make Lady Victoria appear mad in front of society. Victoria's hand flew to her throat. "She was going to poison me?" "To discredit you," Clara said gently. "Rose believed if you were deemed mentally unstable, Charles would have no choice but to marry her instead, especially with—" She trailed off delicately. "With the baby," Charles finished hollowly. He turned to Victoria, his face stricken. "My God, Victoria, I nearly got you killed. If I hadn't been such a fool with Rose—" "You couldn't have known she would go to such lengths," Victoria said, though her voice shook. "None of us could have imagined—" The Duchess's eyes filled with tears. What a terrible waste. "The Kelly brothers bear much of the responsibility," Graham said. "They've been preying on vulnerable young women, forcing them into these schemes. We'll see they face justice as well." The Duchess nodded slowly. "See that Margaret is treated fairly, Inspector. She is guilty, yes, but she is also a victim of circumstances." Her gaze sharpened, showing a glimpse of the formidable woman she'd been before the henbane. "I shall ensure she has proper legal representation." Then the Duchess turned to Clara, her expression softening. "My dear Miss Wetherly, you must be exhausted. You cannot possibly walk home at this hour." She looked meaningfully at Graham. "Inspector, I insist you take my carriage. See that Miss Wetherly gets home safely." "Your Grace, that's not necessary," Clara began. "Nonsense! After what you've done for this household, it's the very least I can offer." The Duchess's tone brooked no argument. "Inspector, I trust you'll see to it." Graham inclined his head. "Of course, Your Grace." Within minutes, Clara found herself settled in the plush interior of the Duchess's carriage, Marmalade curled in her lap, and Graham seated across from her. The events of the evening seemed to crash over her all at once, and she felt her shoulders sag with exhaustion. "You solved it," Graham said quietly as the carriage rolled through the dark streets. "The botanical evidence, the pattern of thefts. You saw what everyone else missed." "We solved it," Clara corrected, her voice soft with fatigue. "Without your investigation of the Kelly brothers, without the pawnshop connections." She paused, meeting his eyes in the dim carriage light. "We make rather an effective partnership." "Indeed we do." His voice held a warmth that made her pulse quicken despite her exhaustion. The carriage hit a rough patch of road and Clara swayed slightly. Without thinking, Graham reached out to steady her, his hand briefly covering hers where it rested on Marmalade's fur. The touch was fleeting, but the warmth lingered. "I should tell you," Graham said, withdrawing his hand but maintaining her gaze. "The Kelly brothers will likely flee London. But we'll find them eventually. Men like that always resurface." "When they do, we'll be ready," Clara said, and the "we" felt like a promise. The carriage drew to a stop outside Hawthorne and Wetherly. Graham stepped out first, offering his hand to help Clara down. She accepted, trying to ignore how natural the gesture felt. "Thank you," she said, standing before her shop door with Marmalade at her feet, "for the protection tonight. For trusting my insights. For everything." Graham studied her face in the gaslight, and for a moment Clara thought he might say something more. The air between them felt charged with possibility. "Until tomorrow, Miss Wetherly," he said finally, his voice slightly rough. "I'll call in the afternoon to discuss the final details of the case." "Until tomorrow, Inspector." He waited until she had unlocked her door and stepped safely inside, before signalling the driver. Clara watched from her window as the carriage rolled away into the night, her heart still racing from more than just the evening's excitement. Marmalade jumped onto the windowsill beside her, purring with satisfaction. "Yes," she murmured to the cat, "I suppose it was rather a successful evening." But as she prepared for bed, Clara couldn't shake the memory of Graham's hand on hers, or the way he'd looked at her in the carriage light, as if she were something precious, something worth protecting. Tomorrow, she told herself firmly, tomorrow she would sort through what it all meant. Tonight she had earned her rest.
Marmalade's observations. From my perch on the windowsill, I observed the satisfactory conclusion of recent events. The Duchess has recovered her wits, a marked improvement as confused humans make for unreliable treat dispensers. The murderous housemaid has been caged, though her brothers remain at large like the rats they are. No matter. Rats always return to familiar haunts. My Clara has proven once again that botanical knowledge and feminine intuition triumph over masculine bluster, though I must admit her inspector contributed adequately to the resolution. He's learning. As for the ghost, Grandmother Genevieve continues her transparent matchmaking efforts. The 2 teacups, the convenient appearances, the pages that fall open at precisely the right moment, subtle as a cat in a fishmonger's shop. Still, her plan progresses. The inspector stays longer each visit. Clara's hand no longer trembles when he's near, except in that particular way humans find so confusing, and I find so entertaining. The shop has returned to its proper rhythm, herbs drying, tinctures brewing, murder solved, romance simmering, order restored as it should be, though I do miss the excitement. Perhaps I'll knock something significant off a shelf tomorrow. One must keep one's humans appropriately stimulated. For now, I'll settle for my evening sardine and the satisfaction of a job well done. After all, without my perfectly timed intervention, that murderous maid would have escaped. Humans, where would they be without their cats?
Chapter 24. 3 days after Margaret's arrest. The bell above the shop door chimed with unusual vigour, announcing the Duchess of Thornfield's arrival. Clara looked up from grinding valerian root to find her Grace standing in the doorway, eyes bright and clear, colour restored to her cheeks. "Your Grace!" Clara hurried around the counter. "How wonderful to see you looking so well!" "I feel 20 years younger, my dear." The Duchess moved through the shop with steady steps, examining the herb jars with interest. It's remarkable what a difference it makes when one isn't being slowly poisoned day after day. Marmalade jumped down from his windowsill perch to wind around the Duchess's skirts, purring his approval of her recovery. "Yes, you clever beast," the Duchess said, bending to scratch behind his ears. "I hear you played quite the heroic role in catching our murderess." She straightened, fixing Clara with a shrewd gaze. "Now then, Miss Wetherly, I require a new vitality tonic, a legitimate one this time." Clara smiled, already reaching for her measuring scales. "Of course. I have just the blend, ginseng, ashwagandha, and a touch of rhodiola for mental clarity." "Make it strong, my dear." The Duchess settled into the chair Clara kept for customers, her eyes twinkling. "At my age, one needs all the vitality one can muster. Legitimate vitality, naturally, but I find myself rather eager to make up for lost time." As Clara worked, mixing and measuring with practised precision, the Duchess continued, "I've arranged for Margaret to have proper legal representation. The girl was as much a victim as a villain in this tragic affair." "That's very generous of you, Your Grace." "It's practical, my dear. She's agreed to testify against those dreadful Kelly brothers when they're caught. Inspector Redgrave seems confident they'll be apprehended soon." The Duchess paused meaningfully. "He's quite impressive, your inspector." "He's not my inspector," Clara said, perhaps too quickly. "No. How curious. He certainly seemed rather proprietary when he insisted on checking the carriage route 3 times before allowing you to be driven home." The Duchess's smile was knowing. "But perhaps I misread the situation." Before Clara could respond, the shop bell chimed again, admitting Mrs. Winters, Mrs. Penfield, and Miss Collins in a flutter of afternoon calling dresses. "Clara, dear!" Mrs. Winters exclaimed. "We heard the Duchess was visiting and simply had to come pay our respects." "And to celebrate," Mrs. Penfield added, producing a box of elaborate French pastries from behind her back. "After all, we did help solve a murder." "Did you indeed?" The Duchess looked intrigued, settling back in her chair. "How extraordinary!" "Oh, yes," Mrs. Winters said proudly. "This isn't our first investigation with Clara. We helped with that dreadful Barrett murder, the property developer who was poisoned." "And poor Miss Beverley," Miss Collins added, "though that turned out to be quite different than expected." "We've become rather accomplished at gathering intelligence," Mrs. Penfield said, preening slightly. "Clara calls us her network of observers." The Duchess's eyes sparkled with delight. "How marvellous! A secret society of lady detectives right here in Bloomsbury." Miss Collins was already setting out Clara's best teacups. "I'll make the tea, shall I? Though perhaps Clara should check it first. We've all become rather suspicious of beverages lately." The ladies laughed, and soon they were settled around Clara's work table, steam rising from their cups, pastries distributed on the good china Clara kept for special occasions. "I must say," Mrs. Winters began, "when I spoke to Mrs. Fairweather's former physician, he mentioned her confusion started quite suddenly, just like yours, Your Grace. And I discovered that Lady Worthington had similar afternoon episodes," Mrs. Penfield added. "My cousin is her neighbour. Said the family thought it was age, but it came on so quickly." "The pattern was quite telling," Miss Collins said. all elderly ladies, all with valuable jewellery that went missing during their confused periods. The Duchess, clearly trying to change the subject from such dark matters, bent to feed Marmalade a bit of pastry. This one deserves a medal, tripping a fleeing murderess, quite extraordinary. Marmalade accepted the tribute as his due, licking cream from his whiskers with regal dignity. "You know," Miss Collins said, setting down her teacup with a thoughtful expression, "with all these murders you keep solving, Clara, we should write penny dreadfuls about them. The Bloomsbury Ladies Detective Society or some such. We'd make a fortune." The room erupted in laughter. "Can you imagine?" Mrs. Winters giggled, though I must say we did rather excel at investigation. "We were quite systematic," Mrs. Penfield agreed, looking pleased with herself. "My late husband always said I had a mind for details." "Perhaps we should make it official," Miss Collins continued, warming to her theme. "Take out an advertisement in the Times. Ladies of good breeding, available for discreet inquiries." "Heaven forbid!" Clara laughed. "I've had quite enough of murders for a while." "Oh, I don't know," the Duchess said with a wicked smile. "I found it all rather invigorating. Nothing like a good poisoning plot to make one appreciate being alive." They were still laughing when the shop bell chimed once more. Clara looked up to find Inspector Redgrave in the doorway, hat in hand, looking somewhat bemused at the gathering. "Inspector," the Duchess beamed, "how delightful! Do join us. We're celebrating the successful conclusion of your case." "Our case," Mrs. Winters corrected. "We all played a part." Graham's eyes found Clara's across the room, and something in his expression softened. "Indeed, I couldn't have solved it without assistance." "Nonsense," Miss Collins said, pouring him tea without asking if he wanted any. "Clara did most of the work. We merely provided intelligence." "Speaking of intelligence," the Duchess rose, gathering her gloves, "I should mention that Victoria and Charles are working through their difficulties. She's forgiven him his foolishness with Rose, and he's properly grateful she's still willing to have him." "Love conquers all," Mrs. Penfield sighed romantically. "Sometimes," the Duchess said, her gaze moving meaningfully between Clara and Graham, "it simply needs the right circumstances to flourish." The ladies took this as their cue to depart, gathering wraps and reticules with suspicious efficiency. Within minutes, Clara found herself alone with Graham, the shop suddenly quiet, except for Marmalade's purring. "They're not very subtle, are they?" Graham said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "About as subtle as a brass band," Clara agreed, busying herself with clearing teacups to hide her embarrassment. Graham moved to help her, their hands accidentally brushing as they reached for the same plate. This time, neither pulled away immediately. "I have news," he said, his professional tone at odds with the warmth in his eyes. "About the Kelly brothers." Clara set down the dishes, giving him her full attention. "They escaped." "For now. They fled London before we could arrest them, but we'll find them. Men like that always resurface. Their greed won't let them stay hidden long." He paused, seeming to wrestle with something. I had an interesting conversation with my mother yesterday." Clara's eyebrows rose. In all their interactions, Graham had never once mentioned his family directly. "The Countess of Redgrave," he clarified unnecessarily, and Clara heard the slight discomfort in his voice. She recognised several pieces from the recovered jewellery. Items that went missing from her friend, Lady Worthington, last year. Margaret's previous victim. One of them, I was able to return the pieces personally. He met her eyes. "Mother was grateful. She asked how I'd solved it. I told her I had excellent assistance. Oh, from a brilliant woman with extensive botanical knowledge and a talent for seeing what others miss." The compliment hung between them, weightier than mere professional praise. "Graham," Clara began, then stopped, uncertain what she wanted to say. "I should tell you," he said quickly, as if afraid of losing his nerve. that when the Kelly brothers resurface, and they will, I want you to be careful. They know you were instrumental in catching Margaret. They might. He paused, jaw tightening. I'll ensure you have protection. I'm not afraid of them, Clara said quietly. I know. His voice was rough. That's what concerns me. They stood there, the space between them feeling both too large and too small, until Marmalade jumped onto the counter and knocked over the sugar bowl with decisive intent. I should go, Graham said as Clara scrambled to clean up the mess. But I'll call again soon to discuss the case files. Make sure everything's properly documented. Clara paused in her cleaning, gathering her courage. Inspector, perhaps you'd like to come by for dinner on Sunday? I'm planning to make a stew, and there will be quite enough for two. Graham stopped halfway to the door, turning back slowly. Something in his expression shifted, surprise giving way to something warmer. Yes, I'd like that very much. Sunday then, Clara said, trying to keep her voice steady. Shall we say 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock, he agreed, and for the first time since she'd known him, Graham smiled. A real smile that transformed his usually stern features. Until Sunday, Miss Wetherly. After he left, Clara stood in her quiet shop, breathing in the familiar scents of herbs and tea. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows, turning the glass jars to jewels. Marmalade sat in the spilled sugar, looking enormously pleased with himself. Subtle as a brass band, indeed, Clara murmured, but she was smiling. The gilded leaf sitting on its shelf seemed to gleam a little brighter in the fading light, as if Grandmother Genevieve approved of the day's developments. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, perhaps new mysteries, but today, Clara thought, today had been rather perfect. Outside, evening began to fall over Bloomsbury, and somewhere in the distance church bells chimed the hour. Life, it seemed, had returned to its proper rhythm, though perhaps with a few new melodies beginning to play. We hoped you enjoyed this presentation of Lies in the Lavender, written by Zia Bellamy, narrated by Isadora Blythe.